Get started here. We got a couple minutes. I wanted to welcome the committee that's here today. We do have Senator Peterson is on WebEx, so he will be here all day long so that he can hear what's going on. Any questions come in from him. So I want to welcome committee, staff that's here. We might take just a moment, and Leanne, you might tell us how we can make sure all the committee members got the stuff in the right location. And she's not here, is she? She's already left. Can you do that? Okay. I've been to some of these meetings and everybody's looking for 30 minutes, and this kind of helps the process.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Elena Rutter. I am with Legislative Research. All of the testimony for today and for the last meeting is on the S drive on your laptops. And so if you go to your File Explorer and then scroll down on the left side, there should be a drive that says for committees in parentheses S. And then within that folder, there's an interim folder, which is where you'll find medical marijuana. And within that folder is all of the testimony. And if you need any specific help navigating that folder, we'd be happy to show you on your laptops as well. For members of the public, all of the committee testimony is available on the legislative website.
Thank you very much. So if anybody has any trouble, just raise your hand. They'll be happy to help you. So, okay, the first thing on the agenda for today, we got a full day, so we want to keep moving. And you notice it goes through 4 o'clock, so I asked that we kind of, on questions and stuff, don't get tied down on some area too much or we'll be here all night. So, but we're going to cover a lot of good information today, just like we did the other day. So first one up is marijuana public policy issues. Jordan Davidson, is he here? There we go. You're right off the deal, Jordan. Would you please state your name and who you're from, and welcome to committee.
Is this better? Yep, great. Thank you, Chairman Fagg and the members of the committee. And my name is Jordan Davidson, and I'm here with Smart Approaches to Marijuana, or SAM. We're a national organization, but have been working within Kansas and with stakeholders and law enforcement in the state for the better part of the last 10 years. And I'm excited to speak with you today. Great. Well, firstly, I'd like to just start off by telling you all a little bit of my story and why I'm here today. I've been working for SAM for 5 years, actually exactly this month. And it was almost 6 years ago on December 9th, 2018, that I entered long-term addiction recovery just 2 weeks before my 18th birthday. I struggled with a marijuana use disorder or marijuana addiction. I was using the high-potency 99% THC marijuana vapes every day, morning, noon, and night for months. And my use started years prior to that, before it started to spiral down and out of control. And it was just with friends originally. It was done socially. My best friend introduced me to marijuana. I had no education about marijuana. I didn't know it was addictive. I said many things that you may have all heard, like marijuana, it's just a plant. But I soon learned that marijuana was something that I could use to ease my anxiety, or at least that's what I thought. I thought that the outside noise of the world around me was quieter when I was using marijuana. I struggled with mental health like a lot of teenagers do today. And I quickly realized that not only did marijuana not fix my anxiety, but it just added to it. And it added an addiction on top of that. I withdrew from my friends. I withdrew from my academic life. My friends held an intervention for me. My best friend called me and said, it's time to start talking about stopping and not just slowing down. My girlfriend at the time gave me an ultimatum that it was either her or the marijuana, because I couldn't remember anything she told me. I said no to all those people. I said, you're crazy. You don't know what you're talking about. But over time, they planted a seed in the back of my mind. And one night, probably in November of 2018, I looked at myself in the mirror late at night, and I didn't recognize the person looking back at me. I looked at myself and I saw just a hollow shell in my eyes. I felt my arms, my legs, my body, my head, but something was missing. And to be frank, I hadn't been any sort of a spiritual person up to that point. But it was then that I realized that my soul had just been ripped out of me. by my substance and marijuana use. And so luckily, I asked for help. I entered a rehabilitation program and attended Narcotics Anonymous meetings. And I'm grateful to be, in December, we'll be celebrating 6 years of sobriety. So that's why I'm here today. But I'm also here to talk about and share my expertise and my thoughts and opinions about the 3 prongs that your committee is tasked with examining regarding marijuana policy in Kansas. And so I'll just briefly go over kind of our perspective on those topics. One, to start out with medical marijuana. As I understand it, you all are examining whether medical marijuana would be appropriate in Kansas, and even if it's in a limited form like we've seen in other states such as Utah. Now, I would posit that medical marijuana isn't right for Kansas for several different reasons. Firstly, even if Kansas were to enact a limited medical marijuana program, marijuana and all substances and drugs that are approved as a medication have to go through the FDA. They really need to go through that rigorous FDA process where products are examined for safety and efficacy. And we already have products in the United States, such as Marinol, which are marijuana-derived substances that are used to treat certain conditions like treatment-averse epilepsy. And that's fine, and we should work to expand access to those medications, and I know in 2022, Kansas did just that. But that's totally different than legalizing marijuana, the plant, as a whole. The FDA has never once approved a plant as a new drug approval, as just a medication that a physician can prescribe in the way that other prescribable drugs are handled. So that really needs to go through the FDA process and not just done on a whim by whether it's ballot initiative or by a legislature to say, well, we just decide that this is medicine now. What we're also seeing nationwide when it comes to marijuana legalization, really in every form, is that marijuana legalization increases use, especially among youth. You might hear today that youth use does not increase when you legalize recreational or medical marijuana. You probably will hear that. But the perspective that you might not hear from other folks is that daily use is skyrocketing. So what we're seeing is that the daily or near daily use of marijuana among young people is really increasing. And that actually, after you legalize marijuana, among ages 12 to 17, you see around an average of a 25% increase in marijuana use disorder or marijuana addiction. And those are really problematic and startling statistics that we've seen from researchers out of universities like Harvard. What we also see specifically regarding medical marijuana is that the data is showing that 80% of medical marijuana users report that they use it recreationally. 80% report that they use it recreationally. And this kind of feeds into the idea of, is this just medical marijuana? Are we just going to stop here? Or is this really opening the floodgates to full-on recreational marijuana legalization? And I would say that it is. In fact, Keith Stroop, the founder of NORML, almost 50 years ago now, who was the leader of the marijuana legalization movement, often said, and I'm paraphrasing, that medical marijuana is just a Trojan horse for recreational legalization. And we've seen that even in states that considered or did chart the path that Kansas is considering going down. I'll give you 2 examples of that. In Florida, in 2014, Governor Rick Scott enacted a very limited, low THC, high CBD, oil-only based medical marijuana legalization program. It was around 2 years later that they expanded that program, and now one of the biggest, if not the biggest, marijuana company in the United States, Trulieve, has dumped over $90 million into a ballot measure in Florida to legalize full-on recreational marijuana, create a monopoly there, and sell all the most addictive products possible. And I should have kind of opened with this, actually, but the products that they're selling in these dispensaries, even medical ones, it's not the Woodstock weed of the 1970s. This is not the 2 to 5% THC that people associate with just kind of giving you the giggles. This is an entirely different drug with 99% upwards THC using these concentrates and vapes and dab products especially. And so that happened in Florida, and also direct you to what happened in Arkansas. In Arkansas, they enacted a very limited medical marijuana program. And even though the Supreme Court actually just kind of tossed this off the ballot and the votes won't be counted this election, there was a pro-marijuana group that was able to get a ballot initiative on this November to be voted on that would expand that program. And what that did, the most important thing it did actually was roll back a lot of the regulations around advertising, for example, that the state had to prevent kid-friendly products. So we see this promise of we're just going to do this really limited program, but then it turns into something entirely different because the marijuana industry has endless amounts of cash, and they will put it to any lobbying effort they want to expand marijuana use and liberalize marijuana laws in a state. Also wanted to kind of discuss last couple things with medical marijuana in particular. You're going to hear about veterans today. I'm not a veteran myself. I have the deepest respect for the veteran community. But the fact of the matter is, in 2023, the clinical guidelines around PTSD that came out from the current administration's Department of Defense and VA strongly recommended against medical marijuana for veterans. I would just flip the script for you all. Imagine we had alcohol as the drug that was had not yet been legalized or was kind of just coming into the culture, and we were giving folks struggling with mental health issues like PTSD, telling them, well, just drink alcohol, right? We would all now react like, that's terrible. We shouldn't be giving alcohol to people who are just struggling with mental health. But I bet you that in the first few years, folks would report that they feel a lot better. Just like I felt a lot better, and I understand, I'm sympathetic to the argument, because I felt a lot better with my anxiety. But we know that that doesn't work, and that's a Band-Aid solution. And so we're actually seeing increased rates of suicidality and worsening PTSD symptoms among veterans who use medical marijuana. Another issue with legalizing marijuana in any form is increasing the size of the black market. When you increase the market, the size of the market generally, which legalization will, of course, do, what you have is a black market that still thrives and exists because it's not taxed, and if the market share, if the market size expands generally, even if the market share is still just 50 or 75%, you're actually increasing the black market in the state. What we've seen happen with that in Kansas's neighbor, Oklahoma, is actually these international criminal organizations, specifically from China, that are funded by the CCP, moving into states that have legalized medical and recreational marijuana to basically hide in plain sight. They realize that they can grow marijuana in states that have legalized it, and there isn't that much enforcement. And so we've seen human trafficking. We've seen even murders occur of immigrants who are trafficked onto these farms to grow marijuana. This isn't some crazy thing. I know it sounds like a spy thriller. This is reported on by AP, by the Wall Street Journal. And another, and kind of an additional point about that issue with China and these international drug cartels is especially if Kansas decides to enact banking reform regarding marijuana. There's a bill that I kind of work on federally to oppose called the Safe Banking Act. And I know that there have been some conversations in this state about that as well. Well, what do you think is going to happen when you give the marijuana industry full access to banking and full access to financial services, and you invite these cartels in, many of whom in Oklahoma have actually been able to obtain state legal business licenses? They're just going to go and use your guys' banks. And that's what happens. These marijuana grows are actually in operation to launder fentanyl money from Mexican drug cartels that outsource that kind of business to Chinese drug cartels. Two other things I'd just like to discuss, I know I only have a few minutes left here, is marijuana rescheduling, to go over that briefly, and how it will impact Kansas. I view marijuana rescheduling as impacting Kansas negatively in two real ways. One is the marijuana industry believes that they will get a tax windfall through a provision called 280E of the tax code that will theoretically allow them to deduct ordinary business expenses and mass commercialize. So if you all legalize marijuana here, they will be able to write off taxes and get tax deductions for things like advertising, kid-friendly products, for all sorts of business things, and that will enable this industry, which, for example, in Colorado, 70% of dispensaries already market to pregnant women, to mass commercialize even further. The second issue is really with drug testing. The NTSB actually put out a press release about this just a few months ago on how if you reschedule marijuana, you will likely not be able to test for marijuana in safety-sensitive industries, whether that be pilots or truckers, because of specific HHS-related regulations surrounding drug testing. So I'd say as a legislature, that's something to look out for and be on top of, because you don't want truckers going through Kansas, you don't want your state's pilots to be high on marijuana and have no system to be able to test them for that and put that in check. One last note related to taxation. Something that you're probably going to hear from the industry folks here today is that this is going to be a tax windfall. Well, I'll kind of rip something from my boss. His name is Luke. He was a founder of a startup, and he says that if I only reported the profit side of the profit and loss column to my board, they would fire me. And that's exactly what the marijuana industry does to state legislatures across the country. Do you really believe that there aren't any consequences to legalizing marijuana? Well, the studies that actually study this and look at the research show that for every dollar that is taken in by a state from legal marijuana, $4.50 are spent on enforcement. And that's from things ranging to increased healthcare costs to more police officers on the road because of a 10% average increase in vehicular deaths when you legalize marijuana. The final thing I'll discuss here is just hemp. I know that's the third prong of the committee and what you're examining. I know enforcement is difficult, but just wanted to kind of provide some context that on the federal level, we're really working on this. We've got an amendment to the federal farm bill to close what we call the Delta 8 loophole, Delta 8 THC, an intoxicant derived from hemp. But in Kansas, I would recommend that the legislature take action on this as well. I know that the Attorney General has put out some guidance saying that these products are illegal, but these harmful products that are really poisoning people aged 5 and under, especially across the country who get into them, are really posing a threat. And with that difficulty of enforcement, I would recommend that the legislature take action. To kind of wrap up my testimony here, I would say don't start going down the path of welcoming what I call the new big tobacco into Kansas. Big tobacco, for example, has invested billions of dollars in marijuana. Big alcohol has invested billions of dollars. Big pharma, they do this because they know the 80-20 rule, that 80% of the profits come from the 20% of consumers who are the most addicted. And don't chart on this path in Kansas. You can deal with criminal justice if that's something you folks are interested in, totally separately. If you want to treat marijuana possession like a traffic ticket, that's something to discuss. But that doesn't mean that you have to legalize medical marijuana and ignore the FDA process and open the floodgates to full-on recreational legalization in Kansas. So I thank the committee for its time and my testimony there.
Thank you. Committee, we got any questions? Representative Holheiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here today and sharing your story with us. And congratulations on the upcoming 6 years of sobriety.
Thank you so much.
That's awesome. Keep up the great work on that front. I have so many questions, but I'm going to limit my questions to just a few, sir. First, I just do want to address the banking money laundering claim you made. That may be going on in other states, but I have full faith and confidence that our banks in Kansas uphold the highest standards and would not allow any money laundering to happen. I have full faith in our banking system in the state of Kansas, and that's coming from the banking chairman. So I just wanted to put that piece out there. Does your organization was called SMART, is that SAM?
Smart approach to marijuana, yes.
For some reason I had SMART in my head. Do you guys advocate for the prohibition of alcohol?
Nope, and that's a totally unrelated issue.
Okay, but you guys don't have a stance on that at all?
Nope.
Okay, just curious on that, if this is just narrowed down to alcohol. Now, if the FDA, if they do the schedule, and I see you have a lot in here about the FDA that I still need to go through and process, so I'm just asking these questions on a whim. If it's rescheduled to Schedule 3.
Yep.
And it goes through the entire FDA process, and the FDA does approve some kind, if it's in pill form through a pharmacy, does your organization then change their position on that?
Well, to address the FDA issue, the FDA actually explicitly said in their 252-page report that absolutely nothing in their report is meant to be construed as supporting an NDA or new drug approval.
And I'm not making.
So we have never. So for example, take Marinol, right? Like we have never once said anything bad about FDA-approved drugs. We fully support patient access to substances that are approved by the FDA, like Marinol, but that's derived from marijuana. That's not the marijuana plant itself, and the FDA likely will never approve just marijuana as a drug.
But that's not what I asked. The question I asked, because things change, technology changes, research changes. My question is, if it gets rescheduled to 3 and the FDA approves in pill form, limited cap on potency, because I think in your testimony it was 99-cent potency. And I think part of the argument, I think why we should move forward in this in Kansas is because we can regulate potency. in a controlled manner. Now, I'm not saying, like, 99% potency is already here, so people can find it if they really want it. But if we have a program here in Kansas where we cap potency and give individuals who are truly seeking this for, I believe, good reasons, at least in their hearts and their minds, I think we should do that. But if the FDA comes out with a pill form they approved, does your organization then change their stance?
It wouldn't really change the stance. Our stance is that we, agree with any product that has gone through the rigorous FDA process. Unfortunately, for this marijuana rescheduling, actually, the FDA upended 30 years of precedent that was set by federal court for how to examine which substances have currently accepted medical use. But generally, yes. Yes, the answer to your question is if it passes the NDA, new drug approval, then yes.
Yeah, I appreciate that answer.
Yes.
I really do.
Yeah.
I really do. It's more of like a trust the process thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Government entity, trust the process.
Absolutely.
If we have trust in the FDA, and if they come out, I get that, and I appreciate that. I don't want to get into courts and overturning precedent in this political environment right now, because then it gets really tricky, especially with the election next week. But I do appreciate you being here today and all your information. And again, congratulations on your sobriety, man. That's awesome. 6 years. Keep up the great work. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Got one more quick question because we bumped our time here. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. Question about the availability of the vapes that you used. Was it through a hemp product or medical marijuana, or where did you
Yeah. So the marijuana. So I was really using marijuana actually before the 2018 Farm Bill. So I was not thankfully using those hemp products, but I actually went to high school I lived in New Hampshire at the time, and Maine had legal marijuana, and my drug dealer essentially would drive into Maine. And I can't say on the record for certain that whether it was black market or legal marijuana, but all I know is that New Hampshire, a state that doesn't have any legal marijuana, or it doesn't have recreational marijuana, he didn't get it from there. He drove out of his way into a state that did have legal marijuana to obtain it and sell it to young people like myself.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Quick comment just to get on the record. When I said I trust our banks and banking system in Kansas, that's including our credit union friends as well. Just want to say that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'd be happy to share with you, by the way, a letter from a bipartisan group of former White House drug czars, the top drug policy officials in the country, dating back for the past 5 decades, who all say that banking bills like the Safe Banking Act will actually increase access to our financial systems by cartels. That's what the top drug policy experts from ours and D's all say.
We have banker folks coming here, but I'll give you my card and we can exchange information.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for hearing me out.
You bet. Okay, we're ready for law enforcement and public safety. First of all, we got Tony Mativa, Director of the KBI, is here today. Tony, welcome to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, good morning. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify today on what I think is a very, very important issue. I'm glad I came a little bit early because I'm glad I got to hear the testimony of the prior witness. I'm going to echo a number of things that he said. So you got a different version of my testimony. Fortunately for you, is a younger, more articulate, and better looking version, but much of the testimony is going to be the same. My understanding of the purpose of today's hearing, along with the hearing that was conducted on October 16th, is to discuss the impact of what I call the descheduling of marijuana, or rescheduling from a level 1 to a level 3. Of course, my role here is to talk with you about law enforcement's perspective on the topic. I can tell you that as we look around the country at other states that have legalized marijuana, whether it's for recreational or medicinal purposes or both, what we have seen is organized crime increase, as well as an increase in the associated negative social impacts. Advocates will tell you that legalization will eliminate the illegal sales of marijuana. Unfortunately, that just isn't true. And I'll follow up on an exchange that Representative Hoheisel had with the prior witness. He said, very astutely, 99% potency is here. If people want it, they're going to find it. And that is absolutely true. So if we implement a regulated structure where we cap the available dose of THC, they know that 99% potency is here, and they're going to go find it. And that is just an illustration of the fact that regulation, what we have seen across the country is regulation increases illegal marijuana sales. It increases black market sales. It doesn't decrease it. Since I'm on the topic, I'm going to follow up on another question asked by Representative Hoheisel just a moment ago. I share with you, Representative, my full faith in our banking system, including the credit unions, and not to leave anybody out. In my past life as a federal prosecutor, I prosecuted a lot of money laundering cases. I never saw a money laundering case where a bank or a credit union was complicit in the money laundering. Money gets laundered through banks in spite of their enforcement efforts. So the fact that they are willing to affirm to you their obligation to enforce the laws, the Safe Banking Act or whatever, that is no guarantee that they're not going to be used for laundering money. Every single case that I saw as a federal prosecutor involved banks or credit unions being used even though they didn't know that they were being used to launder primarily cartel funds, which takes me to the cartels. The folks that tell you that legalization will eliminate illegal sales, that's just not true. This is throwing the door wide open to both organized criminal activity by the Chinese, who we know participate in laundering the proceeds of marijuana sales. We're seeing that every single day just across our southern border, not in Mexico, but across our southern border in Oklahoma, right? Our colleagues in Oklahoma report a dramatic increase in Chinese criminal organizations laundering the proceeds of illegal marijuana sales. We see it in the Chinese, we see it in the Mexican drug cartels. Anybody who tells you that they are opposed to drug trafficking, but in favor of legalizing marijuana, is being intellectually dishonest with you, because they go hand in hand, right? We see all across the country in every state that's legalized, where marijuana is legalized, and this is particularly important, we see more fentanyl use, we see more fentanyl overdoses, and we see more fentanyl deaths. So from my perspective as the KBI director, I was very, very grateful to the legislature last session when you agreed with our requests for additional funding to fight fentanyl. We're taking that very seriously. We are spinning up our fentanyl response enforcement, our targeted enforcement into fentanyl overdoses, fentanyl deaths resulting from fentanyl trafficking by the cartel. We're spinning that up every single day. But we know that in states that legalize, there's more fentanyl use, more fentanyl overdoses, and more fentanyl deaths. Where is that correlation? I submit to you that part of the problem with efforts to legalize is that it normalizes drug use, right? It sends the message to our kids that this is okay. There's the age-old argument that marijuana is a gateway drug, right? And I'm not going to get into that debate, because certainly everybody that uses marijuana doesn't graduate to using meth or heroin or cocaine. But I challenge you to find someone who is addicted to any of those drugs who didn't start with marijuana. Every single addict that you talk to, meth addict, fentanyl addict, heroin addict, when our agents interview these folks and they talk to them about how they got started down this road, with every single one of them, it was marijuana. There's a similar debate going on right now with regard to use of THC and psychosis. I welcome the debate about legalizing marijuana, right? I think it's healthy for all of us to talk about this, right? And we, at the end of the day, we can disagree, and the legislature will do what it thinks best. But at the end of the day, if there's one thing that we can agree on, I would think it would be that we don't want to do something that makes our kids less safe. And one of the things that's been shown over and over again is a connection between psychoses and increased THC use, especially by adolescents. If there's one thing we can agree on, wouldn't it be that we don't want to increase access for our kids to something that's going to make them less healthy mentally, something that's going to degrade or deteriorate their mental health? Even the New York Times right now is talking about the link between marijuana use and psychosis. Even the New York Times, they're drawing a parallel between smoking and lung cancer. They're saying lung cancer is to smoking what psychosis is to THC use. Okay? We spent years in this country chasing the science and looking for scientific proof that linked lung cancer to smoking. And we finally found that proof after decades, right? After decades of use, which also means decades of people dying from lung cancer. Now, does everybody who smokes get lung cancer? No. Does everybody who has lung cancer smoke? No. But finally, science showed a relationship between smoking and lung cancer. Okay? The same is happening with THC use and psychosis. Okay? Does everybody who uses THC develop a psychosis? No. Does everybody who has a psychosis use marijuana? No. But the more we learn about long-term marijuana use, especially at these higher levels of THC, again, the prior witness was exactly correct. We're not talking about 5 or 7% ditchweed now. We're talking about 80, 90, 95, 99% THC. We don't know yet as a society what long-term effect that has on the human brain. People can be as critical as they want about the war on drugs. I look at that fight differently. I don't think this is a war against drugs. I think this is a war to protect the human brain, especially the brains of our adolescents. And we see more and more evidence every day that increased THC use, increased THC access is hurting those brains, especially the young ones. Let me go back to, I got off on a little bit of a tangent. I am confronted not infrequently by folks who say, look around you, right? You're surrounded on 3 sides by states that have legalized marijuana. You need to just get on board and recognize that it's going to happen. I reject that. I reject that argument. And here's why. As we look around the country, we're starting to see now places where the impact of legalization has been so bad that they're starting to reverse course. Oregon, the first state that legalized drugs, has now declared a state of emergency because of fentanyl overdoses and fentanyl deaths. Oklahoma, the only state in the country thus far that legalized medical, because the prior witness was correct, in every state in the past, medical was the first step, and then came recreational. And it was the playbook. It happened in every single state except Oklahoma. And in Oklahoma, the implementation of medical was so bad, the consequences so severe throughout that entire society, that they said no when asked if they wanted to legalize recreational. I am optimistic, and I want to share that optimism with you as a part of my testimony. I am optimistic that we have stood high enough up the beach that the tide has come all the way up and we haven't gotten wet. And my profound hope is that now the tide is on its way back out as we see what's happening in these other states and the horribly detrimental impact that legalization of marijuana has had in these other states. I truly hope we have withstood high tide and we're now going to see the waves recede. I just want to follow up on one more question, Representative Host-Heisel. You asked about trusting the process. That would be my plea to you, and that is to trust the process, because we're talking about something that people want to be able to use as a medicine. And we're hearing anecdotal reports that as a medicine, it's effective. The more that it's used that way, the more anecdotal reports that we hear that it's not effective. And I'm going to point you to a couple of different articles, again, both by the New York Times, which we all know is no bastion of conservatism, right? They are not on the anti-legalization bandwagon. If anything, they're on the other train, right? In the last week, they've published 2 articles. One is, as marijuana's use grows, so do the harms, right? They continue to advocate for legalization, but they do it after about 20 pages of discussion about the harms. And many of those harms are anecdotes in which folks are trying to self-medicate with marijuana, and the effects were horribly adverse. And their plea is, why didn't anybody tell us? Well, the reason is because that's not the narrative right now. The narrative is this is safe, it's harmless, we should legalize it, okay? The other is the real problem with legal weed in the New York Times Magazine. And I'll save you about 20 pages of reading. What even the New York Times is arguing is the real problem is it is an addictive substance. Let that sink in for a minute, because for years we have been told it's not addictive, right? It's harmless. But there are studies that are cited in here that talk about, and we're talking about Harvard, right? Not Bob's marijuana study. We're talking about Harvard Medical School finding that 30% of the people who regularly use marijuana suffer from what they call a use disorder. I think what for a long time we called addiction, okay, they're now calling a cannabis use disorder. 30% of the people who use regularly suffer from this addiction, okay? We are talking about giving the ability to for-profit corporations to sell an addictive substance to people, right? If you look around the world at the times that we have done that in the past, it hasn't worked out well. And we spent years battling back against the adverse ramifications. So that's why I take a little bit of an issue with the characterization that I think was implicit in one of your questions about alcohol. You know, do you have the same position in alcohol? My argument would be it's very different to prohibit something that's already legalized and regulated than to legalize and try to regulate something that's now illegal. That's a huge difference, right? At the end of the day, I submit to you that legalization doesn't do what the advocates say that it does. If we're trying to be compassionate to folks like veterans, to folks with terminal diseases, I believe our obligation is to trust the process. And the process means you study it, you figure out what works, and then you regulate it through the Food and Drug Administration. To me, attempts to legalize, whether it's by popular vote like happened in Oklahoma or through legislative action, that's just circumventing the process. So my plea to you, Representative Hotheisel, and the others would be, please do trust the process. But the process isn't in this big building. The process is medical science, research, and regulation. I'll be happy to stand for questions.
Representative Hotheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a ton of questions. Thank you, Director Matui, for being here today. And for your comments, and we can have a healthy, quick discussion here, I guess. First off, I do take a little bit of offense on your characterization that I'm being dishonest, not me individually, but individuals who are saying that they want to do this and crack down on drug trafficking. You referenced the money that we applied to crack down on fentanyl. You guys are doing a great job. That is a huge problem. Thank you so much for all your work on that. I was the one to make that motion, to put that money in the budget.
I'm sorry I gave you the impression that I was talking about you, Representative.
No, and I'm not saying me individually, but people that kind of want to see this. And I think your points on keeping this out of the hands of children is extremely valid. It's an extremely, extremely valid point. And I do see your point on alcohol as well. And it wasn't a, should we prohibit alcohol? That was just a general kind of question, like, are we against alcohol as well? You referenced Oregon and the recriminalization of drugs. I don't believe they did that to marijuana, though. I think it was fentanyl, meth, other things. I don't believe they recriminalized marijuana. Could you?
You're right, they haven't.
Okay.
My point there was to elaborate on my illustration that in states where you see increased access to marijuana, specifically legalization, if you have to look at the states where marijuana is legal, the fentanyl use rate is higher, the fentanyl overdose rate is higher, and the fentanyl death rate is higher than in states where marijuana is illegal.
You reference where marijuana is legal or legal marijuana. Are you referencing both medical and recreational? Okay, okay. I just want to get clarification on that. The FDA process, kind of the same question on that. If the FDA, it gets rescheduled, Schedule 3, FDA goes through the process, it's a pill form, it's capped potency, they do find a medical use or a medical need for it. Does that change the view of the KBI?
If I give you a short answer, can I
Please.
give you the long answer too?
You can give me both answers.
Okay.
Sir. I want your honest opinion on
Yeah,
this. 'Cause
my honest opinion is yes. But I think what's necessary for that debate is that we have to be able to listen to the experts. And so here's one of my frustrations with what's happening with this argument right now. When we looked at who would be appropriate witnesses to come testify both at this hearing and at the legislature, one of the things we found is the current administration is muzzling the DEA and the HIDTA directors. Okay, the folks who I believe are federal experts on drug trafficking and the ramifications of drug trafficking, those folks are being told by the current administration that they're not allowed to testify about this. And I believe that's because it doesn't fit this administration's agenda, right? And so I agree with you, we need to have frank debate, but that includes unmuzzling or taking the muzzles off the actual experts, and you can't keep people from testifying just because you don't agree with what they think the facts show. Right? So yeah, if the FDA studies it, believes that it's effective, implements it, and we have appropriate regulation, I would absolutely support it. But there's got to be a fair and open discussion about it.
And I agree with you 100%. If that is happening, it's 100% wrong.
Yeah.
And it shouldn't happen. I will point out, though, that the possible new administration, depending on next week's election, President Trump has also came out in favor of, and I'm not saying he would do and he would muzzle.
Let's move on to the next question if we can.
Okay. Yeah, just,
Senator Thompson, just because of time.
yep, you're good. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Don't we already have, I mean, we have a hemp law in place in Kansas, but there are some loopholes there. So wouldn't it make sense to focus on making sure that's correct before we ever expand into something greater?
Yeah, so we have a real frustration with our ability to deal with some of the products that are out there now. You know, right now there is a cap on the concentration levels. And so just so you're aware, we have a chemist up next. And I didn't want him to testify before me because then you would see how much smarter he is than I am. But he can answer the questions for you about the intricate details. We have real difficulty getting marijuana cases prosecuted right now. We get calls all the time from local officials saying, hey, I know that the products that they're selling in this store or that gas station are illegal. And we know that that's the case, right? They contain products that have more than the 0.3 cap. But right now, we can't get prosecutors to prosecute those cases. So I have to credit the Attorney General. We have had discussions with him about creative ways to go after some of these distributors, people who are knowingly selling illegal products that we can't get the local prosecutors to go after. And I'm not disparaging local prosecutors. These folks are operating with staffs that are half of what they're budgeted for, but in Kansas, you just can't find prosecutors right now. So it's not like they're, refusing to prosecute cases out of malice or ill will. They're not. They're just overburdened, and it's hard for them to justify prosecuting a marijuana case when they have so many, homicides or rapes, right? So this isn't disparaging of the prosecution community. It's just a fact that we can't get the local prosecutors to take these cases. And fortunately for us, the AG is working with us on coming up with ways that we can sort of creatively go after those distributors, maybe through forfeiture cases, for example.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any other questions, committee? Okay. Mr. Director, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the committee and Representative Hoheisel. I think you have my number, and I'll be happy to, we'll sit down sometime and go over all those questions. All right. Thank you all.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have Patrick Peruski, Laboratory Operations Manager for KBI. I did the last name improper, but if you'd state your name and what you are for the record, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir. My name is Patrick Porupski.
Is your microphone on up there too, light on?
Yes, the light's on. My name is Patrick Porupski. I'm a drug chemist and operations manager at the Kansas Bureau of Investigation. I appreciate the nice things that Director Mativi said about me. What I don't have going for me is I'm not near as articulate as Director Mativi is. And I'm also a science nerd. So we have slides today. So I appreciate your guys' time to discuss this today. You might be asking yourself, why is a KBI chemist here? I wanted to discuss statutes around marijuana, THC, hemp, and the difficulties it can cause some of our laboratories' customers. So our laboratories' customers are the citizens of Kansas, but who we work with on a day-to-day basis is mainly law enforcement and prosecutors, and we get a lot of questions around marijuana and hemp. And I want to bring all of those statutes to bear so that we can all discuss them. I want to say that there was a great overview that was done by the reviser at your guys' last meeting. I just want to delve deeper into a couple of these statutes. And then last, I want to be a technical resource for you all. There were some technical questions at your last meeting. So if you have technical questions about the science behind marijuana and the testing of it, I'm happy to be here today to discuss those questions. So specifically, the three things I want to talk about are hemp product definitions, and the exemptions to the Controlled Substance Act, unlawful hemp products, and last is some inconsistencies between the way that we number THC in our controlled substance laws in Chapter 65 and in our hemp laws in Chapter 2. So this is my disclaimer. I'm not an attorney. All the opinions you hear today are my own, not necessarily the opinions of the KBI, but I do have a lot of experience in chemistry. I've been a chemist at the KBI for almost 10 years. I've been doing seized drug analysis and working on special projects for the agency for that whole time. I have a real passion for the chemical subject matter in these statutes that we're going to discuss. So first, let's talk about hemp products, hemp, and the exemptions to the Controlled Substance Act around those two. So this is the marijuana definition from 654101. What I want to draw your attention to is the very last line there that's in bold, and this is the industrial hemp exemption from the marijuana law. It says industrial hemp is defined in KSA 2-3901 and amendments thereto when cultivated, produced, possessed, or used for activities authorized by the Commercial Industrial Hemp Act. So marijuana possession is not authorized in this unless it's something that's authorized in the Commercial Industrial Hemp Act. Next, to discuss THC definition. Again, there was a special exemption that was carved out for industrial hemp, solid waste products from the industrial hemp processing, and last, hemp products. So specifically for hemp products, it says, as defined in 2-3901 and amendments thereto, unless otherwise deemed unlawful pursuant to 2-3908. 2-3908 is the unlawful hemp product statute, which we'll talk about in a little bit. So it doesn't count by this exemption as a hemp product if it's specifically listed in that statute. So now if we go to Chapter 2, this is the definition of industrial hemp. All parts and varieties of the plant, Cannabis sativa, whether growing or not, that contain delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol concentration of not more than 0.3% on a dry weight basis. And then that statute goes on to define delta-8 THC concentration, means the combined percentage of delta-9 THC, its optical isomers, their salts, acids, salts of acids reported as free THC. This is an important thing to bring up as you're considering future legislation. This was crafted very carefully to match what's in the federal farm bill. In the federal farm bill, acids are included. And if you go into the federal farm bill to find how a state applies to have an active hemp program, it includes to consider the THC acid that's part of the total THC that's present. So to give you a quick explanation of what THC acid is, when the plant marijuana produces THC, it initially produces it in its acid form, and then with time and with heat, that carboxylic acid falls off. They call that decarboxylation, and then you have the THC molecule. So at the very beginning, in the initial Industrial Hemp Act, it was acknowledged that including that acid is important because all of that THC acid could become potential THC once it's heated and with time. The KBI does have a method for quantitating the amount of Delta-9 THC in plant materials, and it takes into account both the THC, the Delta-9 THC, and the THC acid. Hemp products. Hemp products definition also from Chapter 2 has a long list of different types of potential products. What I want to draw your attention to is this last sentence that says final hemp products may contain tetrahydrocannabinol concentration of not more than 0.3%. As used in this paragraph, tetrahydrocannabinol concentration means the same as KSA 65-6235. 62-35 is Claire and Lola's law, which came up in your guys' last meeting. This is the way that the THC concentration is defined in Claire and Lola's law. It means the combined percentage of tetrahydrocannabinol, its optical isomers, their salts of acids reported as free tetrahydrocannabinol on a percent by weight basis. The important thing I want to point out here is that this is a much more encompassing definition. This definition includes different THC isomers. It's not only Delta-9 THC. This would include the Delta-8 THC, this would include Delta-10 THC, all included into this definition because it's not exclusive for Delta-9 THC. Next, I want to bring up the unlawful hemp products. Again, like we spoke about before, hemp products are defined in 2-3901 unless otherwise deemed unlawful under this 2-3908 unlawful hemp products. So that unlawful hemp products include cigarettes, cigars, chews, teas, liquids, solids, or gases contained in industrial hemp for use in vaporizing devices. So unlawful hemp products includes any vaporizing devices, any extracts that would go into a vaporizing device. The next section there, F, says hemp products included for human consumption that contain ingredient derived from industrial hemp that is prohibited pursuant to the Kansas Food and Drugs Cosmetics Act. So this is part that causes a lot of confusion for prosecutors. To my knowledge, I haven't heard of any prosecutions around the Food, Drug, and Cosmetics Act when it has to do with hemp products. The FDA has come out with a really strong statement. They've sent out dozens of letters to hemp processors stating that the inclusion of THC and CBD in food products is a violation of the federal Food and Drugs Cosmetics Act. I have not heard any rulings on the Kansas Food, Drug, and Cosmetics Act itself, but that's something that has definitely caused some concerns for prosecutors. The next part of the unlawful hemp products includes industrial hemp buds, ground industrial hemp flower, and hemp leaf material. What I have to say is I apologize. As I was prepping for this testimony with you all today, I realized that this slide is out of date. This slide is from 2020 when I was presenting this to other chemists and to law enforcement. This got updated in 2021. So there's a fourth line that should be under ground industrial hemp leaf material that states any extract from industrial hemp with a Delta-9 THC concentration greater than 0.3% that will be further processed. The legislature approved this amendment back in 2021 to allow hemp processors to sell to other hemp processors to go into final hemp products that are greater than 0.3%. But what this portion of the statute says that it's unlawful to distribute hemp bud material, any of the other things listed, to anyone that's not a hemp processor. I know you will hear from a prosecutor later today, but one of the complications around this statute is that at the end of this statute, there's specific penalties for the distribution of unlawful hemp products. As we saw the THC definition before, it said that any hemp product that's listed in 2-3908 does not qualify for an exemption to the THC criminal statute, the criminal definition. But in this unlawful hemp product statute, there's specific penalties that are involved. And that we've gotten many calls from law enforcement and from prosecutors that causes them complications on how to charge these kind of items. Last, I want to discuss the THC numbering convention. If we look at the THC definition just one last time, you'll see that it doesn't say Delta 9 up here anywhere. You see that it says tetrahydrocannabidiol naturally contained in the plant of the genus Cannabis, as well as synthetic equivalents, the substance covered in the plant or in the resinous extracts of cannabis, synthetic substances derived, and their isomers with similar chemical structure and pharmacological activity, such as the following. So this isn't an exclusive list. This is just some examples of what categorizes as tetrahydrocannabinols. And then it says Delta 1, Delta 6, and Delta 3,4. And then the very last, parenthetically, in this definition, it says, since nomenclature of these substances is not internationally standardized, compounds of these structures, regardless of numerical designation of atomic positions, covered. So this is already covering all of the THC isomers because of that parenthetical statement. But what I want to explain to you is the difference in numbering that's used elsewhere in statute, and that might be something that you could think about in the future that would help state prosecutors. If we go back to Chapter 2, we can see that in Chapter 2, we're referring to it as Delta 9. Here's a graphical example of what we're talking about here. So that Delta 1, Delta 6, Delta 3, 4 was an old way of naming THC and naming what isomer we're talking about. That double bond at the top between the green 9 and the green 10, that is where that bond is in Delta 9 THC. And that's what that number next to the delta represents. Where is that bond? The structure down below is Delta 8 THC, where that second bond is between the green 8 and the green 9. So all of those things that were listed in the THC definition we're using what's called the monoterpenoid numbering system. Now, in modern discussions about THC, they use what's called the dibenzopyran numbering system. So Delta 1, as it's listed in statute, is what people commonly refer to as Delta 9. Delta 6, which is listed in statute, is what is commonly referred to as Delta 8. And Delta 3, 4, which is listed in statute, it's what's commonly referred to as 6A, 10A. So I really appreciate you all's time today. I'm glad that we were able to talk about these hemp laws and kind of some of the complications it can cause for both prosecutors and law enforcement. And I'm happy to stand for any questions you have about what was presented or any other technical questions that you have about the services we provide at the KBI laboratory.
Any questions, committee? Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today. I know very little about this product, but is there a waste product from the chemical process that has a higher THC level than what is legal?
The chemical process of making a product?
Right.
I'm not a good person to answer that question. The producers are all regulated by the Kansas Fire Marshal's Office. And so they have regulations in place of what to do when you have a concentrate that's over that 0.3%, if you have to dispose of it. But I don't know specifically off the top of my head.
One more question, sir. What does the fire marshal do with the product, the waste product?
It's defined in their regulations how it has to be disposed of. I remember it said something about in a non-retrievable form, but I don't know if they have specific requirements for like what form that takes.
Thank you.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here today. I had a question. It's a little bit more technical in nature, but how do you measure the THC concentration, and are there certain properties that are either included or excluded in that process of measuring?
Yes, sir. So at the KBI, we only have a method for quantitating vegetation, so plant samples. And so we use a technique called liquid chromatography, ultraviolet spectrophotometry, mass spectrometry to quantitate that. And so we're able to separate all of those different components that are in marijuana. We're able to separate out the different cannabinoids. And from the response on that instrument compared to a known standard, we're able to measure both the Delta 9 THC concentration and the THC acid concentration. And then to report that out on a report, It's actually the sum of those two, but the THC acid concentration is multiplied by 0.877 because when that decarboxylation happens, it loses about 13% of its mass. And so those are taken together to report a final concentration of THC.
Mr. Chairman, I had one follow-up, if I may. So does the administrative compliance, the testing of that, measure it in a consistent fashion, or do you have any opinion on that? I mean,
it measures in a consistent fashion as far as the analytical chemistry takes into account. If the plant's a living organism, so like if this was court, I could only testify to the portion that I tested. It's not evenly distributed totally through the plant or totally through any one portion of the plant. So we have to be very specific on our reports that we say it was the concentration in this portion that we tested. But our analytical test itself is very reproducible. It's based on the same method that's used by the Kansas Department of Agriculture. But the plant itself can have variety.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Kessler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, Patrick, thanks for being here today. So when you were talking about, you kind of lost me. You're moving really fast, and I appreciate being time conscious. But when you said you had the ability to test it and the concentration, were you just talking plant matter, or are you talking like products? Like, for instance, we have some low THC beverages on the market right now that are made from derivative from industrial hemp below 0.3%, but they're selling the final product at like 5 milligrams, 10 milligrams, 20 milligrams of THC. I mean, can you test for that product?
We could test qualitatively that THC was there. We don't have a quantitative test to measure for THC products. That's something that some laboratories have developed. That's not a test that we have developed yet, mainly because of this unlawful hemp statute that some of those hemp products are already considered unlawful. One of the difficulties around that kind of testing is there's such a variety of products, right? If there's drinks, if there's gummies, if there's chocolates. So to be able to develop a method that could extract the cannabinoids from any of those to make it in a suitable format for us to do our analysis, that's an analytical hurdle that we haven't gone down that path yet. But it is a testing that could be done in the future if there was a huge need in our state.
One quick question I'd like to ask, the 0.3% to 99%. How does that, can you take a lot of 0.3 that would equal a little of 99? How does that affect in the body? How do you decide that part of it?
Gosh, that's a great question. I can kind of just answer that question from not from a medical perspective, right? I'm not a medical doctor, but you could get a similar dose, right? So like Representative Kessler was mentioning those drinks, if those drinks have, say, a can of soda weighs about 350 grams. So you could have almost a whole gram of THC in that and still be less than 0.3%. And that would be enough THC to send you to the moon, 10 times. And so that low concentration doesn't always be equivalent to a low dose because of how much mass food material has. So yes, if you took a very small amount of 99%, you could get the same amount of THC as taking a lot of 0.3%.
Thank you. I think that's probably where we need to end that. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you for your time.
You bet. Okay, next we have Barry Grissom, Law Enforcement Action Partnership, and he's here via WebEx. Barry, are you there? Barry, can you hear me? How do we unmute it?
Just tell them John.
Barry, you need to unmute, please. Hey, Barry, you'll need to hold down your space bar as you talk, or need to unmute one or the other.
Thank you, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Can
There
you
we
hear me
go.
now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Chairman and Vice Chairman and members of the committee, I appreciate you giving me this opportunity to speak today. But before I start, I want to do a point of personal privilege. I had the great honor of working alongside Director Mativi when he was an assistant United States attorney, when I was the U.S. attorney from 2010 to 2016. Tony is an outstanding lawyer, and he's an even better person. I'm thrilled that he's a director. Uh, that all being said, I believe that we can still be intellectually honest and disagree with each other. Uh, I have a perspective at the federal level of prosecution, being the U.S. attorney. Uh, During the time that I held that position, Congress, in its wisdom, gave me $8.5 million for 1 year to run 3 offices, to pay 48 lawyers, 53 support staff. And we had to make decisions on where is the best use of those taxpayer dollars. What can we do to make our communities safer? My experience, he made reference to HIDTA, high intensity drug trafficking areas. Those fellows, great people, but they deal with more than just marijuana. They deal with fentanyl, they deal with cocaine, they deal with methamphetamine. So I think a lot of times their opinions get lost in that sea of drugs, if you will. And when we talk about marijuana, it's really on the very, very low end of what they're going after. Because right now, as we all know, there is a fentanyl scourge in this country. And that's where I would suggest the majority of the resources for law enforcement be placed. You know, since leaving the U.S. Attorney's Office, I've spoken out on this issue a number of occasions. And I always have to say this, and I really shouldn't, but I always do. I don't use cannabis. I don't want to use cannabis. But I'm an adult. And if I want to use cannabis in my home, keeping out of the reach of my children, same way I do alcohol, I don't put bottles of vodka on a kitchen table and expect that my 17-year-old grandson might not pick it up and run off with his buddies. That's just being irresponsible. But as a responsible adult, I should not suffer the possibility of having my liberty taken away by being arrested. I should not suffer the indignity of having my property seized because I had cannabis in my car. That happens on a fairly regular basis, whether you believe it or not, because I represent a lot of those folks who get stopped and they do have their cars seized and they may just have very small amounts. But nevertheless, that happens. As Kansans, I believe we can make our own decisions. We do not need to live in a nanny state. I think this is a unique opportunity for the Kansas legislature to face something. Tony used the word of being high on the beach. Well, I submit there is no beach. If somebody wants to use cannabis in our state, they're going to go to Oklahoma, they're going to go to Colorado, or they're going to go to Missouri. And then they are going to run those criminal risk of coming back into our state. I think it is incumbent upon this committee, on our legislature, to pass meaningful legislation that has regulations in there, just like we do with alcohol. We don't allow people to manufacture alcohol in their backyard and sell it. If they did, that's a violation of the law. Just like we shouldn't allow someone to grow marijuana in the backyard and sell it. That should be a violation of the law. But it should be regulated. The potency of it should be regulated. The young man who spoke earlier before, God bless him, Mr. Davison, he should be commended for overcoming his addiction. Marijuana on its own, if it is, quote, addictive, that is someone who has an addictive personality. That same person probably started drinking beer before they started marijuana. I would submit to you that, Tony said something about if you talk to an addict, they'll talk about their first they used marijuana somewhere along the line. If you ask the next question, did you drink beer? Does that make you an alcoholic? Of course it doesn't. If I want to smoke cigarettes, I read the label on the side. As an adult, I know I take the chance that might affect my health. Just like I know if I go out and drink alcohol, it might make me an alcoholic, but it will not necessarily make me an alcoholic. And if it affects my health, that's on me. So when we start trying to say, kind of reverse psychology on that, I have an intellectually honest disagreement with my good friend. As far as keeping kids safe, let's keep kids safe like we keep them safe from alcohol. What is the difference? There isn't any. We don't sell alcohol to children. We should not sell cannabis to children. We should wait till any individual is an adult so that he or she can make their own decision. I just
Mr.
wanted to give
Grisham,
you-
we're
Yes.
going to have to get wrapping up here, so we're
Okay.
behind time.
Okay, I'm sorry I didn't bring my slides with me, but just a couple things. I've had the opportunity to represent a young man who did at least 2 deployments. Now, I know Tony was talked earlier about the military. I will tell you, this person suffered from severe PTSD, but he loved his job, which is keeping you and me safe. And he got stopped coming back from Colorado. And were it not for the fact that we had a prosecutor who privately agrees with me that this is really wrong public policy, we were able to make that young man's case be dismissed. Had it not, it ran the risk of him losing all of his veteran administration. The very things that he fought for to keep us safe, now our government was going to be turning around on him and depriving him of those things. So I ask you to keep in mind what I believe is good Kansas common sense, that we are Kansans. We can make our own decisions. We don't live in a nanny state. That if I don't want to use marijuana in medical form or otherwise, that should be my choice. But I respect this committee for taking this very serious matter up. And I would encourage you to read my written comments. And I want to thank you for allowing me to appear today.
Okay, we're going to take one question. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Grissom, for being here. I just have one question. Do you still work for Electrum LLC or Electrum Partners LLC?
No, sir, I have not worked for them for almost 4 years now. I was general counsel with them out of Nevada after I left the Polsinelli law firm. But no, sir, I have no ties with them any longer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Grisham, thank you for your presentation very much and your time today. So we're moving on now to the physicians and healthcare professionals. Got a Dr. Elizabeth Struth, International Academy on the Science and Impact of Cannabis. This one is WebEx. So doctor, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can, and welcome to committee.
Thank you very much, Chairman Fagan and the committee. I really appreciate the opportunity to testify. My name is Elizabeth Stout. I am a board-certified psychiatrist in Colorado, and I've been working in the behavioral health field since 1990. I was privileged to be the medical director of a 90-day inpatient treatment program funded by the state of Colorado for 20 years. And this is where I learned and was educated about the problems we have in Colorado with the commercialization of marijuana, which really started with medical marijuana. And medical marijuana, I want to say, has become somewhat of a farce because of the really high potency products that have no research behind them. I am on the board of ISAC, which is the International Academy on the Science and Impacts of Cannabis. This is a nonprofit organization of doctors attempting to educate other doctors and other people on the consequences we are seeing with cannabis, especially the high potency products. The program that I ran in Colorado was mandated to treat those who have failed everything else. And 80% of them were there as a condition of probation. And the program was extremely effective. However, I started seeing problems in 2014, and this is when we opened the doors for recreational marijuana. And then the problems got worse in 2015 when we got a law passed that allowed people on probation to use medical marijuana if they had a doctor recommending it. And it's extremely easy to get a medical marijuana card in Colorado, and people would flock to get that. And so we started seeing worse and worse problems in my program. I had 80% successfully completing the program for like 10 years, and that dropped to almost 50%. because people were having significant cognitive problems, and I started seeing problems that I had never seen before, like the worst psychosis, the worst fixed delusions I had seen, worse than stuff like methamphetamine. So this really got me looking into why this was the problem, and that's where I really realized that it's because these people were using these high potency products, like they're dabbing wax or shatter, they're vaping high potency hash oil, and this is why we were seeing these problems. This is a dual diagnosis program, meaning the people had to have a substance use problem as well as a mental health problem. And the number one diagnosis that we were treating was post-traumatic stress disorder. So I have a great deal of experience treating with this disorder. I'm sure there are veterans today testifying that marijuana has helped their PTSD symptoms, but I'm here to tell you it is not the solution for the treatment of PTSD and can actually worsen outcomes. While many people do find that cannabis seems to initially help their PTSD symptoms, it does this providing temporary relief. It numbs the person and it disconnects them from the traumatic emotions so they don't feel the intrusive thoughts or the flashbacks. However, in order to keep the symptoms at bay, they have to use, usually every day, often multiple times a day, which then sets them up for the significant consequences we have seen associated with daily cannabis use, such as cannabis use disorder, which is basically addiction to cannabis, psychotic symptoms, cognitive problems, suicidal ideation, worsening depression, anxiety, and cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome. Well, the THC in the plant and in the products prior to all this commercialization, back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, THC was less than 2 to 3%, and it was not considered addictive. However, we now have the average in the plant is 20%, and the concentrates average around 69%, and these products are extremely addictive. In fact, most studies now show that of the people who use cannabis regularly, 30% have cannabis use disorder. There have not really been any high-quality, randomized controlled studies demonstrating that medical cannabis treats PTSD. In fact, the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs and the Department of Defense recently released their recommendations for the clinical practice guidelines for the management of post-traumatic stress disorder and acute stress disorder. These guidelines recommend the use of specific manualized psychotherapies and over any pharmacotherapy, and they strongly recommend against the use of any benzodiazepines, cannabis, or cannabis-derived products. While many veterans do report anecdotal benefit from cannabis, there have been an increasing number of studies showing that cannabis can worsen PTSD over time and result in increasing cannabis use disorder, psychosis, suicidal ideation attempts, and violence. There are multiple studies. I just have and put in my written report a few of those studies, and I just point out that most of them are on great number of veterans. The first one that was done back in 2015 was over 2,000 veterans who were treated in VA PTSD treatment programs. These are multiple programs that are around the country that are 30 days long. So people are in that program, inpatient, and then they followed them for 4 months after that treatment. And they found the people that never used marijuana had pretty good effect from that treatment. The ones who had the best outcomes were the people who had been using marijuana before they went to that program, and then they quit and never went back. They had the best outcomes. But the people who went back to using marijuana after that treatment program had the highest incidence of violent behavior, alcohol use, and PTSD symptoms 4 months later. Then another very large study out of the VA, over 4,000 veterans, found that the veterans who used cannabis frequently were much more likely to have problems with major depressive disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, suicidal ideation. There was also problems with cognition noted. Then there was a study of over 3,000 veterans looking at the fact that cannabis use disorder, which is really exacerbated by this high potency THC, was strongly associated with current suicidal ideation and suicide attempts. And this was this was actually a really good study that controlled for pretty much everything that can contribute to suicide. And then a really very interesting study looking at over 500 veterans who were not engaged in treatment at all. We're looking at their use of alcohol, opiates, and marijuana over the past 30 days and how this affected their PTSD symptoms. And what they found was, surprisingly, neither past 30-day heavy alcohol use or opiate use predicted an increase in suicidal ideation or suicide behavior. However, marijuana use significantly predicted an increase in suicidal ideation 1 month later. And then they found that it continued over the next 12 months to have a result in increased suicidal ideation and worsening PTSD symptoms. And so basically their recommendation was that when providers are working with veterans who have a high risk for suicide, they should strongly consider not recommending any kind of marijuana product to be used. I just want to point out there are extremely effective treatments available for post-traumatic stress disorder, which can actually eliminate the symptoms and the diagnosis. And they are actually much more effective when people quit using marijuana. I think it's imperative that treatment providers educate their patients with PTSD and follow the science when recommending treatment options. They really need to understand that there are many, many drug-drug interactions with cannabis that can negatively impact the action of other prescribed medications. And there's also a really lot of literature out there supporting the fact that regular cannabis use can negatively affect the sleep architecture. Many people are using it to help them sleep. And yes, it's like benzodiazepines. It does help you fall asleep. But when used regularly, it can really negatively affect sleep architecture, which makes it very difficult to recover from trauma. This concludes my testimony at this point. I'm very happy to stand for any questions that the committee might have regarding anything that I discussed.
Thank you, Doctor. Committee, any questions at this point? Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Doctor. So what I'm hearing is with regard to, say, sleep or something like that, would it interfere with melatonin or other natural body processes that, give you, or any other processes that give you a kind of a euphoric? At first, you talked about the anecdotal potential benefits from people who start using it. Is it just that over time they have to titrate up to receive the same type benefits? If you could speak to that, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, there is a great deal of literature looking at the science of sleep and how it affects trauma. And basically, the way we avoid getting post-traumatic sleep stress disorder is sleeping after a trauma. And you have to go through all of the stages of sleep. And what marijuana does, just like all of the other addictive sleep medications like benzodiazepines or even alcohol, is they put people into stage 1, 2 sleep. So they help people fall asleep. But once they are used regularly, it starts affecting the stages of sleep that are most important for memory consolidation and digestion of your memories. And so these are stage 3, 4 sleep and REM sleep. And so addictive drugs, which include THC, actually diminish 3, 4 sleep and can eliminate it and diminish REM so that people cannot actually have really quality sleep and they don't digest their memories and the memories get stuck in their brain. And this is why there are many treatments out there that are manualized treatments where you have to have a therapist working with you that can get past this. But that's why I say it only works really well if the person is not using these addictive substances. And this is why the VA learned this the hard way with benzodiazepines. When people were coming back from Iraq and Afghanistan, they were given a lot of benzodiazepines, which really disrupted sleep, architecture, and really made people worse. And we are now seeing the exact same thing with THC. And the higher the potency, the worse it is on the effect.
One quick follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
So would that affect dopamine, pleasure receptors and things in the brain as well?
Well, this is a little different, but yes, dopamine is a part of the whole thing because all of the addictive drugs work through the dopamine effect. Dopamine is basically the salient factor in your brain that says, this is really important, we should remember to do this again. And so it does affect learning and memory, and that's why people become very dependent on it, because the other thing that happens with chronic use of an addictive substance, which includes THC, is it actually causes reduction in neurogenesis in the hippocampus and shrinks the hippocampus. So it's difficult to learn new things when somebody is actively using. And so what people tend to remember is only the first time. And that's why they're always seeking the first time, because they had a great experience with it the first couple times, and then it starts having diminished effect.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Okay, if not, Doctor, thank you for being here today. Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Next on the list, we have Greg Hennon, Executive Director for 4 County Mental Health Center. Greg, welcome to committee. Thank you for taking time.
We serve Chautauqua, Cowley, Elk, Montgomery, and Wilson counties, about 86,000 covered lives across our catchment area, and we have approximately 6,800 active patients at any given time. So we have a pretty deep penetration into our population in terms of who we provide care to. In representing a behavioral health care agency that operates a long-standing both mental health and substance use disorder treatment programs, I appreciate the opportunity to be here and just share my perspective of what I've seen over the course of the time that I've been with the agency and been a treating therapist. I note in my testimony that about 36 years in my career with 4 County Mental Health Center, 15 of those as a direct care provider. As a licensed therapist, I work with individuals across the developmental lifespan, so from early childhood to geriatric, and certainly encountered a lot because I provide treatment in office and in homes, so you see a lot of different things when you're in those different settings. But I've been able to have direct witness to the impact of substance use on individuals' functioning, their emotional well-being, and certainly their decision-making. So based upon that background, I'd like to just share a little bit of information and some observations as this committee and potentially the legislature as a whole considers addressing the issue of medical marijuana. First, I do think it's important to recognize that there's extensive medical research that identifies 10 disease processes or conditions that do in fact benefit from medical marijuana. Okay, there are 10 conditions. Mayo Clinic has them pretty well articulated out, and I listed those in my testimony. There's Alzheimer's and ALS and HIV, AIDS, Crohn's disease, epilepsy and seizures. I mean, there's some significant situations that, that can benefit from this. Not the only course of treatment for those conditions, but there are 10 legitimate conditions of the human existence that pharmacology can have some benefit. But again, as a behavioral health provider, I think it's important to be well versed on the challenges and risks associated with marijuana as a treatment modality for those conditions. And there's an article at the bottom of the first page that I cite that talks about probably my greatest concern when we're talking about marijuana. And that is that the use of that chemical can precipitate the onset of serious mental illness up to 10 years earlier in someone's life than had they never used it. Now, if you look at some severe and persistent mental illnesses, whether that's schizophrenia or a major depression or a bipolar illness, oftentimes those are genetic and they're in family lines, just like diabetes may be in a family line. Now, you can do some things if diabetes is in your family that will help you not develop that condition, or you can do some things that may exacerbate that and it'll actually draw that predisposition you have out and you will develop diabetes. Well, the same is true for mental illnesses. And marijuana is one of those things that can end up drawing that out. Now, why the early onset is important is, let's say we're talking about schizophrenia. Late adolescence to very early adulthood, maybe between 17, 18, 19, and age 32, 33, if you don't develop a psychotic illness in that window of time during your development, you're probably not going to get it, at least not unless there is a tumor that presses on your brain and creates some dysfunction like that. But that's when the onset of that illness shows up, if it's going to. The other thing that's important about that is when we're providing treatment to someone who has their first episode of psychosis, let's say a 27-year-old, they're functioning normally without that disease affecting their life until they're 27. So what's happened? During that time, they have graduated high school, gone to college, established a career, they have a full-time job, they may have started a family, they get to be 27, and this genetic predisposition starts to manifest itself. Well, we know from all of the treatment approaches for schizophrenia that if we catch that early, and it's a late onset like that where someone's premorbid level of functioning is as high as that individual I just described, we can restore them to, let's say, 85% of their pre-disease functioning. Now let's introduce marijuana into that person's life during their teen years, and that disease process starts at age 17 instead of age 27. Their premorbid level of functioning is not established. They haven't gotten their education, they do not have their career, they haven't established a family. 85% of a 17-year-old is not as functional in our society as 85% of a 27-year-old. And we have to be very careful about what we, make available to individuals in our society when mental illness can be exacerbated to those kinds of degrees and limiting the treatment and the relief from that disease that we can provide. One of the things that probably concerns me the most, and the doctor from Colorado spoke to this, is the impact that THC can have on other medications, other medically prescribed. I cite a couple of studies there where cannabis lowers the effectiveness of psychotherapeutic medications. So whether that's going to be the antipsychotic, it's going to be the antidepressant, it's going to be the anti-anxiety, the things that we keep people out of state hospitals for, we keep them functioning so we have a robust workforce, that all gets compromised when they have THC on board and it affects the medications they're taking. A lot of health concerns. Marijuana have 25% more likely chance of needing an emergency care or hospitalization. We have Clean Air Acts that say you can't smoke cigarettes in public places, yet marijuana will produce 30 times the tar that a cigarette will. So there's some real, conflicts or inconsistencies as we consider the use of that. And my interest in testifying today is just to highlight the incredible importance of effective regulation. There may very well be a place for medical marijuana, but how we regulate that is critical. Again, the doctor from Colorado, I think, spoke very well to this. What a lot of people don't understand is that THC metabolizes in fat. It doesn't metabolize in water. So if you take alcohol or cocaine or heroin, it's going to metabolize through your body pretty fast and it's through your water system. THC goes straight to fat cells and it adheres to that. Your brain is the largest collection of fat cells you've got, okay? So when you use marijuana, THC adheres to the outside of your brain cells and it metabolizes very slowly. Doesn't have a half-life of 2 or 3 or 5 hours like a lot of those other drugs. It'll be in there for 5 days before half of it metabolizes out. You use twice a week, what starts to happen? You start to stockpile that insulation on your brain cell, and your brain cell does not function as well as it's supposed to, and that affects sleep and motivation. And if you smoke more than once a week for several weeks in a row, I don't know how many of you saw Fast Times at Ridgemont High and remember Jeff Spicoli, but that character in that movie had a motivational syndrome, and he was completely stoned all the time, but he had no motivation to do anything different. And that is a function of THC impacting the brain chemistry and really coating the brain cells so that they don't fire correctly. So dosage becomes very important. And again, the doctor from Colorado, I thought, spoke very eloquently to that. The research that I have shared in my testimony and at other times is government-sponsored research, and the government uses marijuana that has 3 and 4% THC in it. So the negative effects that you're seeing in the research are based upon really bad marijuana that you get beat up for if you sold that on the streets. The high-potency research, high-potency marijuana, they're using 10% THC. And you heard testimony just a few minutes ago that 20 and 30% is awfully common, up to 69%. I hadn't heard that before. That's a little frightening. But that's going to really exacerbate some problems that we have not seen in the research but are very real. Oklahoma is a medical marijuana state. My counties border the Oklahoma line, so I drive down into Oklahoma. And one of the things that I noticed right away is as a medical marijuana state, and medical marijuana treats 10 conditions, retail pharmacies provide medication for 100% of the human conditions that require pharmacology. You drive down the street of Bartlesville, Oklahoma, there are way more dispensaries than there are retail pharmacies. Math doesn't work. Under the guise of medical marijuana, when you have ingestible and inhalable products, you don't control the dosage, you don't have good control of whatever frequency that person uses that. And if it's truly just a medical issue, why are they outpacing retail pharmacies in their presence? There's a flaw in the slaw somewhere there when I do the math. And then you look at the dispensaries' names. Utokum, Hokey Wonderland, the Jive Dispensary, Evermore Exotics, Dank Bank, Master of Buds, Flathead Med. Is that where you guys go for your health care? Doesn't sound like a healthcare organization to me. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here and the committee's willingness to take this on. It is not an easy subject. Like I said, there's probably a place medically for that. I think you need to listen to the physicians that are working in the field and see the impact. Pay attention to the research. The general public is not research-oriented. They don't understand the neurology. The physicians do. The dosage control is critical. And I've worked in the mental health field. I serve on our local school board. My wife has been a school teacher. She's retired now. In all of those areas, served on the Juvenile Correction Advisory Board, and all those areas that I kind of keep my thumb on the pulse of our community, the biggest challenges we have for kids and their families are surrounding substance use issues. And I just don't want to see that exacerbated in Kansas. So anything that you can do to take care of people medically if that's what they need, but be pretty cautious about how free and easy that is for people to access if they don't have one of those 10 conditions and a physician tightly controlling the dosage that they're receiving.
Okay, ready for questions? Representative Holdheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make this quick. Thank you for being here today. And I agree with a lot of your testimony, especially with the conditions and the narrowness that this needs to be, but that there could be a health benefit. You said, and I don't know if this was just an offhand comment, but you said that marijuana, inhaling marijuana is 30 times more tar than cigarettes. Can you cite a source on that? Because I cannot find anything above 4 times more on the internet right now. So if you have a source, I'd love to take a look at that.
Okay, I'll get that.
Okay, I appreciate that to you. And I do want to point out that it may, 30 times it gets rough, but I'm going to go with the 4 because that's what I have in front of me now. The 4 times more than cigarettes. Hate to do this, but somebody that's important to me smokes a pack of cigarettes a day. It is not a good thing. I don't encourage it. But with marijuana, they're not smoking 30 marijuana joints a day. Right. So even if it's 4 times more, it's still, because you're smoking cigarettes over and over, especially if you're addicted. So I did want to point that out. But I think that makes an excellent point, though, why, we should kind of look more towards the edible or that kind of format where we can control and stuff like that. But thank you so much for being here. Yeah, if you have that link, I'd love to take a look at it. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Greg, for being here. Of these 10 conditions that you say marijuana could help, is there a recommended dosage? And I think you tried to, or you spoke of that, but is there a recommended dosage for the patients in those 10 instances?
That's out of my scope. I don't know. I'm sure there is, but I couldn't speak to that because each condition would require a different dose, I would imagine, and each person with that condition would also, just like any other medication that would be prescribed.
And if we were talking about dosage, the person's size, does it make a difference?
Sure.
As far as how much they would be recommended to be taking?
Right.
And is there anyone that has that data today that says this is what it should be?
I'm not aware off the top of my head, but again, the physician that spoke out of Colorado, I would be interested to hear hers or others' feedback on that. If I can sidebar for just a second, I went to Colorado skiing with my kids during spring break one year, and it was a medical marijuana state. And my wife and her sister were walking down the street of Breckenridge, going just shop to shop and shopping at whatever was the next store in line. And they walked into the next building, and they didn't know what they walked into, but it was a dispensary, a medical marijuana dispensary. There's bongs and marijuana in the glass cabinets. And a doctor stepped out from behind the counter and said, "Have you been skiing? Are your muscles sore? I think I could write you a prescription for that." And that doesn't control dosage, right? and those are the kinds of things that I hope we can avoid in Kansas. What I see in Oklahoma, what I've heard from out of Colorado.
Didn't see skiing on your list of.
Right. Yes. The sore muscle from skiing was not one of the 10 conditions.
Well, thank you,
Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for being here today, Greg. I appreciate it. And just kind of follow up on Senator Alley's line of questioning here. What I think I hear you say is that because you had it in your testimony about effective pharmacology is essential in patient care.
Yes.
So with regard to these 10 conditions, this has to be tightly controlled. We can't be guessing. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, that is my opinion.
And then with regard to, I think what's important that often is overlooked, and you're probably seeing it in Southeast Kansas or when you go down into Oklahoma, the workforce issues are huge.
Very much so.
The more people we have on this stuff, and some of these small communities, I don't know if you have evidence or anecdotal evidence, are you having even a harder time finding people work?
Well, we do pre-employment drug screens, and we do turn people away because they have THC in their system, amongst other things as well. Probably where my anxiety comes from, where we're talking about workforces, I run a healthcare organization, and I want people to be at the top of their game and making sharp decisions. I don't want them to be foggy in any way. And Dr. John Olms, back in the 90s, again, using government-grown and poor-quality marijuana, did research, and it showed that what his research was with airline pilots. And he would have airline pilots land a plane, a simulator, okay? And they'd land this jet a number of times, completely sober, and see how close they could put the front wheel of that airplane on the line that runs down the middle of the runway. And they measured the accuracy. Then they got the pilots stoned on 3% marijuana, 3% THC, had them land the plane, and they found that the pilots couldn't hit the line in the middle of the runway the way they were before. They were off by X number of inches or feet. And all of the pilots said, I would never fly under that condition. I could tell I was high. I would never do that. So then they had them land the simulator the next day, 3 days later, 5 days later, 7 days later. After the first day, after the high wore off, 5, 6 hours, the pilots also reported, I was fine, I would fly. But they were still missing the middle of the runway by just as far on day 5 as they were during the time that they were actively high. And having THC adhering to the brain cells and working as an insulator, impeding that electrical conductation, was affecting their reflexes and their fine motor skill. So they weren't flying as well as they were, even though they thought they were doing just fine. And I tell you that story because part of my organization, we run non-emergency medical transportation. So I have a fleet of 40 vehicles that are large shuttles that are handicap accessible, and we transport wheelchair-assisted individuals. I don't want my drivers to have their reflexes dulled and to have their response time diminished when I'm doing transportation.
Very interesting. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Last question goes to Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today. There's been a lot of talk about cannabis-induced psychosis. Can you tell me, do you happen to know the rate at which that occurs? I've been kind of looking around. I have access to the KU library, thankfully, so I can look at some of those peer-reviewed articles. And I found one that says it's as low as 0.5%. But it sounds like you're telling us that it's much more than that. Can you tell me
Well,
why?
it depends on what you're talking about. When you talk about cannabis-induced psychosis, it could be due to the overdose. Again, the physician from Colorado spoke to that. If people are overdosing on that or have so much in their system, it creates that psychosis. What I was referencing earlier was the precipitation of a psychosis disease process that the person was genetically predisposed to. So if you look at the psychosis I was referencing, you're looking at 1 to 3% incident rate in the population. If you're looking at can someone become psychotic because they put a chemical in their body, depends on the chemical, but yes, that can happen with frequency. I have probably a jaded perception of that because guess who they come to when that happens?
Sure.
Me. So I see more coming through the door than just the general population.
So to follow up on that a bit, if I may, thank you, Mr. Chair. So in addition to that, in the article that I was looking through, it sounded like most of the individuals who were experiencing issues with psychosis, as you said, maybe had other precipitating factors. And it looks as though the leading precipitating factor would be severe and persistent mental illness. Would you say that that would be your experience as well? This is an article from 2024, by the way.
Yeah. No, that probably wouldn't be our experience at the center. That there are dual diagnosis conditions, but it's kind of a chicken and the egg kind of thing. I don't know that would be my experience, though.
Thank you. And just to follow up, my concern with that is that I greatly appreciate your testimony, especially from the mental health perspective. But I think that my concern is that we are making a lot of assumptions based on prior studies and evidence. As new research comes out, however, we are able to see the correlations and the non-correlations between the psychosis that you've been referencing previously and then also cannabis-induced psychosis. So I just wanted to make that point and make sure that we discuss that openly as well.
Executive Director, thank you for your testimony here. And I think that will do it. Thank you.
Appreciate the work you guys are doing. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Kristen Rigby with Block Pharmacy, Utah, that's on WebEx. Kristen, thank you for your time and being here.
No problem. Thanks for having me. So just a little background. I've been a pharmacist for over 25 years. I am here in Utah as part of a medical program. I am glad we are a medical program based on a lot of what you've heard. For here, we have certain medical states that you have to be approved. A patient has to meet with a provider to get their medical card. And one of the things that I really like about our state, after they've received their card, they have to sit down with a pharmacist before they can purchase. So here at my pharmacy, I block out at least a 30-minute window. We have a little buffer time, but we're able to sit down with patients and explain to them how the different product works, how you take them. We go over cannabinoids, terpenes, so that we can find better products that are actually going to work for what patients should take. For me, that is really important for a lot of reasons. We are surrounded by numerous states that are recreational. And I have seen a lot of patients that have gone out of state and they walk in and they aren't educated and they take too much, have a bad experience. And one might be scared to ever take it again because it was so bad. But here, like I said, we make sure people are educated. The other reason why, unfortunately, a lot of patients have found the benefits and they're going to use it. So here, everything has to be tested. Everything has gone through a third-party testing. The products we know are safe. So that's really important for me from a pharmacist standpoint. We see, so I have some different notes because there's a lot of things that the last gentleman mentioned that I'm glad to say here in our, one thing, there's only 15 pharmacies here. The state is very regulated. We don't use the word dispensary. In fact, we're not allowed to. It is a pharmacy. But there's only 15, so they're not on every corner. And it is not as easy to, you can't just walk in and get a medical card. You do have to sit down with the provider first and then sit down with the pharmacist before you can purchase. But I have seen over the years, I've been doing this about 3.5 years now, a lot of patients, and I'll be the first to admit, I don't like when anybody says anything's the wonder, drug, miracle drug. It doesn't work for everyone, but I have seen a lot of patients that have found relief from this when they haven't found any other pharmaceutical relief for whatever condition it might be that they're treating, whether it's, pain or tremors or whatever it might be. So I'm one of those. Well, kind of one of those. I am just to give you a background on me, I'm a rule follower. If you're not supposed to do it, I didn't do it. I never touched this growing up. In fact, I chose to go back and get my master's in medicinal cannabis. It's a program offered by the University of Maryland. It's a 2-year out of, you can do online mostly. But for me, I didn't know a lot about cannabis. And when I had a lot of friends that were pharmacists doing this, I kind of got my hands on everything I could read, watched all the documentaries I could, but just still felt like I needed a lot more education. So I chose to get my master's, which I'm glad I did because I learned a lot. But I didn't use it growing up, and I have severe degenerative disc disease. I don't love pain meds, and thankfully. And for me, I just had my neck fused about 1.5 years ago, and I could not sleep from the pain. I was trying to sleep on a couch, in a chair, and it was so intense. If I took a pain pill, I could get halfway through the night, but I woke up needing it again. Versus this, I took half of a 10 milligram edible and was able to sleep through the night, which is important for our physical, mental, emotional health. Sleep is just important. But so, like I said, I'm kind of a rule follower. Didn't ever grow up using it, but I do see them. I have personally been able to see the medicinal and beneficial side of it. I am on the side of, I agree, less is more. We teach our patients that all the time. There are studies that show if you can stay in the lower range, 10 milligrams and lower, you don't have to keep increasing. But I do also have a lot of hospice patients that I see that find better benefits, longer benefits from this than, pain meds without as many side effects. Here in Utah, it isn't just something you can walk in and get. And even, for instance, if you aren't as mobile and you need help, you have to be registered as a caregiver to pick up for someone else. So in other words, my husband, my kids, they can't come in and just pick this up. They have to, and I have adult children, someone would have to be registered as a caregiver to be able to do that. Anyone who works here has to be registered with the state. We call them pharmacy agents, but there's an extensive process just for that. Sorry, I'm kind of looking at some of my notes. There is a state limit, so you aren't able to just buy as much as you want. And a provider can put even a more strict limit if they are concerned about how much someone is using or what they're using. They can limit what products the patient is allowed to buy, and they can limit how much they can buy. Going back to some of the names of the pharmacy that last gentleman was mentioning, here in Utah, that is not allowable. They have very specific laws on targeted marketing. We cannot market to anyone other than patients. So in other words, like basically people who coming in. It can't just be, we can't have things in magazines or on billboards. It's very regulated. It is regulated to the point of the names. They have certain colors. You are only allowed, for instance, with packaging. There can't be, which I'm 100% in support of. You can't have any kind of like cartoon figures, or you can only use 3 colors. It cannot be, it has to be childproof, obviously child resistant, I should say. And it can't be anything that looks enticing to a child, which is really important. But yeah, we all of our pharmacies are, I work for Block Pharmacy. We have, Beehive Pharmacy. We have the flower shop. So there's nothing that's really, in fact, like I said, the state's very strict on there can't be anything regarding, in fact, we use the term cannabis, so they don't use the term marijuana. They don't use smoking. Here in Utah, you're not allowed to smoke it. It has to be vaporized. So
Kristen, are you still there? I didn't cut her off, folks. While we're waiting on this for a second, I wanted to make sure that people understood that Senator Holscher and Senator Peterson is on WebEx. So even though they're not here, they're there. So anytime they have a question, they'll be coming in that way. Senator Thompson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wondered if Kristen could supply us with written testimony. Regardless, I'm just would like to see some kind of written testimony from her. So in the future, we can review that. That's just my request, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
I'd like to give it some recognition for who's supplying the breakfast and snacks. The Kansas Cannabis Coalition, Kansas Justice Coalition, Kansas Cannabis Chamber of Commerce, and we'd like to thank you for that. So with what you see outside providing for the committee. I think what we can do is we'll come back to that if they get that set up. Give her a couple minutes. So in the
hello?
yes.
Sorry about that. I don't know if, I'm just at work on my Wi-Fi, so I apologize.
We're kind of running
The
Hine,
last part you might
too,
have heard.
Christian.
So I'm not sure, did you hear me finish on the targeted marketing and kind of the products how it can be?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm trying to look at one of the other things, like here in Utah, like I said, it's a very restricted access. It's not anybody. In fact, if we don't sadly allow visitors, we do allow visitors for the consult, because the more people we can educate, the better. But when you come through the pharmacy, you have to have a medical card and you have to have a government ID to get in the pharmacy. We don't just allow anyone to come in and shop or purchase. I don't like the word. And the other thing I was just going to mention is I do believe we need a lot more studies, but I do have a lot of professionals. I have lawyers, teachers, nurses. I have a lot of people with very, important careers that use this. It is, I do believe, like I said, it's important to be regulated. I do think we do need to educate people on the proper use. Like for instance, when I go back to me, was 99.9% just at bedtime so I could sleep due to the pain. But there are plenty of things like topicals that I think are super love for the daytime that don't even get into your blood that we can use. So as I was saying, I think that it's a lot about educating patients and making sure they're using it properly.
Okay, Kristen, we've got a couple questions here. Senator Alley, did you have one?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chris, for being here. A couple things. I noticed I can't hardly see your certificate on the wall there, but you're a pharmacy. Oh. Yeah, that's okay. You're a pharmacist, is that correct?
I am.
In your pharmacy, do you sell anything other than cannabis?
We do not. In Utah, it is separate.
Okay. Do you have any type of idea with what, I'll get my note back here, drug interaction with any other drug in cannabis? Do you have any information on that?
So we tell patients, so that I got more from my master's program. Like I said, it was University of Maryland Medicinal Cannabis Science and Therapeutics. So yes, CBD is probably worse than THC. It can affect the metabolism of medications. The main one that we actually see that you should not use is an organ transplant drug. I only have 2 patients that are on that, and then they are restricted to an inhaled medication because obviously we don't want to mess with levels and we don't want to mess with anything that might interfere with someone who's had an organ transplant. But yes, it is possible you can wind up with a little more of a drug in your system or a little less. I have not had any patients that I have not seen in my practice any issues with patients who've had issues with any of the medications they're on, as far as the interaction.
And then final question, if I could, how do you determine dosage and the amount the person takes?
Everything, the whole motto in cannabis for any state, and it definitely is here, is start low, go slow. We start patients on the lowest dose, which is about 2.5 is what they have, most studies say to start patients. If I have any patients in their 90s, just because I don't want to have any issues increasing dizziness or any falls when they're elderly, I'll start them at 1.25. But the average adult, 1.25 milligrams, they're not going to feel it. Even 2.5, a lot of people won't feel much. But we start with 2.5 milligrams, trying that for a couple days. If you feel nothing, you'll go try to 5. If you feel nothing, try 7.5. But it is a very gradual process of increasing. And that is why here at my pharmacy, like I could hold it up and show you, but I have a paper that as we're talking to the patient, we make notes. It talks about each type of product we have here, how you take them, when you can repeat, what dose to start at, how many hours you have to wait, that sort of thing. But like I said, we start really low at 2.5, and it's very dependent on the patient. Some patients, like for me, I could get through the day. It wasn't pleasant, but I could get through. But at night, the pain was extremely intense. I have other patients that are like, I sleep fine, but they're really struggling in the daytime. So for those patients, or I have some that are like, I'm okay in the morning, but as I'm active towards the afternoon, I'm, have a lot of difficulty. At night, I'm fine. So it's really patient dependent. And that's what we sit down with each patient and take the time to say, you might want to take it start at this time. They don't need it at bedtime. Great. Less is, as I said before, less is more. So it's really patient dependent.
Thank you very much.
Senator Thompson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Kristen. You didn't provide any written testimony. I would appreciate if you could work with the staff and put something together to send for future reference on that. One very quick question. When the patients present, are you aware of, or do you have any access to patient records with regard to any background of this patient before you prescribe any of the marijuana?
So for all patients, we can see their qualifying condition. Some qualified medical providers, will admit, are better at giving us more data. We have a state system, the EVS system, where that is the patient applies and the provider gives them their recommendation. Some are better about giving us a lot more information, but that is one of the nice things with being able to sit down with the patients and asking them for a list of their medications. And some of them are great. Some patients are amazing with their file. But we always, at least for me at my pharmacy, we always start with, what their different conditions they have are, what medications they're on, and take that into consideration.
How many conditions are covered in Utah under this?
So we have 11. Oh, wait, no. Gosh, that's so sad. I'm thinking of products versus I have them. I can actually read them off to you. We have HIV, Alzheimer's, ALS, cancer, cachexia, persistent nausea, Crohn's, epilepsy, MS, autism, any kind of terminal illness, and rare conditions. We have two qualifications. We have acute pain and we have persistent pain. And then another big difference here in Utah is you have to be 21. I didn't touch on this. You have to be 21 to get your card. If you're under the age of 21, we have something called the Compassionate Use Board. So they meet once a month, and that is a whole nother process that you have to apply to them and get approved through them if you are under the age of 21.
Okay. Thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We're running behind, but last question, Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to make it quick. So I wanted to ask you from the pharmaceutical side, if you could tell me how you determine like which strain or what kind of terpenes and cannabinoids the individuals need and what that process looks like so that we can kind of think about the differences just between like our consideration of just what we would think of as street legal.
Add something. Not that you need to see it, but so like I said, this, I don't know that you can see really quick, is what we go over and take notes on. But we also go over the cannabinoids and terpenes, and everybody gets these handouts. So the reason how we determine certain strains, and it's another thing that I guess I didn't really touch on that I'll mention super quickly. In Utah, on the webs, you have to go onto the website and agree, to targeted marking once again. But when you are on it, if you click on, for instance, inhaled products, whether it's flower or cartridges, when you click on that product strain, you can see the cannabinoids and the terpenes that are in the products. So we educate patients, but patients can have as many follow-ups if they want. We also educate our agents. I try to have two pharmacists on duty at all time. So one is doing consults and one is out there to answer patients' questions. But we use the cannabinoids and the terpenes to determine what products would be better for different patients. For example, CBG, as in girl, but a lot of people have not heard of. Really good for nerve pain. So anybody who has any kind of, we get patients in with shingles or patients with degenerative disc disease like myself that have severe neuropathy, chemo-induced neuropathy. We're going to look for things with, I am a big fan of combination products. I'm not as big a fan of just the straight THC. I want something with THC and CBD and CBG. So we sit down with patients and educate them on what cannabinoids and terpenes would be better for them, but we also help them choose products and show them how to find products that will have those specific cannabinoids and terpenes.
Okay, Kristen, thank you very much for your presentation and being here this morning.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Next, we'll move into, we got Tom Stanton, the Reno County District Attorney. He's here by WebEx. Tom, can you hear me? Tom, can you hear me? You have your mic muted, Tom? He's not? Okay. So let's move on to the next one then. And if he comes on, let me know. Rich Wilkinson, retired Chief of Police, City of Buffalo, Missouri, and Chief Operations Officer, Show Me Organics. Rich, welcome to Kansas and welcome to the committee.
Thank you. Apologies. How's that? Can you hear me now? Great. I think it's important that I focus not so much on statistics, which I'm not prepared to share, but I am prepared to share my personal as well as my professional experiences with you, both from a law enforcement perspective, as well as a city administrator, and now the chief operation of a vertical cannabis operation based in Missouri. When I was young and growing up, I was indoctrinated that cannabis was horrible. And I too was a rule follower. I mean, all through high school, all through college, never even touched the stuff. If it wasn't prescribed by a doctor, then I didn't take it. But I grew up in rural Central Valley, California, which is the heartland of farming and agriculture. So we didn't have the presence of cannabis, but we had alcohol. And we had other things that got us children, or us kids, as you'll say, in trouble. I started my law enforcement career when I was 21 years old. And I very quickly rose through the ranks. I worked in almost every division that we had, and not only my local law enforcement office, but also assigned to the Department of Justice campaign against marijuana production, which was a task force we solely focused on the eradication of illicit gardens, mostly grown by cartels in our area. I was the youngest city police chief in the state of California, and I held that position for almost 14 years. During that time, I also served in a dual capacity, which I was not only a police chief, I was also the city manager. We lived through Prop 215, which was a medical cannabis, the Compassionate Care Act in the state of California. From a law enforcement perspective, it was a clown show at first. We had new rules, new regulations, and from a law enforcement, we didn't quite know how to combat or change our investigative efforts or our prosecution efforts. But we knew we had to learn, and we knew we had to coexist. The focus I want today is not to refute what others testified to. I celebrate the sobriety. I agree and I respect the opinions of others, whether they oppose mine or not. But I will tell you this. I left California in 2015 and came to Missouri. My mom and dad relocated here 30-some years ago. My oldest daughter was on her way to college and chose Missouri. As a favor to her father, because I didn't want to go into school in California, I was trying to get out. And we came along. I did a short stint at the Springfield Police Department for 9 months because I thought it was important that I learn the application of Missouri law, not just what's written in a book. For 9 months, I worked for the police department as a patrol officer, and then I assumed the position of police chief in Buffalo. Now, as medical cannabis, which again is my focus today, because I'm not going to scare the committee or those in the audience with the fact that what happens if we open the floodgates to adult or recreational use. I think it's important to remember we have that program in Missouri. The benefits far outweigh the negative, in my opinion. I was approached as a seated police chief to work on applications when it became available in Missouri. I wrote the security and operations portions. I put together strict plans that were well regulated, that made sure that are ensured that we stayed in compliance with the rule, with the constitutional amendment, and we are successful. We have grown in our state in the last 4 years. I retired from law enforcement just short of 30 years. As a COO of Show Me Organics, my main function is I'm not the scientist. I don't swim in the THC percentage, nor do I get involved in the extraction processes or the cultivation processes or the retail processes of our dispensary or our retail locations. What I do get involved in is compliance and ensuring that we stay in compliance and offer to our regulators my opinions in matters that would make this much cleaner for not only an operation perspective, but also from a regulator's position. Well-regulated has to be the key focus. Putting rules in place that will keep the operators on the up and up and will ensure that there is access to clean, tested cannabis to those who need it. The benefits that I saw was an eye-opening experience for me. With my background in law enforcement, with my time in Quantico at the FBI National Academy, with my time as a city administrator, I lived that we had the Jeff Spicolis, to quote one of our other gentlemen who testified today, or the Woodstock era, that was the person who used cannabis. And I think back in high school and college, it's not that they weren't motivated, but I didn't associate with those kids because that was their choice. It was their choice to use something that was not legal at the time. But now that we have a medical program and we have an adult use program in Missouri, it's opened my eyes because the folks that I have sat and talked to, the patients under the medical program when we opened our retail, were the folks that sat pews behind me in church every Sunday. We're medical professionals who I visit with when I go in for my annual physical. We're attorneys. We're professionals in the industry. We're businessmen. We're school teachers. Folks who I never thought would use or turn to cannabis without a medical need. The veterans, and hearing their stories. The mother who tells me about the child who suffers through seizures. The grandma who is unable to eat because of the chemotherapy. and all the other elements that you can tie in here with anxiety and the inability to sleep. And, you know, the truth of the matter is, if it's well regulated and they're adults making a choice that their medical professional has, I would say, recommended, then who am I to be in opposition of that? The side benefit. Is it an economic generator? Is revenue created through this program? It is. But not only for the states, but for those counties, those municipalities who need the assistance, whether it's to bolster enforcement or interdiction or education or DARE programs. It's our prosecuting attorney's offices who need help to staff. It's retraining and changing the mindset of our officers who are out there risking their lives day in and day out for us. It's an ability for job creation, community blight, revitalization, downtown. It's a funding source that we don't have now. Now, again, my experience speaks from the state of Missouri and the state of California. I don't quite know how Kansas does on funding all those things, but I heard testimony today that we don't have enough people to do the things that we find important. I just think we can't be consumed by the fears of the indoctrined. I probably share the same opinion as all of you, or I once probably shared the same opinion as all of you, that it was just unnecessary. I believe we have a responsibility of leaders in our communities, leaders in the industry, and elected officials consider the benefits of medical cannabis. I believe it's also that it's important that we don't let the rhetoric of the old to be absolute from making a positive change in the lives of those who find relief in this plant. I believe that we all are adults. I believe when I buy that bottle of bourbon, there's a warning on that label. I don't smoke. But I do know the Surgeon General has, right on the side of that cigarette pack, this is going to be harmful. It could be addictive. And the same goes with cannabis. We have the same rules in Missouri. We have the CR, child-proof packaging. We have where it's not, the appearance is not something that's going to draw the attention of a child. We have the dosage and use instructions, and we have the warning. I think it gives us an opportunity to ensure that we're checking all those boxes and that we're keeping our children safe. I have 4 adult children now, 2 of whom use cannabis, which I prefer over alcohol. That is a bold statement from a police chief who's raised 4 children in a bubble. Because it's legal, and it's safe, and it's tested. And I know they're not going down the street and buying it from the guy who's selling it out of the back of his car in a dark alleyway. I know they're going to a licensed, regulated dispensary to get it. And I know that they are taking it in a responsible manner. I think it's a collaborative effort that we have to work not only with the community leaders and our elected officials, but also those in the industry and those in our communities to find out, what really is important. So, how do I say this? And the truth of the matter is eyes wide open. It's already here. It's always been here. And those who choose to do this illegally are going to continue to do so. Having a medical program to provide a safe place for those in need is not going to increase the demand on a black market. I look at it from the perspective of my grandmother. Now, my grandmother, who was terminally ill, hypothetically, I would not expect my grandma to go and try to find a dealer to buy her or to purchase her. And forgive me, I don't think I've ever heard of 99% THC weed, but if it's out there, okay. But I sure don't get my grandma to be able to go and find it on the street, nor do I want her to. But I think that there was a program out there that gives those folks who need it accessibility. That is where we need to work towards. I'm going to close with two things for you. And the last is a little story, which kind of opened my eyes a long time ago. But the first is, you know, through my professional career, I have witnessed the harmful effects of an opioid crisis, the illicit use of controlled substance, the likes of stimulants, PCP, heroin, and any other synthetically altered substrates that we have found thrown out into the market. We saw a lot of that in the Missouri area. I hear the Delta 8, the conversion stuff that's happening here that's legal in Kansas, that 0.3%. That scares me to death. It's not tested. It's not through a regulated lab. And that's what I don't want our kids to get their hands on, but it looks just like a gummy bag or a candy wrapper that you'll find in the convenience store. But I haven't saw this with our cannabis users. I haven't saw these patients that I've sat and visited with inside the waiting room or out in the parking lot or at functions such as this. They're taking a recommended dose to alleviate the ailment. In our company, we employ just north of 300 people. 300 people from a different socioeconomic background that I would have never in a million years thought that I would have a relationship with, that I would sit and acknowledge because I believed that I was different. The truth be known, and I'm ashamed, I actually believe that I was better than them. But what I've learned is we've created jobs. They are passionate about this plant. They're incredibly intelligent. They're incredibly motivated. And they have found a legal means to work in an industry that they believe in. I don't have that workforce issue. I don't have the problem of folks not coming to work. I'm going to wrap it up right now. I appreciate that. My apologies, Senator. But we create a space for folks that I have ignored my entire life. And I've learned that we have seen that there's opportunity, and we've dug into the genius of them. The last. In my tenure as a city administrator, and before I made city administrator, I was the police chief and the assistant city manager. We were building a community regional entertainment center in downtown Lindsay. And we would put huge planes of glass up. We would spend an enormous amount of time on, making sure the aesthetics were just wow. And after about 4 incidents of vandalism, I went to one of my mentors, who was the city manager at the time. I said, let me ask you a question. Why are we doing this? Why do we keep putting forth the effort and the expense to make something beautiful that obviously they don't appreciate? And the answer was this: we can't let the few bad stand in line of the greater good. And I think we have a great opportunity here to get a program here that is well regulated, that is put together strongly, and that is ministered the way it was intended to. And I'm happy to stand if there's any questions. Thank you so much for your time.
Maybe we're behind, but I'd take a quick question if somebody has one here. Senator Thompson.
One quick.
Sir,
I was looking on your website here. Do you sell across state lines?
Pardon me?
Do you sell
No,
across
sir.
state lines?
No, sir, we
Only
do
in
not.
Missouri? So
No,
you're
sir.
geo-fenced, okay.
I didn't catch that.
So you're geo-fenced on the website?
Are we geo-fenced?
So you're geo-fencing your website because obviously you're not. I can see it from here. I could buy from your website here.
You can, why, but wait a minute.
I could buy, I'm looking at your website right now. It is not geo-fenced because it's showing up here in Kansas. So you can sell across state lines on your website, correct?
I cannot sell nor can I ship outside of the state of Missouri. If you go in on the website and you make a purchase, you cannot pick that up. I cannot ship it to you.
I could drive across. And
You
get
could
it.
drive across and purchase it just
right.
as you could in
So
our other neighboring states.
And it shows when you click on any of the products, it asks if you're 21. All I had to do is click and say, yeah, I'm 21.
That's correct.
So anybody who's 18 could click on that, buy it, have somebody who's 21 go over and buy the product.
Anybody who is under the age of 18 cannot. So here's the deal.
I don't need a long answer.
The short answer is without your identification that states your age and what state you are from and does not match what's on that invoice, that is not leaving the store.
Okay, so, but ostensibly, you could sell across state lines. They could just have to come over and get it.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay,
You
thank
can come and get it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We're behind, Senator Meyer, but you can, quick question if you want to.
Senator. No, Representative.
A representative, okay.
It was less a question, but I just wanted to clarify for Senator Thompson. So I am familiar with how the websites and the dispensaries work. Personally, because I have family members who work in the cannabis industry in Missouri, and also because I visited. If you look at the website, you can absolutely see the website from here. You can make a purchase, but you cannot you have to be in Missouri to get it. When you go in, you show them your driver's license, you show them that you are who you are. You are not allowed to pick up the order if it doesn't match the name. They have, they scan it into their system, so you cannot access the cannabis if it's not you. You can't pick it up for another individual. You can't do that even if you're a caregiver. So they have very strict rules on that. You cannot ship to other across state lines. You cannot provide it to anyone on the other side of the state line, but you can look at the products and you can purchase it in Missouri for adult use or medical if you have a card, but you cannot do that otherwise.
Rich, thank you for your presentation time today, okay?
Senator
you so much.
Fagg.
Yes,
Senator Fagg, it's Senator Holster. I've had my hand raised. Could I ask a quick question?
yes, you may.
Thank
Rich,
you.
come up here. Go ahead, Senator.
Hi, Rich. Thank you so much for your presentation. And essentially, a couple of things that have been brought up in prior testimony is the issue with canines and having to retrain them, as well as access for individuals who are in prison. Obviously, you've seen this realm and implementation of medicinal cannabis programs. What have you seen done in Missouri or potentially other states that has helped in those two areas?
So I believe that the first question is a misnomer. There is no retraining of a police canine. Now, I can tell you what we did in Missouri, and I can tell you what we did in California. Our average canine life was anywhere from 6 to 9 years, depending on the age of the dog once it was deployed on the street. We certified and cross-trained our dogs as both narcotic and handler protection or search and rescue tracking. With the legalization of medical cannabis, what we did in Missouri is if the dog hit and you could not provide a medical card, then I believe that we have enough as far as reasonable suspicion to request a search. Once it went to a consumer or adult use program, we stopped certifying the dogs on narcotics. And they'll live out their lives on search and rescue and handler protection.
Okay, thank you.
And I think the
very
piece,
helpful.
I'm sorry, Senator, but I think the piece here is what I was saying on the benefit of cannabis and being a revenue generator is writing that in to where we earmark funds that the state will collect just for that purpose, to replace as we age dogs out, to help smaller jurisdictions begin or start a program if needed, to where we have funding assured and we know that we replace these dogs as they life out of their work cycle. As far as the jail, I'm not a sheriff. And I really can't say that I can speak on that, but I will say this just on my personal opinion. The jail in Dallas County sells vape cigarettes or e-cigarettes or whatever you call those things before I left. But if you're a resident in their hotel and you go in with a prescription prescribed or recommended by your doctor, I do not believe they can withhold that. I believe that there's other methods of administration that can be used and can be considered to where it's not a smoke party, as I think we imagine in our local or county jails.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate the information.
Okay, Rich, thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next, we're going back to Tom Stanton, the Reno County District Attorney. He's on WebEx. Tom, we're way behind, but I want to welcome you to committee.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to address the committee today. I had a little bit of a medical issue this morning that kept me from getting on time, so I appreciate you still taking my testimony. My testimony is different, I'm sure, than some of the other testimony that you have received today. Mine is concerning a legal issue with KSA 23908, and that is a identical offense doctrine issue. My written testimony is detailed, and since you're behind, I'll just try to give you the short version, and the rest of the information is in my written testimony. Basically, because the items that are controlled, the hemp items controlled by KSA 23908 contain THC, and we also have a state statute, KSA 215701 at SEC, which controls controlled substances, which THC remains a controlled substance. We have an issue between the sentencing provisions because at one point we have sentences that are related to the prosecution of THC under the Uniform Controlled Substances Act, and then we have also the prosecution of cases under 3908. And the identical offense doctrine indicates that if two offenses have basically the same elements, then we have to use the lesser sentence. So if we're prosecuting someone under KSA 215705 for the distribution or marketing of THC, there's a possibility the courts could find that, and we believe the courts would find, that the penalties in those sections would be ignored, and we would only be able to use the penalties under the lesser penalties under 3908. So what I've suggested is a change to the statute that would allow for us to deal with that issue. Initially, the items that are illegal under subsection A of 3908 are per se illegal under all circumstances. There's not an issue where you could be a dealer or a marketer or a processor, and you could actually deal those items. So in the way we're looking at it is those are per se illegal and have to be prosecuted under KSA 215705 or 06. Since they are per se illegal, my suggestion is that we use the sentencing provisions for a possession of THC. I understand that we want to make sure that we don't keep legal hemp processors from doing their jobs and being able to run their businesses. This is the least onerous sentencing scheme. First time offense is a Class B misdemeanor. Second, a Class A, and third time is a level 5 drug felony. Again, since they are per se illegal, it shouldn't really affect the hemp producers. And for subsection B, which does specifically indicate the ability of processors and anyone that has a license under the enumerated statutes to sell certain items, then we would keep those penalty sections, but we'd also add a section that would make it very clear that the statutes are not identical. And that is, I have provided what I would ask the court or ask the legislature to consider recommending in its next session. And that would read, violations of this statute are exempted from prosecution under KSA 215703, which is the manufacturing statute, or under KSA 5705, which is the distribution or possession with intent to distribute statute, and KSA 215706, which is a possession statute, and they shall not be considered identical offenses as to any of the crimes committed under that Uniform Controlled Substances Act. I think if we did that, then we would be able to deal with that identical doctrine offense, and that would not be a bar to us prosecuting. The other thing that I was asked to address was maybe some questions of why currently there aren't as many prosecutions under 23908. And I think there are a couple of reasons for that. First of all, in many of the jurisdictions, the district attorney has issued a letter to the businesses and made it known in the community that those provisions will be prosecuted. And by doing that to the individual businesses and putting them on notice, a lot of those items have been removed from the shelves. And so there aren't, the hemp producers are making sure that they're not selling illegal items. The other problem is the cost of determining the actual THC content it's expensive. It's expensive for the KBI. They don't pass that on to prosecutors or law enforcement agencies, but it will create an issue for funding for the KBI because the number of THC samples that they test is pretty enormous. And then if you're looking at some of the counties that have their own labs, like Johnson County, they do not do that testing, and so they have to farm it out. It's about $250 a test. That's going to be paid by either law enforcement agency or the prosecutor's office, and we could put it in as restitution if someone is convicted, but we don't always get that money back. So I think that that's the other issue is just the cost of submitting all of those samples to ensure that they're over 0.3% THC in order to prosecute them under either statute. So I just wanted to indicate why there aren't as many prosecutions as the legislature might have believed there would be. So I know you're stressed for time, and I will stand for questions.
Okay, thank you. First up, we have Representative Heiberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today. Are you aware of any court decisions that have interpreted the two statutes that you just told us about?
They have not yet. Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
Committee, anyone else? Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Now we'll move on to next one on my list is Gary Hess, Founder and Executive Director of Veterans Alliance for Holistic Alternatives. He's on WebEx, hopefully. Gary, can you hear me?
Yes, I sure can.
Good. Good morning. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gary Hess, and today I sit before you not because I ever imagined advocating for cannabis, but because my journey through war, through trauma, and the Western left me no choice but to seek answers beyond what traditional medicine could provide. I'm the founder and the executive director of the Veterans Alliance for Holistic Alternatives. I received an undergraduate degree in sociology while competing in 4 years of NCAA collegiate baseball. I served in Corps from 1998 to 2008, both enlisted and as an officer. After serving, served as a chief operating officer for a multi-million-dollar heavy and civil general contracting firm. I grew up during a time where America declared war on drugs and a just say no culture. There was zero tolerance. In every aspect, marijuana was demonized. I'm not the one who's supposed to be here talking to you about this today. I was selected and served as an infantry officer during the heaviest levels of fighting in Iraq. I served as a mobile assault platoon commander, a scout sniper employment officer, the assistant operations officer for Special Operations Training Group. In March of 2005, while conducting route security, the lead vehicle of my convoy was hit with a suicide vehicle-borne improvised explosive device, decapitating my gunner and critically wounding 2 others inside of the vehicle. 2 of the 3 Marines in that vehicle who survived have since taken their own lives. The day after Christmas in 2006, they drove a suicide full-size triaxle dump truck loaded with C4 into the house we were occupying and detonated. I lost a good friend and a brother. These experiences were a few of the many that left scars on our souls that we carried home with us, scars that many, including myself, could not find the words for. In 2008, I was honorably discharged with service-connected disabilities consisting of traumatic brain injury, chronic pain in shoulders, spine, and ankles, severe hearing loss, insomnia, post-traumatic stress disorder, to name a few. I did not anticipate the problems to encounter and worsen considerably over time. Emotional numbing, compulsive thoughts, hypervigilance, which is the startle factor, the hyperarousal, when there's so much anger and stimulation, your body shuts off and avoids everything. I distanced myself from anyone and everyone, including immediate family members and siblings. I persistently re-experienced the trauma through thoughts, dreams, images, illusions, flashbacks, sounds, smells, and many other forms. Within a few short years, I was unable to regulate and control my own emotions. Anger, sadness, frustration, anxiety, insomnia, depression, and guilt, they consumed me. The simple acts of waking up and going to bed became very difficult tasks. I reached out to the VA in an effort to find a solution. From 2009 to 2017, I was prescribed a cocktail of pharmaceuticals consisting of Adderall to keep me focused and alert during the day, Ambien to put me to sleep in the evenings, along with Prozac, Zoloft, and many other painkillers over time. To give you a glimpse of how my health degraded, between 2012 and 2016, I checked myself into the emergency room on a number of occasions in response to what I thought were heart attacks. Pain in my chest and arm, elevated pulse, shortness of breath. When I checked into the hospital the last time, my blood pressure was 199 over 140. I couldn't understand why this was happening to me. By 2015, I was mentally broken. My wife was leaving me, my business was failing, mental and physical health were degrading, and I could not figure it out, nor could I stop it. Inadequate, I was an absolute failure. In 2017, I had the opportunity to visit a regulated medical cannabis pharmacy and gained access to lab-tested, pharmaceutical-grade cannabis. Within minutes of experiencing powerful triggers, the cannabis reduced and rid of me of the anger. The anger subsided. My mind was no longer forward. I was living, I was thinking, I was breathing in the present, in the now, in the right now. That is something I had not done in over a decade. The anger did not consume me. I did not avoid. For the first time in over a decade, I confronted with logic, not avoidance, and really began understanding my triggers. On that day, my life changed for the better. It empowered me. It gave me much needed hope. It gave my 2 sons, Lincoln and Gunnar, hope. By integrating cannabis, I was able to start engaging in necessary conversations to begin a proactive recovery process. It reduced the muscle tension in my body. It helped ease the pain immediately. It allowed for clarity and focus. It reduced my compulsive thoughts. It stimulated appetite. It allowed for healthy sleep. It corrected my digestive issues and provided consistency in moods. Within 3 months of integrating cannabis, I was off all of the medication prescribed by the VA. Here's the sad truth, is that if I continued to rely on the Western model of medicine and its pharmaceutical strategy, I would not be here today. For the first time in my 10-year struggle, I found something that was safe, effective, and efficient for me. It was not a gateway drug. For me and so many others, it has proven to be an exit drug from the addictive pharmaceuticals that are prescribed to us. The truth is that the medical efficacy of this plant cannot be denied. Yet here in Kansas, citizens, including veterans, are still being forced to become criminals, placing themselves, their families, and their children at risk to access this medicine. These men and women are not criminals. These are our neighbors, our coworkers, first responders, mothers and fathers, coaches and teachers, grandparents, and productive citizens of Kansas. Because more people have gained access, the conversation around cannabis has changed, yet it continues to be opposed by those still driven by the age-old stigmas. The opposition argues that there isn't enough research. This simply is not true. Cannabis is one of the most studied plants in human history with over 37,000 peer-reviewed studies. These studies covered its effects on chronic pain, cancer, PTSD, epilepsy, and a range of other medical conditions. They argue that it's not FDA approved. However, let me ask you, how many states legalize medical cannabis because of FDA approval? 38 states have legalized it not because of the FDA, but because of overwhelming demand from citizens and doctors that could not be ignored. In these states, we've seen real-world data, people getting off opioids, veterans reclaiming their lives, cancer patients finding relief without harmful side effects. The science is not the issue here. The issue is the stigma. They argue that cannabis is a gateway drug. This is another outdated myth born from the war on drugs, a war that demonized this plant without solid evidence to back its claims. But here's the truth. For veterans like me and countless others, cannabis has been an exit drug, an exit from opioids, from antidepressants, and a cocktail of pharmaceuticals that kept us numb, broken, and dependent. I have and continue to sit with leading medical professionals like Dr. Peter Grinspoon, a Harvard professor and addiction specialist who used cannabis to overcome his own opioid addiction. He's one of many doctors who have seen firsthand how cannabis helps patients move away from dangerous addictive pharmaceuticals. In the states where cannabis is legal, we have seen a reduction in the opioid overdose death. What other proof do we need? This is not a drug that leads to addiction. It is a medicine that saves lives. It offers a safer alternative to the highly addictive, FDA-approved pharmaceuticals that we currently rely on. The opposition argues that cannabis has no medical value. This is not just about the veteran community and suicide. Those who are affected with autoimmune disorders, migraines, fibromyalgia, irritable bowel syndrome, cancer, epilepsy, autism, arthritis, chronic pain, substance abuse disorders, the list goes on and on. Patients with these conditions across the nation have been finding relief and healing through the integration of cannabis. I can share the story of Joe Rovnak, a retired Marine Corps senior enlisted Marine, who also served 10 years in a Defense Intelligence Agency. I have a picture of him, I wish I could show you today, of him sitting in 12 to 13 pharmaceutical bottles. He is now down, after the integration of cannabis, now down to 2 pharmaceuticals for his blood pressure. I can show you the picture of Dawn Ulrich, who messaged us through Facebook on a public platform, the mother of a SEAL Team 6 commander who sits on a board, who states that she is free of pain from autoimmune disorder that she has battled for over a decade. I can tell you the story of Doug Sandlin, who was on 70 medications over 18 years, a Navy veteran. And the only thing that worked is cannabis to solve his epilepsy issues. The opposition argues that it's not safe. But I ask, compared to what? The opioids that kill thousands each year? The antidepressants that leave patients dependent and unable to experience genuine emotion? Cannabis is one of the safest substances available. It is impossible to overdose on cannabis. There is no lethal dose. No effect on the respiratory system like opioids. Even at high concentrations, cannabis is non-toxic. Can we say that about the drugs that were currently being prescribed? We cannot. What about the black market? I've heard arguments that legalizing medical cannabis will increase access to the black market. The truth is that the black market is already here. It exists because patients in Kansas, like those in many states before legalization, have no legal access to the medicine they need. By legalizing medical cannabis, you're not introducing something new. You're regulating and controlling what is already happening illegally, ensuring safety and oversight where none exist right now. Additionally, we cannot ignore the fact that Kansas already has illegal hemp-derived products that are high THC cannabis products in disguise. These unregulated products are sold in vape shops and gas stations with no oversight, no quality control, and no safety protocols. Legalizing medical cannabis creates a safe, regulated alternative, protecting consumers from potentially harmful, untested products. The irony here is that cannabis remains illegal while FDA-approved opioids have led to a national crisis of addiction and overdose deaths. This is not just a veteran issue. This is an issue for every Kansas citizen suffering from chronic pain, PTSD, epilepsy, and many other conditions. The question should not be why we allow cannabis. It should be why are we not allowing patients to choose a safer, more effective alternative to the drugs currently causing so much harm in our communities. I grew up during the height of the war on drugs. Marijuana was demonized, painted as something that would lead to addiction, crime, and moral decay. I believed that narrative for most of my life until I ran out of options. What I have learned through my own experience and the experience of those around me is that this plan is not the villain. For me, it became a valuable tool I could use to heal. I'm not being paid to be here. I have no corporate ties paying me to influence your decisions. I'm the founder of the Veterans Alliance for Holistic Alternatives, the Assistant Secretary of Defense who retired in 2018, along with the retired SEAL Team 6 commander, sit on my board. I'm a chair for the Moral Compass Federation, a foundational member of the Veterans Mental Health Leadership Coalition led by a retired three-star Marine Corps general. These are nonprofit organizations created to help provide holistic approaches to healing because the current options are failing us. The Western model of medicine has been turned into an assembly line of repeat customers fueled by pharmaceuticals, where doctors spend on average only 13 minutes with their patients. 88% of Americans are in favor of legal access to medical cannabis, and over 70% of Kansas constituents support the medical use of cannabis. Your constituents are simply asking for the medical freedom, the basic right to seek safe, legal cannabis obtained under the guidance of a doctor and a licensed pharmacist, rather than a vape shop, from a gas station, or off of the street. I ask that you give Kansas citizens the medical freedom that they deserve. And I ask you to base your decisions off of those who need it, not on those who may abuse it. We don't ban opioids because they are abused. We regulate them because we recognize their medical value despite their risks. Cannabis in comparison is far safer, and for many, it is the only medicine that works. I want to thank all of you for your time and your consideration today. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Committee, got any questions for him? Okay, Executive Director, thank you very much for your presentation, and we'll move on to the next one. We have Chris Waffenbarger, retired sergeant. Chris, welcome to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Allowing me this opportunity to share
Do you have your mic on up there? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of this committee, for allowing me this opportunity to share my experience with medical cannabis and the ways I believe Kansans can benefit from brave and compassionate leadership on this issue from the committee. And I thank you all very much for paying such diligent attention to the pros and cons of this most important topic. My name is Sergeant Chris Wolfenbarger, retired. I'm a combat medic. I deployed to Afghanistan in 2009 and 10 with the Missouri National Guard under the 101st Airborne. I've been a certified real estate appraiser in Missouri and Kansas for over 25 years, and financial institutions make hundreds of millions of dollars of lending decisions every year based on my good word alone for securing collateral. I'm also a 40-year Eagle Scout, and I've been a rule follower my entire life. In 2007, at the age of 38, I joined the Missouri National Guard to give back. After basic training, I volunteered for a route clearance deployment to IEDs in northeastern Afghanistan along the Pakistan border and was blown up by a suicide bomber in 2010. After being medically retired from the military as a combat medic, I continued to receive calls from the soldiers I served with, and even more startlingly, their spouses and families. After receiving these distress calls, fearing overuse of alcohol, fatal drug interactions, and even suicide, I decided to put enormous effort into the veteran nonprofit space. I'm one of the board of directors and one of the founders for the Foundation for Exceptional Warriors, the FEW, a board member of the Hickory Hills Veterans Lodge, a supporter and crisis contact for Peterson Outdoor Ministry, a board member for Hemp for Victory, and I'm a board member for the Missouri Canna Convicts Project. Helping veterans with outdoor therapeutical events was challenging because there are only so many slots available. And every veteran that attended brought a government-issued briefcase to hold their pills that sounded like the world's largest Tic Tac box. Every single veteran. I was asked to attend the first annual International Cannabis Research Conference at the University of Colorado, Pueblo by Project 22. Project 22 is a nonprofit that took 22 veteran leaders from Missouri to Colorado to hear what other states and, more importantly, what veterans in other states were experiencing with medical cannabis. All they asked was that we listened to the information presented and to form our own opinions. We were blessed to sit and listen to the likes of Dr. Raphael Meshulam, the first doctor to synthesize the THC molecule, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, the spokesperson for Nancy Reagan's Just Say No campaign, and Dr. Sue Sicily, the first person to run a sanctioned U.S. federal government study on the effects of medical cannabis and PTSD in veterans. At that conference, I learned that the TBI scars in my brain are filled with connections that are shaped exactly like the THC molecule. And this connection is closed when my endocannabinoid system is fed. This allows my brain to function near normally long after the initial effects of the medical marijuana have worn off. Marijuana stays in the system longer than most other drugs because the body uses it. It does not view it as a foreign invader, but as a necessary building block towards homeostasis. I learned that there are internationally peer-reviewed studies that show medical cannabis as an effective treatment for PTSD, Parkinson's, epilepsy, dementia, cancer, depression, and depression specifically with suicidal ideation. The replacement of prescription drugs, and more importantly, the replacement of prescription drugs' harmful side effects, was an enormous motivator for me. Medical cannabis helps all of these diseases with very little or no side effects. This is what pushed me from a knowledge seeker to an advocate. When I refer a veteran or family to the VA with suicidal ideation, they are inevitably prescribed Prozac or Zoloft or both. Both of these drugs have a label warning of suicidal ideation or that they can cause or exacerbate suicidal ideation. You see, we are fighting a war against our own troops, and getting them the best possible medicines and treatments became my primary focus. I was the veteran face of medical cannabis in Missouri, and I was the guy on the commercials saying, we need this medicine for our troops. As I transitioned away from the veteran event space into the medical cannabis space, it was difficult for me, as quite a few of the volunteers that I had served with were working against veteran suicide did not share my views. With me is Spec 5 Medevac crew chief from Vietnam, Don Pratt. Don and I have served together in the veteran nonprofit space for years. Don, could you please share your story regarding medical cannabis, starting with our divergence of vision as I moved away from the veteran activity space, throwing my full support into the passage of medical cannabis?
My name is Don Pratt. I live in Parkville, Missouri, and I'm a Vietnam vet. I'm very proud of it. As Chris said, my wife and I was some of his biggest supporters when he was doing nonprofit work for with the FEW. And when he went spending more of his time toward the medical cannabis side, I just disagreed with that approach. When it was voted on in the state of Missouri, I voted against it. And my wife started having dementia about 10 years ago, and I lost her in 2022. In the last 2 years of her life, was the worst part that anybody would ever want to go through. I found out that I was totally wrong on the support of medical marijuana. I was advised or questioned by her psychiatrist and also her personal doctor in treating her, if I had looked at the medical marijuana side of treatment, and I had not. And I still disagreed with it. In the last 2 years of her life, my brothers taught me into, and they're from the state of Illinois where it's recreational, which I totally disagree with recreational marijuana. Anyway, they taught me into trying medical marijuana, trying a gummy for my wife. She was bitter. She was aggressive. She was agitated with the dementia. They've got a commercial on TV now for, I think it's Resulta, and shows exactly what dementia people start out with and how it destroys their life and everybody around them. Anyway, with my brother's support, I become aware that medical marijuana was a godsend to my wife's dementia problems. Her quality of life improved 100% with the use of medical marijuana. I couldn't purchase small doses of marijuana, so I had to cut the gummies. I give her gummies, and I experimented because you don't really know what dosage any one person needs. But I cut the dosage and give her 5 milligrams of a THC infused gummy 4 times a day. It totally changed her life. She became a loving person again. And as Chris can tell you, she was one of the most loving people in the world. But the use of medical marijuana was a godsend to the last 2 years of her life. It just changed everything. It gave her appetite back. It took the aggressiveness away from her. She became a loving wife. And doctors, both the psychiatrist that prescribed medicine for her and her personal private doctor, both agreed that she didn't need, if that was working for her, that she didn't need any of the other drugs that she was taking, the mind-altering drugs that they prescribed to try to control her bitterness and stuff. In the end, she was not taking any medicine whatsoever other than 4 times a day. She was taking a 5 milligram gummy of medical marijuana was all she was taking. And the quality of her life was as good as you could get with the dementia that she was suffering under. And I was wrong. I was 100% wrong in voting against it. I hope you guys, ladies, don't vote against it. It's a godsend to certain things. I'm not saying it's perfect for everything or it's going to be a perfect world in enforcing it, but it is regulated. I was totally impressed, and I'm kind of old school, but it was the way it was enforced and controlled, and the way I had to purchase it, and the permits I had to get, or the registrations I had to get to purchase it for my wife as a caregiver I was impressed with the way that it was enforced and controlled. It wasn't mind altering, and didn't make her goofy. I'm kind of old school, but it was a godsend for what she suffered in, and it helped her life, and it helped the people around her's life. That's all I got.
John, I'd like to say on behalf of the committee, we're sorry for your loss.
I'm sorry.
We're sorry for your loss in your wife. So,
Thank you.
Chris, you got anything else? Because we're behind for.
Yes, sir. I know we're behind on time, and I will be very quick. Thank you very much. I'd like to point out that Don and Jackie's home is in Parkville, and 6.5 miles west of their home is the Kansas border. And Don's compassionate relief of his wife's dementia symptoms would be a felony 6.5 miles west as the crow flies. And I'd ask the committee to take a moment and see who we're listening to and what we're agreeing with. These patients are real. Medical marijuana is impacting people's lives positively. All evil needs to succeed is for good men to do nothing, and women. Inaction is not without negative consequences. These negative consequences include massive law enforcement expenditures to fight a drug that has never killed anyone. Inaction forces law-abiding Kansans to either become medical refugees or felons. And I've taken the time to educate myself on this topic, and I'm blessed to be here and to be heard, and I am at your service. I certainly hope that you have questions for me, and my time as doc didn't end when I was medically retired from my service in Afghanistan. In some ways, it's only just begun. I'd like to thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and for everyone in the committee for allowing me to come and share Don's story, as well as my own, on medical cannabis. I will stand for questions, but before I do, I would like to end with one thing. I am Jess Spicoli, apparently, because I used medical cannabis last night and every day to get sleep, to stay off of Ambien, Prozac, and Wellbutrin. So with that, I'd love to stand for your questions.
Committee, we got any questions for him? Sure. Representative Heiberger.
Do you know if there is any difference or what the difference is between the active ingredient in the gummies that we heard about and Marinol?
I am not an expert in that. Okay. What I can tell you is that access to legal medical cannabis is more natural than any synthesized product that could be derived from the cannabis plant. So I firmly believe that natural medicine is the best medicine. I'll be available for questions all day.
Okay, Chris, thank you for your service.
It's an honor to serve, sir.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your attention.
Okay, it's lunchtime. I think what we'll do is the next person up was willing to wait till after lunch. If it's okay, we'll start this up. We got to keep moving, folks, and get our money's worth here. We'll start back at 12:40. So if you'll have them show up 12:40 in the committee back, we'll do that. Lunch is ready outside the door. Thank you. What we're going to do, we're going to start out here with Kelly Ripple. He's for Kansas for Hemp and Planet Association of Kansas. Kelly, welcome to committee. Make sure your mic's on up there too. Push the button. It's right there at the base. It's going to be a colored light. Would it be in front of it? No, it's on the other side.
There you go. There you go.
I was making it more difficult. Chairman Fagan and committee members, thank you so much for holding this interim meeting and having everyone talk. I will go ahead and begin by saying that it looks like records indicate that 2025 is going to be the 20th year that Kansans have been attempting to reform cannabis laws and have them updated to reflect current evidence and public opinion. I'm grateful to be part of those iterations for about 10 of those 20 years. I am a lifelong Topeka. I'm a fifth-generation Kansan. My father grew up in Derby, Kansas. My mother's family has farmed up north by Nebraska. My wife is from western Kansas. So my upbringing involved coming up with solutions for both urban and rural communities throughout our great state. I want to start off by admitting a few things. I'm not a medical doctor, not an attorney. I'm actually not being paid to be here right now. So one of the reasons why I'm here is to present some evidence-based information and really try to build on the outstanding work done by the leaders, the KLRD, the research department here. I'm not going to go into a lot of my background, but I do have multiple certifications within the discipline of drug policy, one of them being the International Drug Policy Consortium in London. Throughout my time on this earth, I've really tried to understand humanity's relationship with our planet and how exploitation and influences such as corporate influences, for example, can influence governmental systems and as well as enforcement and just how we can come up with some sustainable solutions. So that's why I'm here today, to provide you some information because I've been in the vaults and I have to thank all of the individuals I've worked with at the state archives and the state library here in the Capitol because a lot of the information that I'm going to be sharing with you is widely unknown. I want to first say that there's been some statements about the hemp laws and the hemp program. I am serving in my third term as an appointed member of the Industrial Hemp Advisory Board under the Department of Ag, and I'm happy to answer any questions from that standpoint on the hemp laws. What I will tell you is that for the past few years, I've helped others try to introduce some laws that would help reflect the federal guidelines and make sure that we're on the same page as where we are at the federal level. Those have unfortunately been shot down, and it's primarily happened through misrepresentation and scaring lawmakers into believing a myth. And that myth is that recreational marijuana would immediately lead to a violent, tragic moral downfall of our great state. And when I dug deeper, the data doesn't represent this. And so I'm just going to go through some of these because I have some pretty great things to share with you after the fact. First off, Kansas was the first state in America to implement hemp eradication under the guise that it was marijuana. Through multiple studies at K-State University during the 70s, of which my father was a participant as a volunteer student, they researched the best ways to kill what they thought was marijuana. Well, come to find out during those analyses and research studies, what was growing throughout Kansas is in fact fiber grain hemp. It's not marijuana. Those research studies were overseen by Eli Lilly and Elanco Manufacturing, which are two conglomerates that are still heavily invested in our state primarily because we're in the animal health corridor. What's interesting is Eli Lilly was an original manufacturer of cannabinoid products from the 1800s to the early 1900s. And they were also the first patent holder for the synthetic cannabinoid drug Nabilone. And that came out the same year that Marinol received its FDA approval. A lot of people like to talk about Marinol. It actually has a death count because it's a synthetic and it works differently in our bodies than what is produced naturally. Now, the second interesting point, on the 16th, you all have heard, and in past testimony, you've heard about, where does this THC limit come from, the 0.3%? Where did that come from in the first place? Well, my understanding is that the compound was characterized, THC, mind you, that compound was characterized in a Canadian taxonomic report. Authorities then used that characterization of tetrahydrocannabinol, THC, and put it into legal regulation. This ultimately ensured the outlawing of the plant in its entirety. That was an act later challenged by those same taxonomic report researchers themselves, and I will just say that that same report cites the uncovered, biased, and non-peer-reviewed studies from K-State. In those studies, there was some very fascinating research, and I'm happy to share this with anyone, but it was mapped out the way that hemp spread throughout Kansas, from the Missouri River Basin to every corner. What's interesting is they found that it grows really well throughout our state. They surveyed farmers from Kansas, and not only did farmers believe that marijuana was a strictly social issue, but they also believed that the myth of some illegal clandestine operation setting up shop and growing marijuana in their fields was that just a myth. Instead, it was reported that farmers greatly valued hemp, and they said that if you were to take it away, more invasive weeds could come in, while also introducing more chemicals into ecosystems. They thought that if you took it away, they would have biodiversity loss, chemical resistance to chemicals for weeds, and also nutrient overloading in waterways. And all of this has come to pass as we've seen some pretty degradation of biodiversity loss. I'll get to that a little bit later. But going back to some of the other historical data that I've been able to uncover, when you look at Kansas' official marijuana eradication program, the data from 1984 to 2022 shows trends that there has been an overall decrease in the overall quantities of eradication over time, yet law enforcement budgets have only increased drastically. And this is at the same time while transparency has unfortunately demonstrated some shocking deficits. When you go back and look at the original documents and reports that were created, dozens of pages. Right now, the latest report we have is 1 page, and it's a table. Ultimately, what I have found is that eradication has not successfully limited the amount of wild hemp, or what was thought to be marijuana. It has also not decreased the amount of cannabis available to the public over time, nor has it substantially impacted the price of unlawful products here or illicit and legal products available in other states. So I'm happy to provide a write-up and some other information. You'll see this in my written testimony, but some other fascinating data came from this Department of Justice document. And this is part of the Schaefer Commission that the Legislative Research Department mentioned on the 16th. In it, you will find that the current drug policy of prohibition had the least amount of evidence supporting it. And actually, there is a couple statements in this 1971 document that says legalizing cannabis like alcohol has the most evidence going towards it. There were people who were trying to do the right thing back in the 70s, but unfortunately the Nixon administration did refuse that. There are a lot of unsubstantiated claims when it comes to cannabis. And one of those is that the legalization will lead to things like abuse of opioids and others. And there's a lot of conflicting data about this, but the bottom line is comprehensive evidence shows that there is a benefit. I don't have enough time to go into all of the specifics about why the opioid system is different from the endocannabinoid system and how our receptors disallow for fatal overdose when we're talking about something that is naturally produced versus synthetic. I won't go into all of that. But the bottom line is, in contrast to synthetic drugs, whole plant cannabis administration does not have a fatality number. That's verified by comprehensive evidence time and time again. We look at both ecological and quantitative reports about public health outcomes of cannabis. And just a little bit of background, I used to be a contractor with KDHE, and I am trained in CDC. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention trained me in data science and risk communication. So I understand about the weight and comprehensiveness of evidence and how all of that has to be used when making decisions, especially when they're impacting people's lives. Now, at the meeting on the 16th, the committee heard from a few speaking about violent psychosis and erratic behavior due to marijuana. This is said at the same time where we're not really acknowledging other types of psychosis-induced or schizophrenia-induced problems, especially utilizing much more harmful compounds. The reality is when less harmful options and modalities are available, overall risk decreases, which is the main principle behind harm reduction. I've provided more information that I've co-authored white papers in the past, 46 pages worth of studies that we've put together if you're interested in going over that. One of the main concerning issues that I've experienced since hemp was legalized in 2019, it is this insistence on bias. You know, we really need to be looking at the arguments that you hear. You're hearing claims such as, oh, hemp is marijuana, or there is no valid way to tell the difference between hemp and marijuana. These are misrepresentations, but it is also telling. These are contradictory statements. You actually can tell what is hemp and marijuana throughout all stages of the growing cycle of the plant. And also, hemp is not marijuana. Genetically, they are different. This is no different than a farmer planting yellow peppers or green peppers versus planting jalapenos. One is spicy, the other are not. From my perspective, perpetuating the myth that embracing agricultural hemp would automatically equate to recreational cannabis, it's been damaging and harmful to Kansans. I believe that one of the bias is that it's claiming that everyone believes that cannabis is a cure-all. Do I believe that cannabis is a cure-all for everyone? No. Just like other drugs are not for everyone. But there are better ways to regulate these products and compounds. The argument that we don't want this in our neighborhoods. It's in your neighborhoods already. And when it comes to drugs, do you want to have an unregulated market that is in the hands of only criminals? Or would it be best regulated, tested, go through parameters to protect public health and safety? there are two facts when it comes to drug policy: having adaptable solutions that are based in accurate information that meet people where they are. And second, a commercially unregulated market of any drug means that market is in the hands of criminals. That opens up a lot of risk. And so this leads me to the solution that I would like to talk about. I'm not going to go over all of these data points, but when we discuss things that are public facing, we have to talk about sustainability. And those three three sectors involve what's socially good, what's good for the environment, what's good for the economics. And as of right now, our current trajectory of drug prohibition, zero tolerance, it's doing more harm than good. And you can see in the social corner up there in the top left-hand corner, each year, at least 60,000 different people are booked into local jails in Kansas. With an incarceration rate of 648 per 100,000 residents, Kansas locks up a higher percentage of its people than any independent democratic country on earth. This is startling. What's even worse, 68% of people in Kansas jails have not been convicted of a crime, meaning they're legally innocent. Last year, 2023, Kansas had the worst record among bordering states on domestic outward migration. We also ranked 5th worst in overall retention of college graduates. Now, getting into the economic part of prohibition, we can look at a lot of different data points, but the average annual cost per adult inmate is approximately $30,000. Kansas taxpayers have spent literally billions, even in the trillions, since 1970 for authorities to kill a plant that we know is versatile. And it also grows. Its cousin grows in all 4 corners of our state. Bordering Kansas, the most populous city. Missouri generated over $1.4 billion in cannabis revenue in 2023. It's its first year after legalizing adult use, and you have to think a pretty large portion has to come from Kansas, with Kansas City bordering. Getting into some of the environmental aspects, 1980 to 2019, Kansas pumped more water for irrigating crops from the Ogallala Aquifer than any other state. And that's at a total rate average loss of 17.4 feet. So fully into the environmental aspect, when we're talking about agricultural hemp, in my opinion, livestock feedlots, oil wells, fertilizer, industrial chemicals, all of these have known to be polluting the Ogallala. Kansas is ranked number 4 among the top 5 states at risk for experiencing habitat loss. And that was from a report that came out just last year. So this gets down to what the solutions are. The solutions that I see, and what we've really done a great job with, is embracing agricultural hemp. It's been a long road. We've made changes, and I'm extremely excited that the fact that for Kansas farmers, agricultural hemp is going to begin to be treated like every other crop, with our program going to USDA next year. This is at the request of advocates like myself for the past several years. Agricultural hemp can be a value add to farmers. That's just the bottom line. We're talking about multiple end-use sectors for farmers. As far as therapeutic cannabis, regulating, states with legal cannabis, they actually have experienced decreases in substance use. This is based on comprehensive data, and you can look at CDC, journal, the JAMA, SAMHSA. All of these have agreed on this. It's not in conflict. The legal revenue, I think, that we would generate would be in the hundreds of millions, and that would be for the medical side if we were to go the therapeutic route. What it comes down to, I think, and again, it is argued in a lot of the historical documents, is that the data exists to be regulating cannabis, similar to alcohol. If there is a desire to put extra parameters on around it, there are a lot of examples that are successful and that are doing that effectively. I also just want to share that one of the other documents that I found, it's the handbook for speaking out against legalization. This is just the most recent iteration. A lot of the copy and paste testimony that you've heard has a lot of the same data over the years. And in my opinion, if we're doing something, like I said, public facing, public health driven, we really need to be looking at all of the comprehensive evidence. And I'll just go ahead and I will stand for questions, but I'll just leave by saying that it's beautiful outside. We've got the leaves falling, and I love this time of year, but the leaves are really telling us that it's okay to let go and that it's okay to leave room for some new growth. And I ask that you listen to that. And thank you again. And if you have any questions this session, like I said, I'm here in Topeka, so feel free to holler anytime.
Committee, we got any questions for him? Okay, thank you. I've got a couple, but since we're so behind, I'll get a hold of you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Kelly Vanswall, Vice President, Government Relations for Kansas Bankers Association. Thank you for having me today to talk to you all about how marijuana interacts with the banking industry. I also have with me our General Counsel, Kathy Taylor, because this is ultimately, for us, it's a federal issue, and Kathy really does our federal lobbying, so I brought her along as well. You've learned that 38 states have legalized the use of marijuana in some way, whether recreationally or medicinally. But marijuana is still a Schedule I drug under the Controlled Substance Act, which means that the possession, distribution, or sale of marijuana is still illegal under federal law. This means that any money that comes into contact or can be traced back to these marijuana businesses could be considered money laundering and could expose a bank to significant legal, operational, and regulatory risk. You think maybe of the obvious, the growers and the retailers on this, but there's also the vendors, the suppliers, if you're a landlord, if you're an employee of, all these indirect contacts still consider being in contact with a marijuana business, and so those can create issues for banks in the banking system. The KBA does not have a formal stance on legalizing marijuana, but we do acknowledge that as all of our surrounding states are starting to allow the sale and use, it raises practical issues for us that need to be addressed. We believe these issues are best addressed at the federal level, and we are working with our American Bankers Association to encourage Congress and other regulatory agencies to provide us greater legal clarity for banks operating in and around states that have legalized it onto how we're allowed to interact with these legal businesses. We are also supportive of the Federal Safer Banking Act, which would provide a safe harbor for financial institutions who deal with legal marijuana businesses. I'll keep my testimony short and sweet on that, but if you have any specific questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Representative Heiberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. At our last meeting, we were told that 90% of banks in the country don't participate with medical marijuana businesses. But that means 10% do. How do they get away with it?
So if an institution is choosing to bank this business, then that is a risk assessment they've taken amongst themselves, and they've decided they have to look at that particular business and that particular product or service and kind of see how it reacts. And then they're going to have to decide, do they have the capacity to manage the oversight that's going to come with taking them on, taking all those risks on. They have to have a very strong customer enhanced due diligence program, and they're going to have the compliance staff to do it. Because if I'm a bank and I open an account for a marijuana related business, anytime there's a transaction on the account, I'm going to have to file a suspicious activity report or a SAR. on every single transaction on the account, not just once I've opened it. And so that's really a costly and timely compliance service. So if a bank is doing this, they've chosen to take the risk, basically.
Representative Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Kelly, for being here today. I do have a few questions. I'll start off by saying I did talk to the credit union lobbyist earlier, and his exact quote was, "We're aligned with the banks." So
Isn't that nice to hear?
we will keep that. Kind of following up on Representative Heiberger's question, it seems like a lot of these banks, what they're really worried about is losing FDIC insurance. Is that?
So part of it is FDIC insurance, but the other part is this all falls under our Bank Secrecy Act, BSA, and our anti-money law, AML, those compliance rules too. So you can get, if they chose to, if the federal regulators chose to go after them, they'd go after them under those categories as well.
Okay. You kind of mentioned earlier about any banking, any money that has any connection to a marijuana business. So a hypothetical, we have statewide legal marijuana in Missouri. And we have an employee that works at one of the dispensaries that lives on the Kansas side of the border. And he takes his paycheck and he deposits it into his account as his Kansas bank, as he should, because we love our Kansas banks and credit unions. Is that a violation of a law?
So you're saying that the money is going into a Kansas bank on the Kansas side?
Yeah, he lives in Kansas. He's a Kansas resident. He works at a dispensary in Missouri.
So what that Kansas bank would have to do is hopefully they've done the due diligence on their customer and they know where their customer works, and that's in their customer profile. And any transactions on that account would most likely need to probably, they would file a SAR, but it would be a marijuana limited SAR is probably what I would recommend. There's different types of SARs they can do for marijuana, and the marijuana limited SAR says it's legal in the state, but still illegal federally.
So would that report only have to be filed on transactions into the account or transactions that he's using out of the account as well?
That's going to be, and I know the OSBC is here too, and they're the regulator, so I'll let, Brock might be a better person to speak to that. I think that's going to have to be a conversation that the compliance officer is going to have with their legal counsel and decide exactly how risky they think the account is and when to be filing SARs on that. They could be doing a continuing SAR, meaning just they're going to do it every month, filing a SAR over and over.
Yeah, it gets tricky. I mean, if the business, if they're spending the money in the state of Kansas on anything, a dinner somewhere, and it's a company dinner, and they're expensing it back to the business, would the
Real quick there, Representative. That's a great point. The indirect connections are the part we really have the community banks especially have a hard time monitoring and controlling. And then the SAR guidance that I mentioned earlier about a limited SAR, that comes from FinCEN, and they have no definition of marijuana-related business in the guidance. So we don't even know how far those connections go out.
So thank you for that. If the Safer Act passes federally, would that take care of that issue?
Then it would have to, if it's legal at the state level, then yes, it would give us a safe harbor to do any kind of operating
Not
there.
if it wouldn't fix that issue if the Safer Act passed, because medical marijuana or marijuana of any kind is not legal in Kansas.
Correct. It would have to be passed at the state level, and we would need the federal in order to bank in Kansas.
So if the employee in question works on the Missouri side and lives on the Missouri side and Safer passes, it's fine, but because it's legal in Missouri.
So I see what you're saying there. Well, I think it's going to depend a little bit on if it's a state bank or a national bank, and I think Brock and the OSBC might be better to speak to that, but depending on who their overall regulator is.
Okay. I appreciate that, Kelly. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Kessler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're talking about the banks having to report stars, the star report. Are there any other industries that the bank has to do that star report for? I mean, what types of industries have to?
There's a lot of guidance that goes into what's considered suspicious activity, but off the top of my head, I'm not sure if there's another industry that automatically, if SAR is filed every time, yeah. I can't think of another industry that's regulated in that way, but that's because we're in such a gray area.
So I have one for you, Kelly.
Sure.
FDIC insurance covers the deposits. Does a bank insurance company, because they have insurance too, that covers everything else, Do they have any issues with this area?
Insurance on deposits for marijuana
Not
related.
not on deposits, but on the banking activities. I'm talking about general insurance with the bank.
I do not have an answer to that. I can research it. I would assume that if you are banking a product that is illegal under federal law, that is going to cause issues for your insurance and could increase your premiums. But I can follow up on that.
That could be a rough area for everyone, even the savings and loans, I'm sure. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. Next, we have Brock Roller, General Counsel, Office of the State Banking Commissioner. Brock, I probably said your name wrong, so you can straighten us out with the full name. Thank you.
You're perfectly fine, Chairman.
Welcome to committee.
Chairman Fagan, members of the committee, as mentioned, my name is Brock Rayler. I'm General Counsel for Office of State Bank Commissioner. I speak on behalf of the about 168 state charter banks, which are regulated by our agency. We do not regulate credit unions, and we do not regulate national banks or national savings and loans. If Kansas was to legalize medical marijuana, it's my opinion that banking in Kansas would not be substantially impacted. The reason I say that is we have quite a few banks that are already operating in Colorado and Missouri. And to answer Representative Hoheisel's question, we do allow state chartered banks to bank medical marijuana if it's legal in that state and they have a branch in that state. How far down the rabbit hole do we go? If we are asked, we will certainly state that you do need to file a SAR for your instance where you know an employer is working for a dispensary in Missouri. That is something that we do expect. But I can tell you that very few state chartered banks knowingly are banking medical marijuana or recreational marijuana in states where that's legal. I heard a percentage of 10%. Although I cannot state the exact examination material of each state chartered bank, I can tell you that that percentage is significantly less than what we see now. But we do know there's at least one that is actively banking marijuana. So we do not prohibit marijuana-related businesses, but there's a lot of issues associated with banking marijuana. First and foremost is medical marijuana is a very cash-intensive business, and that will probably still be the same. I would like to see what the federal guidelines are for the Safe or Safer Banking Act if it's passed, because right now credit card companies are refusing to do business with marijuana dispensaries and other marijuana-related businesses, which means that these are very cash-intensive. There are other cash-intensive businesses that have difficulty finding a banking partner. For instance, money service businesses, those that help you wire money from one place to another. There's very few banks that will bank those types of customers due to the risks associated with that, and that's a completely legal industry. And I mean that legally, both federally and state-wide. The reason why banks are more hesitant on cash-based businesses to bank those customers is, as Kelly mentioned, there's a lot of enhanced due diligence that's required, both when you're opening accounts and you do need to closely monitor all transactions. And I'm not trying to say that cash-intensive businesses are filled with terrorists or anything of that nature, but it is definitely a more substantial risk that you may have some money laundering or some embezzlement that happens just based on the way the business is run. Banks take a very cautious view of those types of businesses because if they are not following enhanced due diligence, they could be assessed a Bank Secrecy Act violation. Recently, TD Bank, a national bank in Delaware, just was hit with a $3 billion fine for not properly complying with the Bank Secrecy Act. I don't know the details of their business model to know if that, what type of customers they were engaged in, but the violations for Bank Secrecy Act can be very, very large. Also, as mentioned, marijuana banking is still currently illegal under the Federal Controlled Substances Act. As mentioned, FinCEN did issue a memorandum on their expectations regarding marijuana-related businesses. We've also issued a guidance document that mostly mirrors the FinCEN's guidelines. And this particular guidance was issued when the Cole memo was in place. That's since been rescinded, but FinCEN has stated that they still expect that if you are banking marijuana-related businesses, that you're still following the guidelines that they listed. So lastly, what I want to state is these guidelines are applicable to all banks nationwide that FinCEN has released. And I do not believe that Kansas is alone in being hesitant in banking marijuana-related businesses solely because of the risk associated with the bank for this activity that's illegal federally. Now, that may change if the federal government decides to declare it as a Schedule 3. That will make a medical marijuana legal, but still there may be a cash-intensive issue for these types of businesses unless the credit card companies are willing to bank or allow their credit card networks to be used for these types of transactions. Until both of those issues are solved, I think Kansas banks are probably going to be very hesitant in deciding to bank these customers. That being said, we will certainly review any state bank that has taken the business decision to try to bank these types of customers, and we will make sure that they are in compliance with both federal and state law. And it's really their business decision. We're not going to stand in the way. With that, I'll certainly stand for any questions.
Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Brock. Am I correct in that in the last year or two, I think they've lowered the money amount thresholds for a suspicious activity report in general? Is that true? And I think it used to be 10,000, then they brought it down. Might have been the Biden administration that did so. Is that correct? So it's still around 10,000? Okay.
Yeah.
And since it is a cash-intensive business, I guess my concern is there any discretion in that? I mean, if I just walked in, had some money sitting at home and deposited 10,100, they would file probably an SAR on me, correct?
Well, 10,000 is a currency transaction report, which that is mandatory to be filed. But marijuana always will have a suspicious activity report filed anyways. But for instance, if you go in and put 3,000 today and then 3,000 the next day and then 5,000, that would either be viewed as a currency transaction report or suspicious activity because you're effectively trying to structure it so you don't get a CTR filed.
That's where I was going with this. I mean, somebody, since criminals don't tend to follow the law, you can have cartels, you could open a legitimate type looking at an account and still be able to inadvertently, a bank could be money laundering for a cartel just because of those cash deposits. And I don't know, is there a time threshold? I'm just kind of curious, is it 3,000 or 10,000 over the course of a week? I can't remember the exact, it's been a while since I've looked at those.
Do you happen to know? I can get back to you on that one. To be perfectly honest, that usually doesn't come to me as a question.
Okay.
But I'll be more than happy to answer.
I was just curious, either Kelly or you.
Yeah.
Because I'd like to know, the parameters on that.
Yeah.
Because I do know that's, and maybe Kelly has a answer.
Thank you, Senator. So there's no set 10,000 within X amount of days. They're looking at a pattern of practice. So they'll be looking at the week, the month, the transactions, and see if they're structuring their deposits in order to avoid that. And then if they are, that would, not only would that be a CTR, but then that would be a suspicious activity report as well, because it's suspicious that they're structuring their payments to avoid that number, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that does. And I think that answers my question. I just wanted to, because I think somebody legitimate who just deals in cash. I mean, some people like to deal in cash rather than other ways.
Yeah, under the federal marijuana SAR, that has to be filed no matter what. It can be the most law-abiding citizen. You still need to file it since it's illegally federally.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Representative Holt-Heisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The good senator kind of took one of my questions there. So on the SAR, kind of the question I asked Kelly, anytime a money transaction would come in with the employee in Kansas that's working in Missouri, they would have to file a SAR. Every 2 weeks, he gets paid every 2 weeks.
It's my understanding that FinCEN allows a continuing SAR to be filed. So you, for that particular customer, you'd need to file one every 90 days. I'm not sure. I'm under the assumption that that was released, but I could be mistaken. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Brock, I might ask you the same kind of question I asked Kelly, but this is on bank insurance. You go into a bank, they've got to have insurance, I would think.
Mm-hmm.
You got a bank that's breaking the federal law and one that's not. Maybe there's a cost for that their insurance goes higher. I'm still trying to wrestle with that one of how you, and I could build you scenarios all day long with that. I'm just surprised the insurance companies don't have an issue with that.
Yeah, that's a very good question. To be perfectly honest, I have not been asked that question to really know that answer. I can tell you that Kansas is certainly not at the forefront of banking medical marijuana or recreational marijuana, but I need to get back to you on that.
Sure, they're getting around in some way in other states. So, any other questions? Brock, thank you for being here. Okay. We are ready for marijuana policy considerations. We got Kevin Caldwell from Marijuana Policy Project, WebEx. Kevin, are you there?
Yes, I am, Senator.
Welcome to committee.
Thank you very much. Dear Senator Fagg and the members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of establishing a well-regulated, compassionate medical cannabis program in Kansas. My name is Kevin Caldwell, and I am the Southeast Legislative Manager for the Marijuana Policy Project, the nation's largest organization working to reform cannabis laws. MPP has played a leading role in crafting and enacting most of the effective medical cannabis laws since 2000. Medical cannabis has been shown to be safe and effective treatment for a variety of medical conditions. Support from the medical community, state and federal lawmakers, and the public, combined with a large and growing body of scientific research, has led 38 states in the District of Columbia enacting effective medical marijuana programs since 1996. These laws are generally well-working and protecting patients. Kansas is now surrounded on 3 sides by states that have legalized medical cannabis, 2 of which have also legalized cannabis for adults 21 and older. Meanwhile, 73% of Kansans support the legalization of medical cannabis. In November, the citizens of Nebraska will vote on establishing a medical cannabis program. If that initiative passes, Kansas will be surrounded by states with compassionate use programs. Kansas should join the vast majority of states and establish a well-regulated, compassionate medical cannabis program. People who could benefit from medical cannabis should not have to wait, and in some cases cannot wait, for the right to use it legally. If medical cannabis can provide relief to those suffering from terrible illnesses like cancer and multiple sclerosis, it is unconscionable to criminalize them for using it. Regulating the cultivation and sale of medical cannabis would ensure patients have access to safe, legal, and reliable medical cannabis that they deserve. The reality is that many seriously ill Kansans are already using cannabis. They can buy it on the robust illicit market, or they can cross the border to Colorado and Missouri and purchase cannabis from an adult use store there. Enacting a state medical cannabis law brings medical professionals into the decision-making process, enabling healthcare providers to evaluate, I am sorry about that. I very much apologize. It also ensures that patients have a product that has been produced and sold according to Kansas regulations to ensure packaging and products do not appeal to minors and that cannabis is lab tested and free of contaminants. The Marijuana Policy Project defines a state as having a workable medical marijuana law, if the state has enacted a law that meets the following 3 criteria. Qualifying patients are allowed to possess and use cannabis without breaking state or local law. There is some realistic means for patients to access cannabis in state that does not rely on federal cooperation, typically through a private state-regulated dispensary and or home cultivation. And patients may use a variety of strains of marijuana or marijuana extracts, including both strains with higher and lower amounts of THC. On behalf of the Marijuana Policy Project, I would like to outline the key policy points our organization defines as critical to a compassionate, patient-focused medical cannabis program. We have also submitted an updated model of medical cannabis bill for your review. The first point is the immediate and explicit patient protections from arrest, detention, and prosecution. A core feature of effective medical cannabis laws is protecting patients from state and local criminal and civil penalties. Patients with serious conditions and a doctor's recommendation must be explicitly protected from both arrest and conviction. As soon as a patient receives a doctor's certification, they should receive immediate legal protections. This includes up until any registry is up and running, and while they wait for ID cards, application to be processed. In some states that remove criminal penalties but do not provide explicit prohibitions against arresting patients, patients sometimes are arrested and it's left to the courts to acquit them. Patients are getting cannabis from neighboring Missouri and Colorado. They should not continue to face arrest and possible convictions while they wait for full implementation. Ongoing and arrests and prosecutions are traumatic, bad for patients' health, and a waste of law enforcement resources. Legal protections must also cover caregivers, physicians, medical cannabis businesses, attorneys who advise businesses, and staff at medical cannabis businesses. For a medical program to be fully functional, all professionals and loved ones must be able to perform their responsibilities without fear of state legal penalties. Provisions should also include to ensure patients have easy, ready access to the medicine they need. This involves allowing separate growers, infused product makers, retailers, and home delivery. It also includes ensuring that there are enough retailers located throughout the state. Unnecessarily limiting the number of medical cannabis dispensaries burdens patients to access medical cannabis, results in patients or their loved ones driving hours just to get their medicine. States that do cap the number of dispensaries typically include some kind of provision in the state law or in regulations that ensure equitable distribution of dispensaries throughout the state. Localities should also be prohibited from banning home delivery to ensure statewide access. Ideally, home cultivation would also be allowed to ensure access. For many people with serious medical conditions, medical expenses, and a reduced ability to work make the price of store-bought cannabis out of reach. Securely cultivating cannabis at home is the only way for some people who can benefit from cannabis to access it. The bill should also be written in a way that ensures patients have access to various forms of cannabis and modes of administration. The vast majority of medical cannabis laws allow patients to administer medical cannabis through whatever method works best for them, be it whole plant cannabis tinctures, ointments, oils, or edibles. Like any medication, doctors and patients should have access to all safe and effective options that exist. Smoking and vaporizing cannabis are much more effective delivery method than pills for many patients because they take effect almost immediately. Inhalation allows patients to use the exact dosage that works for them by increasing dosages in small increments. Manufactured edibles are another important option because they are easier for some patients to ingest and they have a longer lasting effect, which is helpful to many patients with pain and multiple sclerosis. Some patients respond best to tincture, oils used under a tongue, topical medications, or suppositories. Allowing a varying amount of THC is also vital as patients with some symptoms, such as wasting, appetite loss, inflammatory bowel disease, and pain from end-stage cancer, often respond best to cannabis with a significant portion of THC. The majority of medical cannabis laws explicitly list medical conditions that qualify for the state's medical cannabis program. At least 7 states, California, Louisiana, Maine, Massachusetts, Maryland, New Hampshire, and Oklahoma, and Washington, D.C., also allow doctors broad latitude to recommend cannabis for any serious medical condition, or in some cases, any condition at all. MPP believes that the following medical conditions should be included at a minimum: cancer, glaucoma, HIV/AIDS, hepatitis C, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, which is better known as Lou Gehrig's disease, Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, Alzheimer's, PTSD, chronic pain, autism with aggressive or self-injurious behavior, or the treatment of these conditions, or a chronic or debilitating condition that produces wasting syndrome, severe nausea, seizures, or severe and persistent muscle spasms. The health department should also accept petitions when considering adding other conditions. Regulations should be crafted to ensure medical cannabis is free of pesticides, molds, and other impurities, and that patients will know exactly what they are getting. In an effective medical marijuana program, medical cannabis is lab tested and accurately labeled, and regulations includes bans on harmful pesticides and additives. Regulators should develop labeling requirements for medical cannabis and cannabis products that include the length of time the product takes to take effect, disclosure of ingredients and possible allergens, a nutritional fact panel, and requiring that edible cannabis products be clearly identifiable and include a standard symbol indicating that the product contains cannabis. Packaging and labeling requirements should prohibit the use of any images designed or likely to appeal to minors. Regulations should also include reasonable security requirements to prevent diversion and theft, i.e. lighting, physical security, and alarm requirements, and that are also not so excessive that they unnecessarily drive up costs and thus prices. MPP urges the inclusion of anti-discrimination provisions so that patients do not lose employment, housing, child custody, or medical care based on their responsible use of medical cannabis. Because the Americans with Disabilities Act does not extend to medical cannabis, which is illegal under federal law, many newer medical cannabis laws have included similar protections. These provisions extend protections from discrimination to seriously ill patients who use cannabis as they would if they use pharmaceuticals, such as ensuring that they do not lose their jobs, be denied employment unless there is a federal law requiring that to happen, or be denied organ transplants. We have provided a state-by-state breakdown of protections of medical cannabis patients. And provisions should be included to protect the confidentiality of patients. Any information kept or maintained by medical cannabis establishments should identify cardholders by their registry ID number, not by their name or other personally identifying information. In addition, the state's registry database must be confidential and not allow law enforcement to engage in fishing expeditions. Law enforcement and dispensary staff should be able to submit an ID number to verify that it is associated with a card, but should not search for a patient by name. In closing, I would also like to address the concerns voiced by some of law enforcement's representatives. These same concerns have been voiced in every state that has implemented medical cannabis laws, whether the programs were approved legislatively or via ballot initiative. These concerns have not materialized in the states that have implemented well-regulated programs. While it's also important to get feedback from law enforcement, in this case, their compatriots in other states have been able to continue to effectively protect and serve their communities while at the same time permitting patients with debilitating conditions access to safe, laboratory-tested cannabis products. Thank you for your time and consideration of this issue, which is so important to the health and quality of thousands of Kansans. I would happy to answer any of the questions you have and can be reached at the email or telephone number I have provided.
Thank you, Mr. Cardwell. Is there any questions from the committee? Okay, if not, thank you, sir, for being here. And we'll move next to Robin Bonsall, private citizen that is here. Robin, I'd like to welcome you to the committee.
It's on now. The light is on. Okay. Thank you. In the interest of time, I'm going to set a timer because I'm that kind of girl. All right. Chairman Fagg and members of the committee, thank you very much for this opportunity to share my story and advocate for my cannabis dreams. Ask me about my hemp dream, and depending on time, we can talk about how my husband and I would love to see agricultural hemp treated as a standard crop option for Kansas farmers. We would also love to be part of economic development in Kansas, centered around cannabis for nutrition, textiles, and residential home construction. Ask me about my hemp dream, and depending on time, we can talk about how my husband and I currently source our hemp hearts, a main source of our nutritional protein, through Canada, because 50 cents a serving versus $2.50 a serving is much more financially responsible for us at this time. We also have shirts, sunglasses, and earrings made from agricultural hemp. We also plan to build our forever home out of as much Kansas-grown hemp products as possible, to include fireproof, carbon-sequestering hempcrete insulation, cabinets and flooring, curtains, clothing, bed sheets, biofuel for heat and electricity. Ask me about my hemp dream, and if I had more than 3 minutes, I would expand on how it feels very misguided that this committee is predominantly focused on medical marijuana. Kansas farmers and dreamers deserve better. For instance, my husband and I are delaying building our forever home because we are hopeful that Kansas lawmakers will embrace cannabis holistically sooner rather than later, instead of feeding the fear of one very isolated genetic piece of the cannabis pie. Speaking of pie, if you've read my written testimony, I reference pizza as a metaphor for cannabis. Objectively, cannabis as a whole pizza looks like this. The pizza crust is agricultural hemp. The tomato sauce is also agricultural hemp. The cheese is agricultural hemp. The majority of our topping options, meat and veggies, are agricultural hemp. One very specific optional topping, pineapple, could be considered marijuana, otherwise known as THC. I am a product of the DARE program, circa 1995 and 1996. I am now a 40-year-old woman. I still say no to drugs. I rarely drink alcohol. I do not gamble. I graduated with high honors from high school, cum laude from college. I married my high school sweetheart, who just came into the room. And we intentionally waited to start our family until after marriage. We are homeowners, we are taxpayers, and we contribute to uplifting our neighbors and our community. We may or may not occasionally like pineapple on our pizza. Ask me about my hemp dream, and I'll tell you that one day my husband and I will be hemp farmers in Kansas, and our most ambitious goal is to introduce children to sustainable nutrition via agricultural hemp at an early age. With your help, we can redirect these cannabis conversations away from the misguided fear of THC and possibly toward agricultural opportunities for farmers, which will lead to processing and manufacturing opportunities, then retail opportunities. The possibilities for Kansans like myself to thrive in the cannabis industry are endless, and a lot of them have nothing to do with THC. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Committee, you got any questions for her? Okay. Senator Alley.
Thank you for being here, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. What is hindering you from doing these things you dream of today?
The fear of being perceived as a criminal.
We have heard stories and of plans of hemp being used in lumber, composites, concrete. Actually, Henry Ford built a car out of it. So why can't we do that today?
I think there's just confusion in our state of what the possibilities are. That's my personal opinion. I think we have become laser focused on the fear of marijuana and it being a Schedule I drug, that we are, like I said, misguided about what the priorities and what the economic development potential is of the entire cannabis plant. For me personally and my family, we want to support Kansans in this endeavor. So we are biding our time, hoping that the lessons that are being learned in our neighboring states, we don't have to make those same mistakes. We can learn from them by getting into the industry and making the policies now that mean that we can do this sooner rather than later.
I've got more questions, but I'll.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to follow up on that, what policies are you talking about? I think the legislature's been pretty proactive for hemp and trying to get the industry started and all that kind of stuff. So when you say roadblocks, I'm interested in hearing what those roadblocks are.
Thank you. I'm grateful that I'm able to talk about agricultural hemp instead of medical marijuana in this case, because we have tried, a few of us have tried to help reduce the fees, the costs to enter into the industry through legislation that we have partnered to propose with KDA and KBI. And the roadblocks are, it's not treated like a standard crop option yet. It is still treated as something that needs to be tested for potentially high amounts of THC, which if you've listened to any of the other testimony, agricultural hemp, it doesn't have that worry. So we are wasting not only our, we'll say our law enforcement time and having to test crops for potential THC, and we're also wasting the time of our farmers and requiring them to pay additional fees just to try to grow this crop and build the industry. I am grateful to hear that KDA has proposed to send this, our program, to the USDA, because that might remove some of the roadblocks, but the time is now. We keep talking about things that are distractions instead of what could be lifting up our farmers and then dreamers in Kansas.
Well, that's certainly news to me. I thought we had done pretty good about
We're trying.
roadblocks. So thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Senator Thompson.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. So what I'm hearing is clarity in our hemp laws that needs to come together for this to happen for you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Committee, anybody else? Okay, Robin, thank you very much. We got written only testimony from 5 different people. I'm not going to name them all for the sake of time.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I didn't know you were allowing private citizens to speak orally. Would there be a chance that I could have 3 minutes as a private citizen?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. My name is Nick Reinecker from Inman, Kansas, and I have been coming up here for the last 12 years trying to get cannabis off the Controlled Substances Act to allow the plant freedom and not plant oppression, which would require me to have a license to grow a raw agricultural commodity. Coming up here, I went by the coffee shop and I noticed all the people getting their legal addictive stimulants so they wouldn't get violent on people. I've heard brownie jokes, and I don't think this issue is funny at all. I'd like to read an extract from Thomas Jefferson's first inaugural address. Still one more thing, fellow citizens, a wise and frugal government, which shall restrain men from injuring one another, shall leave them otherwise free to regulate their own pursuits of industry and improvement, and shall not take from the mouth of labor and bread it has earned. This is the sum of good government, and this is necessary to close the circle of our felicities. I'm not interested in the politics of definitions or word usage or anything like that, but we have a current world order system that is based on Judeo-Christian principles and free market principles of a constitutional republic. And to avoid getting into globalism and eugenics, I just think we should stop fighting each other on this issue and return to those principles and not the politics of what is natural versus synthetic. God did create the chicken first, and God's order is life, family, and liberty, which is freedom with morality. If we choose to have idols, whether it be politics, drugs, or whatever, we're going to suffer the consequences. But government cannot change hearts. Only God can change hearts. The government can change behavior, but unless you're telling me that you want to use state resources to go after all the shops in Kansas, which I think would be against your conservative principles, I think there's better ways to do this, which would allow people the freedom to grow this seed and use it how they want to. I won't go into any commentary about the current situation, but it is seriously important. And I think that there needs to be some education with our sheriffs as the closest elected official to the people. It is most important, and they need to defend the rights of the people. So many headlines. Pharma pours millions into the NHS for non-research work. Pharma paid $1.6 billion to reviewers of top medical journals, payments by drug and medical devices manufacturers to U.S. peer reviewers of major medical journals. Big Pharma is shelling out billions to control science. Another year of booming pay for biopharma chief executives. Look up who are the highest paid healthcare CEOs, and on and on and on. And I will provide these links for you with some testimony. If you put drug possession and make drug possession a felony and put tobacco back on the Controlled Substances Act and ban phones, which are hurting our children, then I will stand down. But I'm just saying, let us plant this seed and use it how we want to. Here's a Brookings Institute deal from February 2024, U.S.-China relations and fentanyl and precursor cooperation in 2024. And then the issue of police officers, peacekeepers, using prescription drugs, which I will also send. Frankly, I would rather have cannabis-consuming peacekeepers than flat effect zombie-like people trying to do law enforcement. But so there's, thank you so much for allowing me a couple minutes to speak as a private citizen. And I appreciate the work this committee is doing, and I hope that we make some sense of this really quickly. God bless you.
Thank you. You want to stand there? Does anybody have a question for him? Okay, thank you. Okay, written only testimony. There was 5 of them on there. There was 2 private citizens on there. We also had the Chief Deputy Attorney General was one of them. One Director of Policy and Research, American Civil Liberties Union, ACLU of Kansas. So that's something that we could all review, and it is online. So, okay, next we have Medical Marijuana in Utah by Rich O'Born, Director, Center of Medical Cannabis, Utah, by WebEx. So, Rich, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Well, thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Rich, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. Welcome to committee in Kansas. We're
Wonderful.
ready for you.
Great. Chairman Fagg, thank you for the invitation to present before this committee today. My name is Richard O'Born, and I'm Director of the Center for Medical Cannabis at the Utah Department of Health and Human Services. In Utah's medical cannabis program, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services registers the medical cannabis holders, recommending medical providers who participate in the program, and we also provide administrative support to various research and policy boards. The Utah Department of Ag and Food oversees all licensing of facilities that grow, manufacture, and sell medical cannabis medicine to patients. I was asked to speak about how the Utah Medical Cannabis Program has been working, some strengths and challenges of Utah's pharmacy model, and how the Medical Cannabis Policy Advisory Board works with and benefits the program. So first, I'll focus on how the Utah Medical cannabis program has been working. Since the first medical cannabis card was issued in 2020, we've seen the number of medical cannabis patient card holders increase to over 89,000. There are now over 950 medical providers registered with the state and 76 Utah licensed pharmacists who participate in the state's medical cannabis program. To become what we call a qualified medical provider who registers with the department and can recommend medical cannabis to more than 15 patients, a medical provider must complete a 4-hour continuing education course on medical cannabis. There are 15 medical cannabis pharmacies throughout Utah licensed to sell medical cannabis to qualifying medical card holders. A medical cannabis pharmacy cannot sell anything but medical cannabis devices, and educational material. Regular neighborhood pharmacies that sell FDA-approved drugs cannot sell medical cannabis in Utah. A few strengths of Utah's pharmacy model include the following. Patients have to meet with medical providers in person to talk about medical cannabis before the provider can recommend medical cannabis. This appointment includes a medical assessment to figure out if medical cannabis is a good fit, and education about how to use medical cannabis safely and responsibly. First-time patients are required to meet with a medical cannabis pharmacist employed by a medical cannabis pharmacy before their first. Medical cannabis pharmacists are board certified and licensed pharmacists who specialize in medical cannabis. They talk to the patient about how to use medical cannabis, their treatment goals, and the types and amounts of medical cannabis to start with. They also answer any questions from the patient. At least one pharmacist must be physically present at each medical cannabis pharmacy during all business hours. This benefits patients because a pharmacist is available to talk with the patient over the phone and in person during business hours. Patients can ask questions, talk about concerns, and get guidance on topics like adjusting their dose or limiting side effects. Pharmacists and recommending medical providers share a statewide software. This software enables pharmacists to review treatment notes placed by a patient's recommending medical provider. A recommending medical provider may place restrictions on the type and amount of a product purchased by their patient at the medical cannabis pharmacy. Many recommending medical providers defer dosing guidelines to pharmacists working in the medical cannabis pharmacies, and that pharmacist can recommend dosing changes to the medical provider. Pharmacists at each retail location review every transaction of medical cannabis to ensure that the transaction complies with restrictions that may have been placed by a patient's recommending medical provider. The DHHS Center for Medical Cannabis, recommending medical providers and pharmacists in Utah by offering them education and resources so they can recommend and counsel patients effectively. These resources include patient assessment tools, required continuing education courses, dosing and recommendation guidelines, and education materials. A few of the challenges of Utah's pharmacy model include the following. Some stakeholders in Utah report that requiring a pharmacist to be available for counseling with patients adds to a medical cannabis pharmacy's operating cost. And as a department, we're supportive of this requirement, but pharmacies and some of the industries report that the cost of medical cannabis products to patients would be lower if a pharmacist was not required to be so involved. Also, requiring a pharmacist to review every point of sale transaction to ensure medical providers' restrictions are followed adds to a medical cannabis pharmacy's operating cost. We're supportive of this requirement in Utah, but it also adds to our costs as a state agency because we must pay our staff to audit these records, and this adds to our program cost. Now to talk about the Medical Cannabis Policy Advisory Board and how it benefits our program. The Medical Cannabis Policy Advisory Board in Utah is composed of 9 members, including representatives of the industry, patients, mental health providers, medical providers, research community, law enforcement, and the public. The purpose of the advisory board is to recommend to state lawmakers policy changes and to recommend to state agencies changes to administrative rules. The board has to make or amend Utah laws. The Medical Cannabis Policy Advisory Board benefits the program in the following ways. The board acts as a communication hub regarding legislative proposals supported by various stakeholders. At board meetings, stakeholders communicate and better understand one another's positions. Stakeholders who join these meetings include patients, patient advocates, industry leaders, medical providers, and pharmacists. The board provides input to the Utah Department of Health and Human Services and the Utah Department of Agriculture and Food regarding administrative rules that we are responsible to draft and to publish. State agencies learn from board member experiences and make adjustments to rules as needed based on input received from board members and from the public during board meetings. Stakeholder vetting of legislative proposals related to medical cannabis throughout the year prior to formal consideration by state lawmakers during our 45-day legislative session held once a year. In conclusion, Utah's medical cannabis program has adopted the pharmacy model as it relies on medical providers and medical cannabis pharmacists to help patients. So far, the Medical Cannabis Policy Advisory Board has been an effective venue for stakeholders to communicate regarding program challenges and to work together on recommending policy changes to lawmakers. I'm now available to respond to any questions from the committee.
Representative Holzheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here today. 2 quick questions. The first question is, you referenced pharmacies. How many pharmacies do you guys have there?
Medical cannabis pharmacies, of those we have 15 throughout the state.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Second one is, we've heard a lot from law enforcement and individuals concerned about the black market and the cartels and things like that. What are you seeing on the ground out there? Is that an issue in Utah?
I think the best group to ask about that would be law enforcement. So I'd refer to them, but just based on secondhand information that's been shared with me as director at Department of Health and Human Services, I haven't heard that it's a major concern, but you could reach out directly and I could add if you weren't sure.
Thank you for that answer. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what are the total sales of in your state of medical marijuana? Do you have that number?
And yeah, as far as the total revenue or number of transactions?
Revenue.
Total revenue? Okay. And yeah, I can just share with you some very basic numbers that I can just grab really quick from our website. And that can just give you some general statistics about our program right now. Just give me a moment as I try on our website. And we do have an annual report that we do. And just to share with that number is in our annual report. And I can just share with you really quick what that is. It's just, let's see here. Yeah, so it looks like the particular report that I'm looking at, it does not have the total. I can get it to you later, and I can include my written testimony that I can submit later. But we do have yearly medical cannabis product purchases. And in 2023, the number of delivery purchases was 715,235. In-store purchases, that was 3.4 million. Pickup purchases were 632,000. So the total number of transactions was 4.7 million in 2023. And that is not a cash number, that's just number of transactions. And yeah, so that just gives you a little bit of information about the scope of Utah's medical cannabis program, and I can include the revenue numbers in my written testimony.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Committee, we got any other questions? You got one? Senator Thompson?
Yes, as long as, thank you, Mr. Oborn. As long as you're rounding up information on that, I would like to know what are the various numbers on the types of conditions that those transactions, I guess, are covering.
Yeah.
What's the range?
Yeah, I can.
And any, and I doubt if you have this, regulatory costs for the state agencies.
We do include that in our annual report, and I can share that with you.
Okay.
As far as patient card holders by medical conditions, that is also in our annual report that I'm looking at right now.
Okay.
And so we've got 89,000, as of the end of September, there were 89,000 total card holding patients in our program. And of those, 74,000 or 83% reported their qualifying condition determined by their medical provider that they met with as a persistent pain. So 83% report that. Yep.
Yeah, just provide that with the rest of the information. Right. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Committee, is there any other questions? Okay, if not, Rich, thank you for coming on WebEx, and we appreciate that. And so we're ready to move on to the next. Cannabis Industry General. We got Sam Jones here, the Kansas Natural Remedies. Mr. Jones, welcome to committee.
Here we go. Does that work? Well, I appreciate you all. These have been long days, and it's a lot of information, so I want to keep it short. The longer we get in the day, I can tell that people start getting tired. So, and really, I mean, we've heard the same information year after year. This will be my 5th year advocating for medical cannabis, and I've heard every argument for, I've heard every argument against, and I'm sure you have too. And so I don't want to get into the specifics of the arguments. But what I do want to point out is there's 2 things I've noticed every year that comes up in these hearings. One is confusing correlation with causation. We hear a lot of studies being thrown out there saying, oh, I've got a study that says that fentanyl deaths have increased since medical cannabis has been legalized in this state. Well, fentanyl deaths are on the rise nationwide everywhere. And so I can say, we had somebody say that we had, a veteran smoke marijuana the night before and the next day he did something terrible. Well, what else did he do the night before? Are we going to say that, well, he had a fatty dinner or he ate a lot of fried food and therefore he did this? It's correlation and causation are not the same. And I really liked what one of the opponents actually said, which she said control study. She said there was a study that had a control in it, which what a control is we can determine that on the multitude of factors that have that contribute to a certain outcome that medical cannabis, or something else was the cause. But if you don't have controls on these studies, then you can't determine causation. And a lot of the studies that I've heard cited, I'm familiar with these studies. Traffic fatalities increasing in Colorado and Denver. Well, traffic fatalities have increased in Colorado and Denver because they've had an influx of population and the same amount of infrastructure during that influx. So that's number one, correlation with causation. I think that's something we need to be really careful about when we're citing medical cannabis studies. And number two is Oklahoma. We hear a lot about the cartels in the black market and how medical cannabis is going to bring cartels into our state, and how we've seen in other states that cartels have taken off since medical cannabis has been implemented. Well, we've seen that in one state. We saw it in Oklahoma. And the reason Oklahoma had cartels and an increase in black market was twofold. One, they had virtually zero application stringency, so they didn't do background checks. They didn't make sure you were a U.S. citizen. They didn't do any sort of digging in to make sure you weren't operating this on behalf of somebody else. And every bill that we've presented for the last 4 years has had those application requirements. You could not be a foreign national and get a license. And they'd have background checks, and we'd pierce the corporate veil. And then the black market, so that's number one. Number two, black market, that has taken off because we've got 7,000 producers in Oklahoma and a handful of regulators. So even though Oklahoma has really tried to regulate this by implementing a seed-to-sale system like Metric, it's really hard to retroactively implement these regulations when they didn't do it on the front end, and they allowed 7,000 people to cultivate it. So your supply went through the roof. They don't know where this product's ending up. The black market's up everywhere because Oklahoma is sending it out of state because they don't know where this product's ending up because they can't effectively regulate it. We're not trying to do that in Kansas. We really are trying to make production as strict as possible, and we're trying to make distribution of patients as strict as possible. We really like the Oklahoma model. Inadvertently and unintentionally, the bill that we drafted last year in a lot of ways is almost identical to everything I've heard about the Utah model. Did I say Oklahoma versus Utah?
Yeah.
Okay. I want that stricken from the record. I do not support Oklahoma's model. Utah's got a great model. And so we're really advocating for a program like Utah. We really want this to be tightly regulated. Like I said, I don't want to take a lot of your time. I know that these go on, and there's a lot of information to digest. So I really want to end on the Midwest Newsroom and Emerson College pulled Kansas, Iowa, and Nebraska and found that 73% of Kansans are in favor of medical cannabis. Only 18% are against. And with that information, I really liked what one of the previous testifiers said is, he said, let's not be a nanny state. 73% of Kansans want this. If they want to do it, and we know that this has worked in 38 other states, let's let them do it. And then I want to finish with, even President Trump has vocally supported cannabis legalization. And with that, I'd like to wrap up.
Saying Oklahoma, you just seen if we was awake, right?
That's right. I figure everybody could do with the laugh after lunch.
Committee, we got any questions? Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today. One question that we have heard, and one statement we've heard from testimony today is that for every dollar of revenue, it's about $4.50 of social cost.
I'd really like to see that study because I have a very hard time believing that we have. So we had the man from Utah say that just the number of transactions were over 4 million. Let's just assume for that each one of those was $40. So if we have $120 million in revenue, are you saying that we have nearly $600 million in social costs from marijuana? I don't believe that. And that's part of the problem that I've noticed is, I can get up here and I can say whatever I want about medical cannabis. I can cite studies that say that, it's going to be your ticket to bliss and it's doctor reviewed and, I'll get you the study afterwards. But I mean, in the end, it's, I can say I've got a study for anything. So I'd be very curious to see that one.
I think that was from Colorado. My memory serves me.
Yeah. Well, Colorado's economy is really, really humming along. So I got to say, you know, they're not without their social programs in cities like Denver, where liberal municipal policies like urban camping have it, you know, rear their ugly head. But, you know, look at Colorado Springs. Look at they're finally implementing all the infrastructure that they said they were going to do for decades and decades. Yeah.
Thank you.
Representative Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sam, thank you for being here today. Kind of question I asked the last conferee. We've heard a lot from law enforcement about cartels and the black market being an issue in other states. And I do believe that's a legitimate concern. So from an industry standpoint, what causes that? And what could we do to resolve that if medical marijuana was to move forward in Kansas?
Tightly regulated. So, and the way you tightly regulate it is on the application process from the very beginning. If somebody's trying to be a licensee, make sure they're vetted thoroughly. Don't, you know, Oklahoma said if you have $1,500 and you submit an application and you've got an Oklahoma address, here's your license. And like I said, they had 7,000 licensees. If you had any, even if you had an enormous government regulatory body, you wouldn't be able to check in on every single one of those licensees. But if you've got a hand, and they're way overproducing the demand in Oklahoma. So they really are shipping it out of state and causing the black market to boom in places like Michigan. I mean, it's ending up across the United States. So if you really want to control, make sure cartels don't get in, and you want to control the black market, ensure that you restrict or are carefully vetting where the supply is coming from, because that's going to determine where that product ends up. If we've got a glut of supply, they're going to find a way to sell it. If we don't, if we ease up the demand line, they can sell it on the legal market, and they're not going to be incentivized to sell it on the black market. So, yep.
Any other questions, committee? If not, thank you, Sam.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You bet. Next, we got Boston Dickerson, Chief Executive Officer and President of Show Me Organics. Boston, welcome to committee.
Chairman Fagg, committee, thank you guys very much for having me. Just a little bit of a background on myself. I operate a vertically integrated business in Missouri. We have 5 retail stores, 3 of which are currently operating. We run a cultivation and a manufacturing plant in Missouri. I'm actually butting right up to the Kansas side in Grandview, Missouri. And I'd just like to speak today to a little bit about what we deal with on a regular basis and kind of my background and where I come from. So I went to school at the University of Missouri. My family was involved in retail pharmacy management and operations for the last 35 years. My mother's a pharmacist. So we've firsthand seen the opioid crisis affect many people, and that's exponentially increased since the 90s. I've heard a lot of opposition come up here and talk about the black market and how regulated this can be and how it can lead to unintended consequence of this product going outside of the bounds that the committee and legislature sets up. So I wanted to open up with an open invitation to invite anybody on this committee to come tour our cultivation facility in Grandview and manufacturing facility, retail if you'd like as well, and just to see how regulated these businesses actually are in Missouri. I've operated, again, pharmacies, medical device startups, logistics, and I have never been in a business that's been as tightly regulated as cannabis in Missouri on the recreational or medical side. So I think one of the key elements to this is really having and picking a solid seed to sale partner that you can track how much cannabis is being grown in a state and how much our patients' demand is. Once you get a good baseline, and these seed to sale tracking companies who've been doing this for 10, 15 years in other states already have good data baselines and averages that show this is how a community with this population density will be affected by marijuana, whether that's in a standard deviation line or some sort of data chart like that. So I think it's important first that we establish a good regulatory framework. And one of the things that I think Missouri probably wishes they would have done a little bit better if they could go back to this part of the process is really define transparently in the statutes what the rules and regulations are. You know, we've talked to regulators, and I think where a lot of the problem is coming in Missouri right now is there's a lot of stuff in that statute that was left up to interpretation. So these regulators, and depending on the attorney general or the governor who gets elected, these interpretations change. So I think it's very important to have clear definitions, concise strategies on, you know, not only where this funding will go that comes into the program, but how these actors and operators in the industry will be regulated. That being said, we have seen medical marijuana stimulate the economy in many ways in Missouri. In the medical program, I believe in 2022, the last numbers were around $300 million in sales, and I'll send you guys a follow-up report on that, but it's close to that number. And what Missouri really set out to do was give these profits and tax revenues generated back to the veterans who've been disproportionately affected by not having access to this marijuana over the past several years. And again, going back to how this has been stifled, now there are so many lawsuits against the state and the regulators on how these licenses were awarded. The minutia of what went into selecting these applicants, that a lot of this money that was supposed to go to these veteran organizations has been tied up in legal bills. And these lawsuits have been going on for 4 years. We don't see an end in sight. So I think as you guys consider this, you should really think on how transparency in these issues are going to waterfall down should you have a program here. And to end, I would like to again invite any of you guys to our cultivation, manufacturing, and retail spaces in Missouri just to see how we operate a business and how regulated it is. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions.
Senator Thompson.
Thank you. On the those lawsuits with regard to, is that awarding of contracts for the growers? I'm just curious, what are those lawsuits?
So yes, growers, retailers, and processors, I think. So there was a merit-based scoring system that went out, and there was a lot of non-transparency in how these applications were graded and who got awarded what licenses. So that led to thousands of appeals that these applicants who were denied have come back with lawsuits on the state.
Any idea what kind of legal costs we're talking about in aggregate?
No, sir, not without the data in front of me, but I can estimate it's tens of millions of dollars.
Tens of millions of dollars in law.
Yes, sir.
Legal defense.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Committee, we have any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Committee, thank you.
Okay, we're moving now to cannabis industry growers. We got David Brown, Coastal Cannabis Consulting via WebEx. David, can you hear me? He's not on yet. Okay, so we'll move on down the list. Okay, we're going to break for 5 minutes here. We'll hit our chairs here and get rolling. Okay, the next person on the agenda is still not on WebEx, so we're going to move on down the line. So we're in the cannabis industry, and this area has to do with tracking. So we have Gene Robinson here from the Government Affairs Director of Matrix. And Gene, I'd say welcome to committee. Thank you for being here.
Now it's on?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I'm Jean Robinson. I'm the Government Affairs Director for a company called Metric. You just heard a reference to seed to sale tracking and the importance of that from our friend from Missouri. We actually do hold the contract in Missouri along with, excuse me, along with 23 other states with 3 more on the horizon. We serve agencies, regulatory agencies in those states, along with all of the industry participants that must report into the system as well. So have experience throughout the country, so happy to answer questions after this as well. So nearly every state that has legalized medical or adult use cannabis has required the use of a centralized inventory system. That is commonly referred to as seed to sale system, traceability system, a track and trace system. There's a multitude of names for the system, but it really means that it's a centralized inventory system. Every participant in the industry inputs the information and data into that system, and it provides basically a mission control center, if you will, for the state regulator. This has become an industry best practice. A few states that have historically not utilized a seed to sale technology system have made steps towards adopting one. For example, Florida, Minnesota, New Jersey, Virginia, they are all started very small medical programs without the requirement and are all moving towards that requirement now. For example, Minnesota now requires the use after the state conducted an audit of the medical cannabis market and found that the Department of Health did not have adequate controls in place to track and test medical marijuana products. Washington has recently released an audit, in fact, just last week, that says basically the same thing. So such findings demonstrate the importance of a seed to sale system as a foundation or cornerstone of your regulatory system. At their core, seed to sale systems act as a single centralized database for every legal cannabis plant and product in the supply chain, including where they originated, where they're currently located or being transferred to, the associated lab results, and ultimately where and how much they sold for. So this information is available in real time to regulators, and it ensures the marketplace is safe and secure. The same technology means taxation systems operate effectively and fairly to ensure the revenue generated is actually collected for the public good. Businesses, as I said, are required to account for each plant and product throughout every single stage of its development and production in the system. So this increases market inversion and diversion. I included in my testimony this flow chart because I find it's really hard to kind of follow the process of this product when you're unfamiliar with it. But how it actually starts is you first attach a tag or some kind of unique identifier to the plant when it reaches a certain height. After that, the business is required to record any trim, waste, or usable flower when the plant's harvested, any pesticides included in the soil, any kind of additives at all. Then as the plant materials transferred to a processor, the system creates a manifest so that if that business is pulled over in transit, law enforcement would know it's a legalized product and it's being transferred from one location to another. The manufacturer can create the product, and then labs test the product to ensure it's safe for human consumption, for a patient to consume, basically, and those results are also recorded in the system. And then finally, a final sale is also recorded to the patient sale. So these systems effectively create a closed loop, but transparent supply chain. This in turn helps prevent inversion and diversion of the material, ensures cannabis products are appropriately tested and safe to consume, and it simplifies reporting for all the stakeholders, whether by industry to the regulator, or the regulator to the general public or the legislature. All of this is in one centralized database, and the information is available in real time. I'm going to speak a little bit to, I'm trying to keep this general testimony to all track and trace systems, but there is one unique part of the metric system for my company that I will mention just because it's different than our competitors. And most ideal for what I'm hearing today are the goals of the committee, and that's the use of tracking tags. We produce our own tracking tags that complement our software system. So for example, our tags are universal in format. They make them easily recognizable to regulators and to law enforcement, and they contain associated information like the unique identifier, the tag number, the barcode, the licensee name and number, and the market, all in easy to read just text and barcode, and also available with an RFID chip in it, which makes it much more efficient for regulators and for businesses. Seed-to-sale systems help regulators provide robust and efficient oversight of various aspects of the market. And I'm not going to go into all that I listed in my testimony, but I do want to highlight a few areas. The important part, accounting for every legal cannabis plant product and byproduct in a cultivation, manufacturing, testing, research, or retail facility at any given time. It provides a single source of truth for the cannabis plant and product data, including quantities, weight, THC potency, strain information, inputs, and test results. This is important because as this market develops, assuming it's going to develop here, you're going to want aggregate data to better inform your policy-making decisions. It also provides data to help predict cash flow for the state and for tax purposes. So, for example, in Colorado, the Department of Revenue used information from the track and trace system, which is metric there, to do tax audits on businesses every year. It also helps with access to banking. It also provides a chain of custody documentation between facilities, departments, businesses, which all mitigates the risk that illegal or illicit cannabis enters the market. You can also observe consumption levels and ways to consume through the system, which arms regulators with information necessary to protect the public. It also seamlessly integrates with all your other state systems. So in the states that we're in, we integrate with the licensing system, the patient registry, and any other system that the state wants us to, pretty much. This is particularly important if you plan to tie the sale of medical marijuana to the patient ID or the patient registry card. We can actually stop or prevent the sale from happening if the patient has already reached their limits. It also seamlessly integrates with enterprise systems used by the cannabis industry. So basically, cannabis industries, you know, like any other business, some of them are only cultivators. They have different needs than a retailer does. So they're able to pick their own ERP system, and then we integrate with that pretty much standardly throughout the entire market. So with information on every regulated cannabis plant and product, the data and metric or another seed to sale system can enhance policymaking through supply chain transparency. Aggregate data can be shared publicly through annual reports to the legislature and on online dashboards, which is what a lot of states are doing now. The industry has changed over time, and this is a great way to just monitor what's going on. Metric doesn't take a position on legalization, but we do know that there are a lot of lessons to be learned from other states, including the 24 we work in. So I really commend the committee for taking the time and getting ahead of this issue and using it as a way to plan forward whether the state decides to legalize or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Gene. Committee. Boy, everybody raised their hand already here. Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today. The system, the track and trace system, is that a new state agency that would own that, or do you own it and you work as, how does that work?
It's a good question. So we are a vendor. So just like any other proposal or procurement your state does, we would, if you pass this law and required seed to sale tracking, usually it's the procurement office of your state and the state agency affected. ABC, in the case of most of the bills here, would regulate, so they would lead the procurement on this, and so we would apply like any other company and issue a proposal contract, yeah. But the state does own the data. So it's not like Metric is a clearinghouse, we take all the data, it's simply a regulatory tool for your agency to use. So we don't get mixed up in like, oh, they're doing this, they're doing that.
You mentioned audits and all that, of the data at a later date. How big is the normal agency that would be tracking, would be supporting you? Let's put it that way. How big should our agency be that supports you?
Yeah, actually, it's the other way around. We support the agency. So the agency utilizes this as basically a mission control center. So if you can picture, they have access to every plant and product in the market. They can compare business to business, and our system will flag any kind of inconsistencies. For example, it takes about 120 to 130 days for a plant to go to harvest. If a business A still has plants in the ground 350 days after, that's going to flag for the agency. The agency then uses Metric as a tool to like prioritize what they're going to spend their enforcement time on. So we always recommend agencies, when you're licensing, you know, one of the previous testifiers talked about how that process needs to be thorough. And we always advise, why don't you know, usually people have to submit like a plan, a visual plan for their business. Inspectors should inspect those businesses at the first, before they open, and then there should be random inspections afterwards. Metric data can help inform those inspections afterwards.
Thank you.
Representative Kessler, you're done? Okay. Senator Thompson.
Thank you. Very interesting. So basically, if I'm hearing you correctly, do you go out and tag the individual plants? Who does?
The businesses.
Business
So it's incumbent on the business to be a partner in their license. So they have spent, you know, typically a fair amount of money and investment in obtaining this license. So we have found businesses want to be compliant, just like in any other industry. So, so really the business is tagging the plant, they're doing the input, the system is there to flag things for businesses sometimes if they fat finger something, that kind of thing. But you just think of this as this is where they import or input all of their inventory information. And then the system is what compiles it.
One quick follow if I could. So you're tracking it from the time it goes into the ground until it's sold. Does that also track the waste product, the part of the plant that is not utilized? And do you know where that goes afterward? And could you speak to that?
Yeah. Yep. The all parts of the plant is typically, when it's harvested, all parts of the plant is accounted for. So the waste is weighed, the trim is weighed, the usable flower is weighed. States have different rules on how to get rid of waste. Sometimes they require it to be composted by by another set of licensees. Sometimes they allow it just to go into the landfill. Sometimes they all have different rules. But all of that is accounted for in the system so that all of the harvest is accounted for.
But is there any oversight or verification of disposal?
Usually what states implement is not only metric, but also video surveillance and that kind of thing, so that when the inspectors go in for a compliance check, for example, they can match what's showing in metric to what's in the grow or in the retailer, and then they can also look back on tapes to see if all of that is accounted for in the right manner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Committee, any other questions? Gene, I might have one. You're talking about identify the viable plants. What happens before the plant? How's the seed part of it work? You know, how do they verify seeds? How many seeds go on a plant? That kind of thing.
Yeah, it's a good question. The states do that in different ways. They call, and probably some of the growers, and if they're here, can also speak to this. But sometimes states just require one tag for like a flat. If you think of if you're in a nursery and you're looking at a flat of really small plants, they will require only one plant tag for that. Other states don't care about any of that until the plant reaches a height where they deem it is time to tag the plant. And that can vary state to state. 6 inches to the tallest, I think, is 30 inches that you don't have to use a tag for yet. So really, the plant itself it's the flower that's usable. And even that is not anything, it's not anything but flour until you apply heat to it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. Yeah, you were kind of talking, it was just kind of going back in my head here about these businesses want to be compliant. And I visited with a grower in another state. It was a pretty big operation. And yeah, 100%, they will do anything in their power. They want to stay compliant, right? They even offered to build an office for the state regulator inside of their plant, inside of their grow, pay for the salary and pay for all the equipment, and he can have his own access. But just to stay compliant, right? So yeah, most of the people I've talked to go way over and above they want to be compliant, right? But thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, Gene, thank you very much. We're going to backtrack here. We do have Dave Brown now on WebEx, Coastal Cannabis Consulting. And this is under the growers area, so this might be some questions in that. So Dave, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Welcome to committee.
Hey, thank you. So shall I begin?
We can see you and hear you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is David Brown, and I'm a biologist and an attorney. I've lobbied for a lot of years as well in the Louisiana state capitol. I'm originally from New Orleans, and I've been involved in this space in one way or another for most of my adult life. I'm about 27 years I've been in this space, and actively as a business owner for the past 13 years or so. My businesses are in Washington State and in Louisiana and in Mississippi. And in Washington State, we're a processor, meaning that we buy our material, as most of you know, we buy our material from a producer, cultivator, grower, farm, and then we turn it into the finished products that then go to the retailers. And in the state of Louisiana, quite a different market from the legacy state that is Washington. It's a limited number state with only 10 different regions and therefore 10 different retailers and only 2 producer processors. And in that state, we're retail only. And then in the state of Mississippi, where they allow full vertical, which is to say one licensee can have producer, processor, and retailer. Forgive me if you guys already know all this, but just the foundations of it. That state allows for full vertical integration. And so it's there that we have a processing facility that's underway, and we have retail. And we hope to have cultivation. I mean, that's in the business plan eventually, but right now, without them having caps on the number of licensees in the state of Mississippi, there's a glut. So there's more production than there is need for it. So we don't currently have cultivation there in Mississippi yet, but like I say, I've been involved in this space for a couple of decades now, and so I can field some of your questions, but I know I'm under the cultivation side or the grower side. We do business with the growers a lot, and I have a lot of awareness of the space, but I'm not currently engaged in cultivating. They're looking to get into that. And I mean, in a nutshell, I want to say a couple of things and then open it to questions. I think we could likely get more out of my time with you if I'm just fielding any questions that you have. But I just find that, we spend a lot of time, rightly so, discovering, learning as much as we can about, the regulation of this industry and making sure that we have, traceability intact and that it's a very, tightly regulated place in each next state that we do business. But the other half of this reality is that the lion's share of even the regulated markets is in the illicit market or the underground market. So it begs the question or makes the point rather that everything that we do in a regulated system is much better than the fully unregulated system that legislators and administrators and law enforcement have to no impact on. I mean, it's just been that way for decades upon decades. I'm several years as a prosecutor myself in the city of Baton Rouge in Louisiana, and it always just seemed like there was nothing. Everything that we tried, it was just continuation of the failed war on drugs, and very little you can do when there's an entirely illicit and robust market. So I applaud you for looking into this as much as you are and asking these good and probing questions. I will mention that in the state of Washington, that state commissioned a study, which I thought was very smart, by a company called Botech. I have no interest in Botech, but whoever can research it for you and find out what would be the right amount of canopy space, what is the right amount of patients to target for the opening at least of the system until it grows over time. I think that can end up making a more integrated and easy to regulate system that's grounded and based in science, and one that ends up being more competitive, frankly, with the neighboring states around you. I mean, in Kentucky, another southern state like us down here in Louisiana, I see that you have several adjacent states that already have a regulated system in place. And I can tell you in closing that in Louisiana, we haven't done the best of jobs. I think Arkansas, just to our north, is doing a better job. I think Mississippi, even to our east, which is a much younger system, is doing better than the Louisiana system. And one metric to look at that is just how many patients are participating. How many patients can you serve in your state? And I think Kentucky and Louisiana are separated by maybe only 50,000 citizens, and we're slightly larger than you. Maybe we're 25th and y'all are 26th by population. But we only have 40-something thousand patients, whereas Arkansas has 1.6 million fewer overall citizens, yet they have more than twice as many patients enrolled. They're at, I think, around 108,000 versus our, low 40s. And Mississippi, which is only a little over a year old, has even surpassed Louisiana. So it's just important to get the policy right and to have, science-based policy. And I applaud you for asking all the questions if you're able. And if that's not already, being considered, maybe you can commission somebody to do a study, help you get a better sense of how many patients you can expect to serve, maybe how many testing labs you might want to have in the state, how much grow capacity and how much retail and all of that. I'm not sure about, what trajectory you are taking on all of that, but happy to answer questions now.
Okay, thank you, David. Committee, you got any questions? One that I might throw at you, David, did you conduct a study in your state? You was talking about we should. Did you do one in your state?
No, I surely wish that we had. We not in Louisiana, but yes, in Washington, which is where I'm speaking to you from now.
Okay. Committee, Representative Kessler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Louisiana, if I was reading some of your bio here correctly, you have 9 pharmacies in the state. Is that correct?
That's right, Representative Kessler. It started as 9, and then within the last year or so, we opened up a 10th one. And they were always, in the state of Louisiana, they're holding off on licensing that 10th one to just figure out need-based where, there was the most traffic and where they needed to assign the 10th one. So it just staggered a bit. That's a little bit old, that bio, but it started off with 9 regions that were based on the state of Louisiana's medical regions for the Department of Health. And then we added a 10th one, which, no surprise, is just outside of New Orleans, where the most of the population resides.
So without getting too specific or talking about stuff you can't talk about, what are some of the costs that are associated with getting a license for that?
Well, yeah, happy to talk about all of that. I mean, so it was a competitive licensing process in the state of Louisiana, and so you have to do considerable research in that. But you have to have, I think we had to have like $1 million that was set aside in reserve. We had to be able to show that we had so much money that was essentially an escrow that we could, if we were awarded the license, then we could actually execute on it and then meet all of the state's requirements. And some of those are expensive, but on a continuing basis, it's, in the state of Louisiana, I think unique to Louisiana, or maybe one other state has it, the 3 agencies that have oversight or had oversight all along were the Department of Ag and the Board of Medical Examiners, as well as the Board of Pharmacy. And the Board of Pharmacy, was overseeing our program and will up until January of 25, but we're required to have board certified pharmacists, which, puts us at a competitive disadvantage to other states. I think the idea was well intentioned, that we treat it really like the medicine that it is for a lot of people in the state. And we're required to have licensed pharmacists on staff. So that ends up being a big expense when you consider the 100,000 plus per pharmacist that we have on staff. And we have multiple pharmacists on staff in each of our 3 locations. So compliance things, insurance are big expenses, and then just the facilities.
Committee, any other questions? Okay, if not, David, thank you for your time today.
Hey, thank you.
Okay, next we'll go down and get back on track here. We're with Orlin Lee, Chief Executive Officer and President of ks Technologies. Welcome to committee.
Hello, Senator Fagg and members of the committee. Thank you for inviting me today. So I'm the founder and CEO of ks Technology. And previous to that, I was a principal software architect at Microsoft. And there I had the great experiences of building software platforms for very large Fortune 500 companies and government. Just some of the platforms I've built are systems that run at Banco de Mexico, which is the Mexican version of the United States Federal Reserve, Pacific Gas and Electric of California, Union Pacific Railroad, and at NASA, I built the heat shield tracking system for the space shuttle. And if you have ever flown on a commercial airliner, and I would suppose everyone in this room has, one of the systems on that airliner is called JetView, and I created the initial system for that. It serves up flight maps, waypoints, and NOTAMs, which are notice to airmen for the aviators that are in the cockpit. So with this extensive background of building large systems for industry, I decided to build Kanha 10 years ago. So at the time, I had no idea the cannabis industry was so large. Colorado in 2012 went legal for medical cannabis. And for myself, I was never in cannabis. I had never had an exposure to cannabis. So when I decided to build Kanha in 2014, I had found out that the state of Colorado had received in tax income from cannabis over $1 billion. And I said to myself, how is that even possible? And that this is an industry that's obviously up and coming. So my first product out of Kanha was Kanha Manufacturing, and that's for cannabis manufacturers. And then we built products for cultivators called Kanha Cultivation, then Kanha Distribution, and then Kanha Dispensary. So, and about 3 years ago, a friend of mine asked me, do you have anything for government? And I said, with what we have in our systems, we have about 60% of what a track and trace system would be. So starting 3 years ago, I started working on government systems. And today I'm in talks with South Africa, Albania, Thailand, and others to jumpstart their cannabis industries. So for example, in Thailand, they've had legal cannabis for quite a long time now, but it's the Wild West there. There's no, they passed medical cannabis, then they passed recreational cannabis, and then they repealed recreational, and now they're back to medical. But the thing about it is that there are no systems to help them regulate the industry. So what is an ERP, or Enterprise Resource Planning System? That's a system that runs businesses. So for example, at a cultivation or a manufacturer, you need to procure your materials, you need to grow your plants, you need to go through the cycles of the plant, which are immature, vegetative, flowering, and then harvest. Then after harvest, you have to sell your products to either dispensaries or manufacturers to further refine those products. So we've made ERP systems now for 10 years, and we're the only company on the planet that makes an ERP system for every operator in the cannabis supply chain, including government now. So why do track and trace in the first place? In cannabis, it is a regulated commodity. So some other regulated commodities are all prescription drugs, some children's products, and most all medical devices. As a regulated product, you want to make sure that the child seat you put your kid into is going to function properly. You want to make sure that the heart stent that gets placed in your body by a physician, surgeon, is going to work properly, and that we know where did those materials come from to make that heart stent, what company manufactured it, and where did those materials come from, the original materials. So what a regulated commodity needs, like cannabis, is authenticity and safety. So track and trace systems go to ensure that authenticity, making sure it's coming from a licensed, legal, and well-produced facility, and the safety part of it, making sure that this material or this food or this capsule is safe for the consumer. So now why tags? why do we have tags in track and trace systems? So tags really are the thing that identify legal or illegal substances. So if it's tagged by a licensed vendor, then it is now entered into the legal system. So there are different types of tags. There are RFID tags. Metric uses those exclusively. That stands for radio frequency identification. So within the tag itself is just a little antenna. So that antenna can be scanned by an RFID scanner. And with a scanner, like magic, if you've got a lot of tags in the vicinity, an RFID scanner can read about 800 tags per second within a range of 3 meters, or about 10 feet. So if you take an inventory for compliance purposes of a cannabis operator, your cannabis agent just has to walk through the facility, pulling the trigger on the scanner about every 3 steps or so, and you're going to get every tag that's in the facility. Then you can match that with what the facility has reported. So cannabis auditing is very easy with RFID tags. Now, the other types of tags that you can use are your plain barcode tags. So these are the tags that you see every day at the grocery store. So these tags, like the UPC tags that are on every food product, every gallon of milk, every loaf of bread that you scan, cannabis can be tagged with that as well. You can use RFID tags, you can use barcode tags. Now, the problem in using barcode tags, of course, is that you have to physically scan every single one. So it becomes a burden to the cannabis agent to do an audit of a cannabis facility, because if you've got 10,000 plants, then you're going to have to trigger your scan gun 10,000 times. Now, Metric uses a Gillette business model. And what I mean by that is that they price their software at a rate that is fairly low. But where they really make their money, like Gillette, is in blades, which are their RFID tags. So Metric sells a plant tag for 40 cents per tag. Metric sells a package tag for 25 cents per tag. Now, the difference in a plant and a package tag is just the zip tie that you affix the plant tag to the plant itself. So through a Freedom of Information Act request, we got their contract for California from 2017, and Metric charged the state of California $162 million. And $80 million of that was for tags, plant and package tags. Now, that's a lot of money for tags for something that eventually gets thrown away. So at ConHa, we have a hybrid tag model. We can do RFID tags, and specifically, I would recommend that for the very large operators that have over 2,000 plants, or manufacturers that make over 20 different products. But in the hybrid model, we can issue for the state RFID tags, just like Metric. But we can also issue plain barcode tags. Now, we don't even print those. So those tags are printed by the operators themselves. So on a very inexpensive label printer, you can get a label printer from $50 to $100. So for the small business, it is not a burden. They print the tags themselves. The consumables cost is less than 1 cent per tag. So now what they're printing, though, the actual plant and package tag that ConHa generates is an encrypted, non-counterfeitable tag. So with that, no one can print just a numbered tag that looks like a ConHa tag and have it actually be verified authentic. So in our technology, we protect that. Okay, so to lessen the burden, if an operator has only plain tags, we have something called super tag. So a super tag doesn't leap tall buildings in a single bound, but what it does do It allows you to aggregate tags underneath the super tag to lessen the amount of scanning that's required. Okay. Now, switching gears entirely to tourism. So Utah has a non-resident medical permit. So looking at that and how they do that, that's very close to one thing that Kanha supplies, which is the Kanha Tourist Cannabis Pass. So if we take the numbers of visitors that come to Kansas last year in 2023, 37.9 million visitors visited your great state of Kansas. So if 5% of those visitors purchased a Kanha, I should say a Kansas Tourist Cannabis Pass at the middle range of $50 a piece, that would be revenue of $94.8 million for the state of Kansas. So in Utah and Florida, it takes about 2 to 3 weeks to get a medical permit. With the Kanha TCP system, this is, we bring that down into hours. Okay, so one thing that you want to look for in your track and trace provider is that they have enterprise level systems. And something that denotes what an enterprise level system is are they giving you a service level agreement? That means we guarantee that our systems will be up and operational this percentage of time. Now, Kanha gives to all of its customers, our cannabis operator customers and our government customers, 99.95% service level agreement. Now, let me just speak to what that means. What is 99.95%? So if we look across the world, the most reliable electrical grid in the world on median uptime is the United States. And the median uptime for our US grid is 99.93%. So we beat that every single year. In fact, our goal is 99.95% service level agreement, but we also beat that number every single year at Kanha. So in closing, I think the 4 pillars of the cannabis industry, first, you have to get medical prescriptions out for your citizens. Second, medical prescriptions for visitors to the great state of Kansas. Then third, compliance for all the operators in the industry to verify, authenticate, and check whether or not they're in compliance with your laws. And then fourth, the track and trace system, which is the foundation of all of this work. So at this time, I'm happy to take questions.
May you have any questions? Sure, Representative Kessler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, I just want to back up a little bit. When you were talking about, just kind of caught my attention, the $80 million cost of RFID tags, that was by the state? Does the state pay for the RFID tags for the growers, not the growers?
Yes. Unlike, I think there's no other state in the United States that the cannabis, the state cannabis operations pays for the tags. So in California, they're unique because instead of the operators paying for the RFID tags, the state pays for the tags and then issues them to the operators.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Since Matrix was mentioned in this presentation, would Gene Robinson like to respond to any of the presentation by Mr. Yee?
Yeah, sure, no problem. Our contracts vary state to state. He's right, California does pay for the tags. So our business model is a split model with the state paying a relatively low cost. And the reason we went with this model is because most regulatory programs are paid for by those businesses that are regulated. So the thought was always to cost share. And then it's also helpful in the way I think about it, it's also very proportional to what the business is, right? So you don't have, if I'm a small business and you have a larger business, I'm not subsidizing the cost of your tags. So we don't care which way states do it. Individual contracts, it doesn't really matter who pays for the tags, but there's also one example I would share for you. Montana did used to pay for tags, and they found that the industry was abusing the privilege, just like running through tags when they were wasting them, basically. And so they stopped that practice. California's had a different experience. To each their own. It doesn't matter. And I'm happy to answer any other questions if you have them, but.
Any questions for Jean? Jean, thank you. Thanks. Okay, now we're ready to move into cannabis industry testing and quality assurance. We've got a Clay Bullard, president of PGX Medical. Clay, welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee. So again, my name's Clay Bullard, and I need to work on scheduling. Anytime someone like Mr. Yee gets up here and gives you all his credentials, I feel really bad about who I am standing up here in front of you, but kudos to you. So in each version of the bills that have been presented to legislatures in the past here in Kansas have all included a quality assurance laboratory. So I just wanted to reiterate and encourage you guys to keep that part of it. And so I can differentiate and just kind of tell you guys why I think it's a good idea, why other states. You heard testimony the other day from Director Beavers. She's involved in CANRA, which is the National Association of States with Cannabis. It's one of the issues that we consult with them on as states look at different things for quality assurance and protecting the public. So again, it's already been in there, the versions of it, and there's value in that. So really, I wanted to explain what a quality assurance laboratory is in cannabis. My professional career has been 20 plus years in healthcare, laboratory in specific, working both healthcare, pharmaceuticals, and cannabis laboratories, more from the ensuring of how the process works. So if you can think of a quality assurance laboratory this way, just like environmental quality, pharmaceutical quality, healthcare, you want to make sure that the lab has a standard, but somebody has to set the standard and somebody else has to keep that standard. So it's basically a plumb line and a baseline on behalf of the state from a regulatory standpoint. You have to have laboratories in the industry who work with growers, processors to make sure that the product stays within the 0.03 or whatever regulations you guys have. It also puts in there to make sure there's no pesticides, heavy metals, and different things. But how they calibrate their equipment from one laboratory to the next, there can be some differences between. The state just needs to have something that's the referee that's able to stop and protect the laboratories that are doing it right. And to your point, most people in the industry want to be compliant. They want to do the best they can. The state needs to ensure that those people are doing it are not competing with people that are not doing it correctly and are cheating the system or going around it. So there has to be a standard set and a standard bearer. That's what the quality assurance laboratory is. So really, a QA lab does three things. Number one, it protects the public. So to make sure that product is as they say it is, it's packaged correctly, it has a shelf life. So how do you measure shelf life? Has it been sitting there for 6 months? Did it grow? Does the package, was there moisture in there? Did it grow mold? If you can think of it this way, the laboratories that will be licensed in the state is a snapshot in time. So they're going to get flour, they're going to get distillate, meaning liquid form, presented to them to test that product in a snapshot of time. A QA lab is everything from the beginning through the entire process. So it could be testing food products, it could be testing packaged products, it could be testing flour, shake. Is there mold in it after it's been sitting in the dispensary for several months? They have a certificate of analysis provided by a laboratory, snapshot in time, but what's happened to that product as it's gone throughout the continuum of the process to get to the consumer? So it's to protect the public. Inside of protecting the public, there's also things, marijuana or cannabis can also be synthetic. So THCO, several states have had THCO. Grown in a laboratory, it's not a plant, it's a distillate. You can actually go online and buy it today. And studies have shown it's anywhere from 30 to 100% times more potent than grown cannabis. So why is THCO an issue? Well, I can have a product has a certificate of analysis, meaning a food product. And then after it's done and in the process and before I put it into the market, I can sprinkle some THC over it. Why would you want to do that? Well, it creates a better high, it creates whatever else. Those are the people that are not trying to stay within the realms of the state, but they do exist. And so someone has to be out there to work with KBI in terms of how do you enforce that, to work with district attorneys and different things, and who's the mediator between those processes to create the standard. So the other part is to ensure quality. In food products in particular, if you can think of the term homogenization, whenever a distillate product, so you get a liquid form, you put that inside of a gummy, big vat of products being mixed together to create little gummies. You're pouring distillate in there. It's one of the ingredients, which is the THC to make it active. How does that get spread equally across all the products? So if I'm at a dispensary and I'm selling 15 packages of product, how do I know that the product has been distributed equally across, or as equally as you can get it? If you can think back into the food industry, thinking back many years ago in the early 90s, Nabisco with Chips Ahoy cookies, when they came to the market, their marketing campaign was there's over 1,000 chips per bag. Well, why is that important? Well, if I get a chocolate chip, and I had 7 brothers, so if I have 7 brothers who all have 50 chips in their cookie and I've got 2, I'm not real happy, right? So it was the process to make sure chips are spread equally across the bag, and they ensured that there was 1,000 chips in the bag of cookies. Well, the same thing to protect the public. If I go in and buy a bag of gummies and there's very little product in there, I'm spending my money versus the next guy who goes in and all the product in there is overly saturated with distillate. One can get a really big buzz off of it, one can get no buzz off of it, but they're paying the same amount of money. So that's just to ensure quality. And then to promote commerce to Representative Kessler, whenever he was talking about those that want to actually participate and maintain their license and do the right thing. Well, there again, a QA lab just helps to promote commerce, all the way from the distillate manufacturer to the plant grower to the one that's selling it in the end. You don't want complaints coming back into the regulatory authority saying, I bought this product here, it's bad product. I bought this. Well, they may all have the proper identification certificates along the way, but are those all being brought together into a process? So just an encouragement to you guys, a quality assurance laboratory is something you guys and your predecessors have all looked at. There's value to that. I would warn you that if there's people that start pushing back against something like that to be in place, there's no other industry in the state of Kansas that has regulatory body around it. Food, healthcare, environmental quality for manufacturing, all kind, agriculture, that doesn't have a standard bearer or a standard set, and then someone that goes out and regulates that. So with that, and for the sake of time, I'll just take questions.
Okay. Committee, you got any questions? Representative Heiberger.
Yeah, I was just sort of struck by one of your remarks. I mean, do patients generally get a buzz off medical gummies?
You could get a buzz off if, let's just say you're putting in, I don't know, I'm just making up numbers here. Let's say you get an ounce of product and you're going to put it across a large batch of gummies. What if all that ounce ends up in one baggie? Yeah, you could get a buzz off of that versus the other 25 bags have nothing in it. So you got to equally distribute, was what I was talking about. But to your general question, no, but if it were not homogenized correctly, yes, you could.
Committee, any other questions? Senator Thompson.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, it's quite interesting. With regard to the homogenization of products and things of that nature, you're testing for the amount or potency of THC that's in any one unit of that product. In other words, there's a certain serving size, for example, for a gummy, but you just test for that particular serving size or serving unit. I guess what I'm looking for is, I mean, you could have a very small amount with regard to, say, the gummies.
Correct.
But you ingest 2 or 3 gummies, and all of a sudden you've got some serious potency issues, some serious issues with the amount that you're ingesting.
Yeah, so it wouldn't necessarily, per my testimony, wouldn't go into the ingestion part of it, back to how many are you going to get to create the buzz. It's actually much more in truth in labeling. or in advertising. So if I'm going to tell you that there's X amount of product in there, and I know that one of the active ingredients or the active ingredient is THC, what we would test for is to ensure that the consumer who's buying that actually has the correct amount of product in there across several different batches of that product. So it's just spread equally so that if I'm going to buy a THC gummy, I want to make sure that there's at least some THC as per advertised in that particular bag.
So you just do sampling of the end product, a
Correct.
certain amount of sampling, or do you sample every batch, or?
It's randomized. It would be set a little bit by the regulators on how that would be done, but a laboratory that does that would test, you set up an algorithm, how you test that, whether you pull it from retail, whether the processor sends samples in. It's just really the difference between that product, that distillate that's already been there, the independent laboratories that would be licensed in the state, they've already tested that distillate, if you can say, the liquid active ingredient. But how that's actually applied across the product, there's really nobody to measure that for there. So yeah, it'd be a randomization, it'd be an algorithm that would be set up.
So then you would be a contractor to the state to provide that service as well?
Correct. It'd be more of a private-public partnership that would work with, one of the questions is what happens when a patient comes into the ER? I'll give you a case in Oklahoma. So there was a case to where, unfortunately, somebody left their product out and children got hold of the product. They ate the product. Mother came home, found the kids passed out, didn't know what was on, 911, emergency, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Well, the ER has need for a QA lab to say, was this bad product? Was this whatever else? As does KBI. They're going to want, if they have to stop somebody on the street, a lot of product, is this stuff legal, is it not? You would have any one of your regulatory bodies across multiple industries might have the use for a QA lab because it's going to affect all of those, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Alley.
You brought my question back again, and that's dosage.
Correct.
So let's assume you've got a bag of gummies, 50 gummies in this bag. What's the dosage, and is there a standard, what each one of those should be?
Yeah, so the standard would actually be set by whoever your regulating body would be. So if that's ABC, then ABC would set that, and it's per batch. So it would be the amount of product per batch. So that's part of, it's a recipe that's there, and you just want to make sure that that recipe is followed.
So, and that recommendation for the dosage would be coming from whom?
ABC.
ABC. Okay.
So it can't be over, if your cutoff level is 0.03, then it can't be more than 0.03 spread across the entire batch. It's a weight and measure type of process.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. So this topic spurs a lot of questions in my mind. Are gummies or edibles, are they considered food under state statute? If so, then how would that be regulated? And, what frequency would some of these manufacturers be audited and things like that? So I think there's a lot of uncertainty about how to go about talking about this and understanding exactly what we're getting into. And so do you have any insight on, in other states that you've worked in, who decides, the shelf life, who decides, whether it's food or not, or is it treated as medicine? Or, because I know there's like gummy vitamins for kids, and there's food safety things that they have to go under.
Correct.
To ensure, other foodborne illnesses are not transmitted. So
I would tell you across 38 states, there's about 25 different processes there. There's not truly a standard yet. So that's what CANRA is trying to do, is set that standard, just like any other manufacturer, concrete or steel or whatever else. They all have a standard that's set. This industry really doesn't have a standard that's set in it whenever it comes to that. So each one of them kind of treats it differently. Then you got a mixture of bags of states in there that have, recreational versus, medical. So then all of a sudden you really kind of muck things up a little bit. But that's a process that's really done by looking at other states. I think you guys have mentioned Utah a couple of times. You kind of just start with and borrow from the best standard that's out there, and then you perfect it as you go. Is what I've seen most states do. Even Colorado and California continue to change and perfect their process as they go. So you kind of have to start with the baseline, the best of the best, as far as your considerations, and then build from there. You'll always find the outliers, and you're just trying to regulate against the outliers to protect commerce, again, back in the middle. Those that are trying to do the right thing.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions, committee? Representative Kessler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You have some good ideas and some points to think about and stuff like that, but the main goal of PG Medical or PGX Medical, I mean, it has a whole different side of this business, right? When you're working with customers or doctors, patients, or nurses, clinicals, I mean, what's that look like? I mean, what's the 30-second spiel on what you do there? How does that kind of all work?
The best way to say that was you just understand that in other industries within healthcare, there's standards that are there. And so you also just take those same standards. So for a laboratory in any hospital, doctor's office are here, they're regulated by really kind of three bodies, CLIA, COLA, or CAP. They're all licensing bodies. And so every year they have to maintain that license by what you do is you get a random sample from COLA, let's say, as an instance. You test that on your machinery and you send the results back. Those are blind. And then COLA just says, are you within the standard or not? And if you're not, then they come and help you correct it and you consult with them or whatever else. So it's really just applying the principles that exist for other industries into this industry on behalf of the state or the regulating body for whichever you guys state. Does that help you? Yeah. It's really nothing to do with doctors or whatever. It's just standard bearer.
Any other questions for Clay? I've got a couple. How many states do you operate in today?
On a consultative level, in about 22.
22, okay.
Correct.
What percentage fail the test? So you go through this process.
You're talking about from a grow or a processor?
Yeah.
So we don't really get into that part of it. So if you're talking about, does it fail test whenever it comes into an independent laboratory? You're talking about whenever it gets sent into a QA laboratory?
Yeah, either one.
Wouldn't know wouldn't have numbers on the first one, but typically whenever it comes into the QA laboratory, what you've done is you've gone out ahead of time if you worked with the laboratory. So it's not, I send it out to you and none of you guys know what's coming or whatever else. It's a consultative roll back and forth. You're not trying to put people out of business.
Oh, I just want how many times do you fail the test?
So I'll give you the most recent one in Oklahoma. About 75% of the laboratories met the standard.
Okay.
25% were outliers. None of them lost their license over it, but it was an opportunity to come in and say, here's, because what you're doing is you're protecting that point, you're protecting the growers to say which labs are the best performing laboratories. Like the testimony you're getting ready to get, they're one of the newer labs in Oklahoma, but they're one of the best labs that are out there. And because they're one of the best labs, their volume has grown and they're one of the highest producing laboratories. So it's the way America works, right? So it's the best labs, the best survive. You want everybody to hold to a standard and be able to do better.
Any other questions? Okay, Mr. Bullard, thank you for your presentation today. Last on the committee is a lady by name Stephanie King, Quality Manager at Gateway Labs. Stephanie, welcome to committee.
Thank you. Put this down a little. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today in support of the medical marijuana program in Kansas. I was born and raised in Wichita. I have a Bachelor of Science in Biochemistry from Wichita State University. I have a PhD in Chemistry from Ohio University in Athens, Ohio. I started my career at the Broward Sheriff's Office in Fort Lauderdale as a forensic DNA analyst. I then moved back to Kansas to raise my family, and I was employed at the Sedgwick County Regional Forensic Science Center as both a toxicologist and then a DNA analyst. When the University of Kansas School of Pharmacy opened their Wichita branch, I became employed there, and I taught medicinal chemistry to first-year pharmacy students for 3 years. I then took my analytical skills to Flint Hills Resources, where I worked in alternative fuels for about 6 years. And it was during this time that Oklahoma legalized medical marijuana, and I followed closely how their initial lack of regulations impacted the industry. But eventually, Oklahoma did begin to slowly increase their oversight. They required the metric seed-to-sale tracking program. They required laboratory accreditation. And that's when the opportunity presented itself for me to become employed at Gateway Laboratories in Tonkawa, Oklahoma, as a quality manager and senior scientist. I gained the hands-on experience necessary to be in a position to support this Kansas initiative not only with my academic and technical background, but with real exposure to the industry. So many of the problems facing Oklahoma can be avoided with the well-regulated proposed legislation that Kansas is committed to. So the purpose of the testing laboratories, as you know, is to ensure patient safety, the integrity of data, to hold this medicine to the same standards as other pharmaceutical medicines. So we do that by testing for quality, potency, and terpenes. Those are the two components that we test for quality, but also for safety. We run full panels of pesticides, mycotoxins, heavy metals, residual solvents, and microbials such as Salmonella, E. coli, yeast, and mold. The way that the state can help ensure that these tests are performed correctly is by regulating this laboratory accreditation, by requiring national programs to evaluate lab operations, by providing a footprint for laboratory standardization, which will hold all lab licensees to the same set of stringent requirements for equipment, methods, and reporting, to help regulate sampling techniques so to ensure that the samples received in the laboratory are representative of the samples being sold at a pharmacy or a dispensary to those patients. They can do this by letting the labs collect the samples or even a disinterested third party collect the samples. As you mentioned before, the state needs to monitor both the range and the frequency of failures. So at Gateway Labs, the most common test that we fail customers for is pesticides and mold. So private lab testing will be required to support this industry in a cost-effective and timely manner, but I do believe that lab oversight should be performed at the state level. So with this commitment to patient safety and data integrity in place, the state can serve those who would benefit, allowing infused products with topical, ingestible, and transdermal modes of application for therapeutic effects, and know that there are Kansans committed to the laboratory responsibility to ensure the safety and the efficacy of these products. Thank you.
Committee, we have any questions? Senator Thompson.
Thank you, and thanks for coming. With regard to the testing on a plant, are there acceptable levels of contaminants that they have to stay under a certain threshold?
Absolutely. So we run about 10 tests. So we have limits for the amount of moisture, and that's what prevents the mold from growing as the product sits on the shelves. We have limits for water activity. We have limits for pesticides. They're in the part per billion level, stricter limits for things like residual solvents, heavy metals, arsenic, mercury, cadmium, lead, which are found naturally in soil, strict limits for the allowance of those.
So with regard to that, the only way to get a pure THC would be some kind of a synthetic THC, is that correct? I mean, free of contaminants, free of all of that, because I know the marijuana plant, for example, uptakes those heavy metals and contaminants pretty readily, from what I understand.
Yes, so I haven't ever worked in a pharmaceutical manufacturing practice, but yes, when I think purity, I think 100% of that product. And we've tested products in the upper 90s, but I don't think 100% purity would be possible.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Committee, we have any other questions? Senator Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. So if the potency of the product, whatever it's supposed to be, whatever the THC level, you test that, is that correct?
Yes, sir. We test a panel of cannabinoids.
And that's the plant as it comes off the grow, at the grow lab. You
Correct.
test it then. But we talked about earlier, the other laboratory was testing the product that goes to the, you also do that? Test the product, and you would have the potency of that product at that time also.
Yes, it's required for every product that comes through a laboratory in Oklahoma, and they both allow for flower and other infused products.
But what I'm talking about, like you say, the gummies that are supposed to be 50 in a bag, and you make sure that the first one has got the same as the last one as far as the potency of the product that's in there. You test that also.
Yes, sir. So when the sample is submitted to the laboratory, the state has decided that they must submit a representative sample. So if for every 15 pounds of flour, you must submit 5 grams to the laboratory. And then we take that flour and grind it up to make one homogeneous sample. We do similarly for edibles. If they submit a certain percentage of their total batch to the laboratory for testing, and then we, for lack of a better term, cut it up and to make a homogeneous sampling. And from that sample, we pull for all those individual tests.
Thank you.
Committee, we have any other questions? Okay. Stephanie, you passed tests. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're 5 till 4. I think at this point, that's all our presentation for today. We're going to take 5 minutes to do a restroom break, and then we'll come back and finish this up, okay? Back, so we're ready to start the discussion and recommendations. I'm excited about all the good information we've had the last 2 meetings, and I think we've tried to do everything we can to get everything laid out there. So, any discussion? Who would like to start this? Representative Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have some comments, and then if it's the will of the committee, a motion or two. I want to thank all of our conferees on both sides of this issue. This is a very important and serious issue. I thought we heard a lot of great testimony and a lot of great facts from both proponents and opponents, and a lot of legitimate concern. And I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for running a fine committee as well. I don't want to lose sight of that. I think personally, it is time we move on this issue. If Missouri passes it, I'm sorry, Nebraska passes medical marijuana, medical access to some kind of marijuana is less than a 2-hour drive for any Kansan. My city, Wichita, we've decriminalized marijuana 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago, whatever it was. The skies haven't fallen, Mr. Chairman. Wichita is still standing. I do also want to acknowledge and recognize the poll after poll after poll that shows public support for this issue. Now, I know there was a poll that came out, I think last year, maybe earlier this year, that showed 72% for recreational marijuana. I don't believe that, Mr. Chairman. I do think, in talking with my district and polling within my district, a pretty conservative district, medical marijuana still polls well. Recreational marijuana is still underwater, and I don't think we're there on recreational marijuana, and I don't want to get sidetracked on recreational marijuana because that's not what this is about. I believe we can craft a Kansas-centric medical marijuana plan that is contained, that has guardrails, that accomplishes what we want to accomplish while still plugging the holes and the legitimate concerns that law enforcement has. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I do want to make a motion that we instruct staff to compile everything we've heard today and all the testimony from 2 weeks ago, and present it as a report to perhaps this committee if we can meet again in January. And that way we can kind of see where we're at in January with the federal rescheduling. That way we can see what happens in Nebraska. We can see what happens in Florida. I know they have a pretty important vote next week down in Florida as well. So that gives us a little more time to compile all the testimony, to review it again, because it's a lot. I haven't been able to get even halfway through today's testimony yet. So I would like another day to come back to absorb all the testimony. I think January is a good time. You got the holiday season coming up. We're all busy. Frankly, my wife doesn't let me travel between Thanksgiving and Christmas. That's the family time. That's her time. So happy wife, happy life, or else she's not going to vote for me next week. And we can't have that. So, Mr. Chairman, that would be my motion right now. I do have a second motion after this, but that would be my motion right now, sir.
Senator Alley.
Thank you. The question I have is, the LCC gave us direction and gave us some type of direction for this committee. Could we review what our goals were coming out of this committee?
Representative Howe, I think you got that up for us. Thank you.
Yes, this is something that I kind of thought of after the last meeting. What was the genesis and why are we here? And of course, interim committees are a little bit different than a task force where, the whole process, like a task force, is generally authorized by the whole legislature. It's in a bill, became law. We have to do very specific things. And so it was kind of unclear to me after we met the first time exactly what we were supposed to accomplish. So there's a little bit of a confusion to me, just the way it's been presented by, I think in some of the KLRD documents, like in one of the documents that was submitted to the LCC, it gave 3 charges. It says study the impact of the federal government delisting marijuana and what would that mean for Kansas. Number 2, study states that have allowed medical access for veterans and end-of-life patients and the outcome for patients, and review the current CBD structure in Kansas and enforcement. So I think we've accomplished some of those things through the committee testimony today. But of course, I know in the letter that requested the interim committee, it did say something about potential for recommendations. So it's not sure which side to fall on, but I do know that I'm not sure. There's a motion on the table which hasn't been seconded, so I don't know if it's premature to get into discussion yet.
Nick,
so.
is there a second to Nick's motion? We need to do that first, since there's a motion. Okay, Representative Kessler? Is there any discussion at this point?
Could you restate?
Now we can talk about, yeah, Nick, you want to
Go ahead,
restate?
Senator. If you're going to ask me, go ahead, please.
I just, restate the motion so I'm very clear on what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
Senator. So my motion currently is that we compile everything we've heard today. We've compiled everything that we heard 2 weeks ago, all the testimony. We see what progress is made on the federal level with the rescheduling to Schedule 3. We wait and see what Nebraska does next week with their referendums. We see what the outlook in Florida is next week as well. And we come back, we request I think we would have to request with LCC another day, but we come back in January and have the report of all the testimony that has, see what the update is, and then in January, make recommendations on how to move forward.
So to boil it down, it would be have them compile this, and then in January decide whether or not to make any recommendations, correct?
Yeah, yes, Senator, after, and also with the information that we have, because like I said, Senator, I still need to analyze all of it, but also see what updates and progress has been made, again, on the federal level and with the current elections coming up.
And if I could comment on that, I agree there's a lot of information. I've made 6 or 7 pages worth of notes, and even boiling it down to how many different agencies we're going to have that will want a piece of this pie, whether or not we go that route or not. I mean, I counted, FDA, Alcohol Beverage Control, KDHE, the AG, KBI, FBI, DEA, the bank regulators, Department of Ag, Board of Pharmacy, Board of Healing Arts, county sheriffs, local police, ATF, municipalities, tracking contracts, quality insurance testing. That's just the short list of how does this all marry together. That's a huge, huge thing. I'm not sure that even in January there's going to be all the answers that we need, but I think, I would agree, you review it in January. One thing we didn't hear, health insurance. Do the MCOs cover this stuff? How much extra cost burden is there going to be on individuals who don't have a medical marijuana card to cover the costs of that? Because that's going to be distributed throughout the MCOs. So there's so many questions here. And so I think compiling all the information and all those considerations, and as many as the costs as humanly possible, would be important. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may reply, I agree 100%, Senator, and you bring it up an excellent point with insurance companies as well. I think a topic this big, I God bless LCC for scheduling these 2 days. I believe 2 days is enough to get all the information on this, and that's why, as you said, I mean, Mr. Chairman, you crammed a lot in these 2 days. It was a lot of information, and it was great. We could have used 2 more and still crammed information in. So that's why I think it's best to come back in January. As you said, I mean, I haven't even thought of the insurance company aspect. So I'd like to reach out and get with them too. So that's kind of why my motion is what it is.
Representative Heiberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm generally supportive of the motion. I just want to point out a couple things. If the meeting is after the second Monday in January, one of us won't be here, but that's okay. You need to do what you need to do. But I believe I was the only person who was on the medical marijuana interim 2 years ago. So Nick was, okay, so only two of us. And even after that long experience, I learned some new things this week. But after that committee, instead of drafting a committee bill like I thought we were going to do, Senator Olson drafted his bill for the Senate. And after that, I thought the House should have a position. So I worked with Jason along to draft 2417. And I think it does address a lot of the issues that we heard about today. I think it'd be a good place to start. It by no means addresses all of it, but it's already 150 pages. So you're right, Senator Thompson. It's a big, complicated thing. So, but if you or we do meet, I think that might be a good place to start and modify that rather than starting over from scratch. And
I'm sorry.
But
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. Waiting to be recognized. I didn't.
Do?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Seems like we've covered, a breadth of issues from the legal, law enforcement, from kind of a scientific, background in laboratory testing and quality assurance. We've heard from other states, Utah, and I think it was Missouri, some representatives that from Missouri represent different interests. We've heard from Mississippi. A lot of information like was previously was said, but I just don't know if us convening again in January would be sufficient. I mean, for example, there was testimony today by the Reno County attorney. He had some very complex legal questions that the legislature needs to look at, and I would think that would need to go to the Judiciary Committee for a committee that is set up to kind of handle those issues. So I would like to offer a substitute motion that would say all of the things that Representative Holheisel said, but just delete meeting as this committee in January, but have a report to the legislature about all the testimony that we received and maybe some areas that could be addressed by the legislature. The new legislature, because we're going to have a different crop of people, quite a bit of turnover maybe, or maybe not. So that would be a substitute motion I would like to offer.
Actually, I would second that. And because the idea of January is nice, but I just know that, and we don't know who's going to be here, first of all. Second of all, as a chairman and as a chairman of one of the committees that has handled some of this stuff, you're pretty doggone busy. Judiciary is going to have to take some of that. There might be some in health. There might be some in a number of different committees to review and make sure we do this properly. So I think we could meet, but I'm not so sure that we would be spinning our tires because it's still going to have to be parsed out to the various committees. So I would second that.
Okay, so we're in discussion of that. Senator Holscher, I think you're online.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate that. I have sat through, 3 interim committee meetings, I think, including the one that was mentioned earlier with Senator Olson. I've sat through various hearings in the past 8 years. We keep rehashing this information. We keep hearing the same debunked theories over and over. Additionally, we have, fortunately, thank you, Chairman Fagg, heard from some very fine experts today in terms of processes that can be put in place for a good plan. So, in light of that, I just feel like we keep circling here by doing interim committees and never really moving forward on the issue. And if we have individuals that still have questions, there are plenty of experts that were in the room today that have made themselves available, that individuals can get themselves up to speed on these different issues. But the fact of the matter is, we are losing people and we are losing revenue by this stalling. So I will make a substitute motion that
You can't make a substitute motion. Senator, there's already a substitute motion made.
okay. So we can't substitute that one or go back.
No.
Okay.
Is there any
well, then
discussion? Is there any, you have any more to that, Senator?
I would just say we vote on this and then I have a different motion to make.
Okay. Senator Alley, we're still in discussion on this one.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. We did also hear from law enforcement. We heard from a lot of groups today, and they also had recommendations that they had given us. They would like to see this done, and for instance, some of those are the naming scheme. We heard that on one of them. We heard some other things, and the treatment of veterans in the PTSD. Those things are also out there, and I hope those will be captured in the report that they come back with. Those are also recommendations that we will probably see in the report. But it may be, and I never thought about some of us that may not be here in January, which is true. I also know that the committees may not be the same chairman in January. And so perhaps that report that we're going to get should be reviewed by the chairman or maybe even as many of this committee as possible, meeting with the LCC and give them this report. And then they can decide which committee it needs to go to.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me, the majority leader's idea, I think if the report is available to the committee as a whole, I think we start running into maybe core problems or open meeting problems. So I'm not sure how that would be divvied up without the report being presented to us in a public meeting or publicly available as well. I also want to point out that in the charge, I guess, or as my colleague and good friend, Representative Howe said, there was something about making recommendations. I don't feel comfortable making recommendations today because of the amount of information we just received. I mean, I just got a chemist presentation. I failed that class miserably. I'm sure the good senator, former weatherman, could explain it all to me in 5 minutes. It makes sense. But I need to go through. So I am not comfortable making recommendations today, but the reason I say in January is because in January I may be comfortable making recommendations. I will point out, depending on, I think Senator and I were talking, and Majority Leader and I were talking, and we're meeting on the 13th of January. So until the 13th of January, our good friend from Lawrence is still a state representative. So if we meet before then, he's still here. I do think it is a point that we don't know who the chairman of any of these committees are. I don't even know if I'm going to be reelected after next week, but until January 13th, I am, an elected official. So that's why I think we come back in January. We analyze all the information we have, and we then make the recommendation to the entire legislature as a whole. I'm not even saying we come back and instruct a bill to get introduced that's sponsored by this committee. I'm not even saying that, but I'm just not comfortable with making recommendations today. But I do want this committee to make recommendations at some point. So that's why I want to see if we can come back before session starts in January and figure something out then. So I will oppose the substitute motion, even though I have respect for my friend from Salina, and I understand his points. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, just a process question. If we defeat the substitute motion, we're back on the original, correct?
Yes, I didn't have my speaker on.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? We had a motion and a second. Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just another consideration for the committee is the fact that leadership is just within, I think, the last week set apart 5 days for a special committee on the budget. So I do know legislative staff, the revisers are going to be super busy trying to prepare us for potentially a new budget process. And those things are going to start occurring sometime later next month. I'm not exactly sure the timeline, but that's just another consideration of why I think maybe it might not be feasible for us to try to meet again before session with the purpose of making recommendations. So I'll close on my motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we had a motion and we still had a second. We're still in discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Representative Carpenter.
thank you, Mr. Chair. So could the maker of the substitute motion repeat his motion so that we're all clear on what exactly that was? And that we're voting on.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the substitute motion is basically just to delete out the portion of representative's motion that says we'll come back in January for recommendations. But it is basically a motion, if the substitute was accepted, would basically direct the KLRD to compile a report of the 3 areas that we're kind of charged with today, learning about the descheduling of cannabis from the federal 1 to 3 and those 2 other items, studying what the other states are doing, and the 3rd one. So I guess kind of the areas that we were meeting about and hearing testimony about, but just not meeting in January, so.
Any question about the motion? Is there any other discussion? I'm glad we had an hour for this, so. Any other comments? Representative Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to point out too, I do have a second motion, depending on how this one goes. And my second motion would be, and I think this would be helpful for us, is to direct, or not direct, I can do this on my own, any of us can as sitting legislators, but work with the proponents and the revisor's office on some kind of Kansas-centric medical marijuana plan that could be presented to us at the next meeting. And I'm not saying we're going to take that plan and we're going to introduce it, we're going to sponsor it, but something that we can look at and study and then give our feedback at the next meeting to. And when I say work with proponents, I'm also meaning working with law enforcement, because law enforcement must be part of this discussion. They have legitimate concerns and they need to be addressed. But that way, this legislation could come back to us before the committee. We could analyze it then and then give our feedback on that proposal. So that is the second part, and that's kind of why I'd like to come back in January too, is we can actually see some hard stuff in front of us of what this program would look like, a Kansas-centric, very conservative, very narrow program, and start working from there. So I just wanted to add that little caveat in there too.
So the only comment that I would have on that when we come back in January, that's a very busy time of the year with what's going on. And for us to remember what we discussed here and how that comes out, and us meeting at that time is a busy time. So that's my part. And I like every part. I had Nebraska, Florida thing reporting on that, monitoring the update, of what's happening with Schedule 1 through 3. We should know something by that. There'll be some pieces that fit into this. The other part that wasn't discussed, I would sure like to, once that kind of stuff falls in, so we make a phone call to FDA and see what they plan on doing about this, because that's a big part that's missing into this, in my opinion. So that ought to be part of the report somewhere, that somebody had called and here's what they're doing and here's what the plan is to that. And the only thought that I had to that was that if this was written up, and even if we had to piecemeal it out with all the issues that's there, maybe that report comes out and goes to the different committees, the House and the Senate, and kind of let them take off on that with however they'd want to. But I hear what you're all saying too. So this is where I'm at. So is there any other discussion? Senator Peterson, or Senator Thompson?
Thank you. And I share your same concerns. January is horribly busy. And we've got leadership elections, we've got all sorts of different things happening. And I really would be uncomfortable. I mean, between now and then, not that much time. And there's so many questions. I'd be very uncomfortable coming back with January with the intent that we're doing anything more than reviewing the data that we compiled, not with the intent of trying to make some kind of recommendation at that point, because that feels like we're forcing it much, much too quickly.
Sure.
Yes, Representative
Thank you,
Holbrook.
Mr. Chairman. I understand that point. I will say there is precedent of interim committees meeting in January. I've been a part of several interims that meet in January. And leadership elections, I mean, those are, at least on the House side, I don't know about the Senate side, we do those at December 3rd, I think, this year. So early December. I don't think those are getting in the way too much. But and Senator, I understand your thought process. I'm not saying we come back and actually do. I mean, that's up to the will of the committee to, if they do want to make that recommendation or not to move forward. I'm not sure that that is a barrier of us coming back with more information. And if we do, we are making a more informed decision one way or the other. I just think that that gives us more time to be informed on the decision we're making. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that with the direction that the LCC gave this committee and the information which we received in these 2 days, that you have met the requirement. I think once the report is out, you give that report to the LCC, you've done your job. The LCC then can take that and give it out to the different committees, and they can determine which way they want to go with that. But we do have a motion on the floor, and we've had a lot of discussion. I call the motion.
So I just need to close on my motion, I believe, on the substitute motion to not meet in January, but to still do the report. I close.
Any other questions? Okay, so everyone raise your right hand that is in favor of Representative Howe's motion. 1, 2, 3. All those against Senator Howe's motion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that motion dies. Do we go back to your motion then? You want to restate your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My motion is my friend Representative Howe's motion, but with the January. So everything he said, and guys, I believe, and you know what? We may go to LCC and they may say, sorry, we're not going to grant you another day. That is perfectly in the realm of possibility. That's not my control. We have a leadership guy here, so that may happen, but I believe that I would like us to come back in January. Now, if not, the report gets issued, it goes to the legislature. That's fine, you know, no hard feelings. But I believe, and I would like to see, and maybe it's not even January, you know, maybe they say, okay, you can meet, but it's going to be in November and my wife is going to divorce me. I don't know. But I mean, that's up to LCC. That's way above my head. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will close on my motion.
Thank you. I'm not just trying to get one more last day of legislative pay out of this, honest, but, you know, 70% of Kansas or more in numerous polls said they want us to act on this. I think if we don't come back in January and keep it moving forward, it will just die or get punted until next year. So I would really like to see us move forward. That's why I support the motion.
I didn't have my microphone on. Senator Holscher, we have you.
Oh, no, I have a motion for after this one, so we can finish discussion and
okay.
vote on this one. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but I did find a document by the Congressional Research Service. It was published May 1st, 2024. It was titled The Legal Consequences of Rescheduling Marijuana. May I have permission to submit that document for KLRD's consideration? Because there's some information in there that really wasn't presented within their report. And I think it would be important to have a full, comprehensive kind of a picture of what it truly means from a legal standpoint.
Representative Carpenter.
I don't think that has any bearing on what we've got going on right here. We
Right.
need to close this out.
Close this out first.
And then you
We'll go to that.
do whatever you want to, but we need to close this.
Do we have any other discussion on his motion in second? Everybody understand? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. I think ayes have it, I think. Okay. So we can go back to you now, Representative Howe, on that deal. We can put that in as part of what we're doing here too, I would think. Separate item.
Thank you.
So does staff have the information on that, or do we need a motion on that? Include that in the report? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. The item that I had on the FD, Senator Holscher, you had something on there too.
Oh, yes, thank you. It's my understanding that there was a coalition of organizations advocating for medicinal cannabis in Kansas, and they formed a joint statement that has been submitted, I believe, to the press as well as to the special committee. And in light of that and the fact that, again, I think it's been mentioned 70% of the population supports medicinal cannabis, and we have met on this numerous times, I think we can find the right people to put something together. So my motion, I move that we recommend that the 2025 Kansas Legislature pass a medicinal cannabis bill based upon the information that has previously been gathered from experts and the models we have out there, such as from Utah.
Okay, she's making a motion. Do we have a second? A motion and a second by Representative Meyer. Any discussion? Representative Holdheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will keep this quick. I am going to oppose the motion. And just not, and please don't take this as me being against moving forward on medical marijuana, but I just made an argument and stated repeatedly, I do not have all the information, all the facts before me today to make an informed decision. That's the whole point of coming back in January. So I'm fine if we come back in January and the motion is made in January, but today I can't support something like this while saying I don't have all the facts and information and I need to analyze all the data. So that's the reason I'll be opposing this today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other discussion? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe she's saying that the legislature should make a recommendation based off of the report that we're going to have together, based off of everything we've heard the last 2 days, and maybe even some additional information. Take that information, roll it into a ball and make a cake, you know, and just that will be the basis of what to do. I like the motion, but that's just because I think we should maybe take that one little extra step forward to make a recommendation for that. I just support the motion.
Representative Holdheisel.
Thank you. Can she restate the motion? Because it sounded like to me that the motion, I believe, is for us committee to recommend that the legislator move forward and pass medical marijuana in 2025. I believe that's the motion.
Would you like to repeat that, Senator?
Yeah, the motion is that we take the information that we have gathered through interims, from experts, the Utah model that's been mentioned, and that we make the recommendation. Our recommendation is that the 2025 Kansas legislature pass a medicinal marijuana bill. So it doesn't mean that we have to have all the answers today.
Any other questions? Representative Meyer.
Not so much a question as a statement. I definitely support this motion as I seconded it, but it just seems to me, and like Representative Kessler said, that there's been quite a bit of work been done on this issue for several years, definitely before my time. Representative Heiberger mentioned a very complex 150-page plus bill that has already been in the works and submitted previously. So I think that we do have the information that we need to move forward with a recommendation to the legislature. So while I understand that some around the table may need a little bit more time to process it, I think that many of us who have been studying the issue for quite some time, and then with the information that we recently received, you know, I think that I would feel more comfortable moving forward with a recommendation and not pushing it back any further to January.
Senator Thompson, you got something?
Well, you know, all I can do is reiterate the fact that anybody can bring a bill anytime if they want to take this information and do so. But I think it would not be the place of this committee to force upon the legislature a bill when a large number, well, quite a few of the committee, I think, have a lot of questions still in hand with regard to the various models, with regard to any number of things. Like I said, I had 5 pages of notes and questions. I'm not sure that can all be resolved. And one set of experts may say one thing, but there's another set of experts that say another. So that would be picking and choosing which experts you decide to go forward with. And so I will oppose this motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other discussion? Senator Heiberger.
Sure. I guess in response to the last senator's comment, I mean, if we adopt this motion, we're not forcing anybody to do anything, or we're just stating our preference that the legislature honor the will of the citizens of Kansas and take some action on this subject next session. So I will support the motion.
Representative Holdheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're getting pretty tired out, aren't you?
Yeah.
I will just say that I'm a lot more comfortable with this motion. if we come back in January and making it in January. And so, I'm not against it. I'm not against moving forward with it. But I believe this motion is better made in January and coming back than it is right now. And that was the whole basis of wanting to come back. Because also, I think it's more prudent that if we do choose to move forward with this, we have a list of what we as a committee want to see that program look like. And we can get kind of specific into who the patient list and kind of that stuff. And this is our recommendation on who should be eligible for it. And this is our recommendation on, plugging the holes that law enforcement has concern with. So that's why I'd be a lot more comfortable coming back and doing this in January when we can actually maybe even put together some kind of legislation if we choose and we're comfortable moving forward with it then. So
my question would be, where's the LCC fit in this? They give us direction, here's the 3 items, we've done our 3, we report back to them. Shouldn't they be part of this decision of how the pie's separated and what bills come out of, or what we do at that point? Senator Alley.
We've spent quite a bit of time here discussing this last motion. I believe you are correct. We had a direction given to us by LCC. The LCC is expecting some type of report back. I think once our good friends back here in the back finish their work, then we have that report, which we need to give the LCC and let them make a decision on what committee it goes to. We don't know what committee it goes to, if it goes to a committee yet. But, and then we also know we have the committees. I know there will be 11 or 12 of the senators that won't be back. And I don't know how many House members won't be here next year in 25. So I think we're premature in doing this motion, and I will not be supporting this motion.
By doing the thing in January, we can review that report, and then actually that goes to them then at that point. You guys okay with that? Senator Holscher, it's your turn.
Oh, yeah. No, I would just like to call the question, and we need to close on this. If there's other recommendations, I think we should move on to that. We're kind of getting into some peripheral discussion. So, like I said, I want to call the question. If you want me to go ahead and close, that's fine. But like I said, I think we need to move on to other recommendations and get this one taken care of.
Point of order.
Okay.
I believe House rules state, or at least might be in the joint rules, that you have to be in the Capitol in order to vote. Is that correct? May I get a clarification from the reviser about who's eligible for a vote?
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe that rule applies to interim committees.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
I believe that vote, yeah, I'm not sure about interims. I know it was left up to the will of the committee chair, at least in the House. But I know if you're voting in the chamber, final action, you've obviously got to be in there. But I think it was up to the will of the chair, at least in the House, I believe. I'm not sure on that. Oh.
Representative Howe.
Well, I offered a point of order, but the reviser clarified that.
It's up to.
Is that true? It's up to the chair, but there is no, we don't operate under a specific set of rules for this committee as an interim?
The interim committees, I think generally are subject to the rules of the chair. So, and they're not specifically covered in these House or Senate rules that I'm aware of.
I will interject that I have voted and made motions on previous interims, whether I'm in the room or remote.
So I'm going to adhere to what the senator's saying, and so we're going to call the vote. So all those in favor of Holscher's motion, raise your right hand. Okay, got 3. All those,
My hand.
that'd be 4, so that'd be 4. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that motion goes down. Okay. Anything else that we'd like to cover at this point? I think I got everything pretty well covered on my part.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. How did you vote on that, Senator Peterson?
I did not. I didn't believe the Senate was allowed to vote on these, so I abstained. However, I do have a concern on the bill for recommendation. We heard a little bit this morning on CDL licenses. The same thing goes for purchasing a firearm. I believe that if we do put something forward, it needs to be pharmaceutical based. But if we do that, I'd like to have a disclaimer in there so the person checks. It says that due to federal regulations, they may not be able to hold a CDL or purchase a firearm. Just to give them a warning so they don't become a felon inadvertently thinking that they're purchasing a legal drug because it's legal in Kansas and it's not legal at the feds yet. Just food for thought.
Okay. Is there anything else? Leanne, what's your question?
Hi, Leanne Thone, KLRD. My question is, so typically at the end of an interim committee, we do produce an interim committee report, which is like a kind of extensive summary of what happened in the meetings. Just to get clarification on the report that you are requesting, are you envisioning that to be something that is more like a memorandum of all the things that we've heard, or what are you imagining for that kind of report?
Summary report?
Okay.
Summary report.
Okay.
Everybody okay with that? Okay, anything else? Okay, if not, I want to say some thank yous. First of all, I'd just like to say some thank yous to the staff for the great work you did, especially Leanne, thank you. Jackie, thank you for your work on you as assistant. Committee, thank you for your work, each and every one of you. You all participated fantastic, and I appreciate everything that you added to this. To the proponents and opponents, the written and the oral, I'd say thank you, because I think we appreciate all the time and effort that everyone put into this. And is there anything else before the committee? Representative Heiberger.
I'd like to just thank you for running such a tight ship, getting us out of here on time, and for giving us a wide range of opinions and viewpoints.
And Representative Heiberger, I want to thank you because this might be your last committee, if we do it in January, but all your years of service, and I'd like to give you a round of applause.
I thought I was going to have to come back after the session started to get my standing ovation. But
Committee, with that, meeting is adjourned.